Chapter 1 Pineapple Snow. Chapter 1 Pineapple Snow. Douluo Continent, Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City, Main Street. Ah! Ninja Turtle Taigong, you and I cannot coexist. Cheng Liak Xiang, Lu Ziokuo, help me. Oops. Boom, as a yellow light flashed, a figure slammed down heavily, and a deep pit appeared on the street, splashing up a cloud of dust. Pineapple Blowing Snow stood up tremblingly, and was about to continue fighting with Ninja Turtle Taigong. Then he widened his eyes in confusion, and there were shocked passers-by all around him pointing at him, as if they were saying something, I could vaguely hear in the words. Shit, this young man, he's not dead after falling from such a high place? Alas, where is Ninja Turtle Taigong? He had just been in a decisive battle with Lu Ziokuo, Cheng Liak Xiang, and the others and the Ninja Turtle Taigong. He only remembered that he hit the seven-colored lotus with his sword, and then a dazzling golden light burst out. Isn't this what I'm doing for you? Human world. Pineapple Blowing Snow felt a headache. He found from the reflection in the puddle beside him that he was not a fruit body, but a human child, about 6 years old, with dyed yellow hair and fair skin. Of course, the most important thing was that he had a pair of peach blossom eyes. Pineapple Blowing Snow used her clever brain to quickly realize what was going on. I've traveled through time again, haven't I? I'm so tired, but luckily I've gotten used to it. Besides, I am still so handsome. Pineapple Blowing Snow lifted his hair and smiled confidently. Seeing that everyone around him was pointing at him, he had no choice but to climb out of the deep pit with a dissatisfied look on his face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Then he ran away happily. Now the most urgent task should be to figure out what kind of world this is. It took a whole half day. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that Pineapple Blowing Snow was able to use her thick skin to finally get a rough idea of what the world is like. This place is called Douluo Continent. The mainstream profession is soul master. With soul rings and soul bones, it is said that the strong can split mountains and rocks. In addition, this world is divided into 7 major sects, 2 major empires, and so on. The bad news is, he's hungry. He had been in this world for half a day, he was penniless, and the people here didn't seem very friendly, so he had nothing to eat for half a day. It's very late now, and Pineapple Blowing Snow can only choose to wrap himself in a small blanket under the overpass and say yes, yes, yes to everyone he meets. Alas! I never thought that I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, who had been so wise all my life, would end up in such a situation. Alas! Pineapple Blowing Snow was complaining when suddenly there was a commotion ahead. I vaguely seemed to see a group of people rushing towards this side. Haha, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you walk in. I didn't expect Ning Fengzi's precious daughter to be so bold that she dared to sneak out alone without the sex protection. Chase them all. Anyone who kills Ning Fengzi's daughter will be rewarded handsomely. Kill. In the front was a girl in green, who looked about the same age as her. She was crying because she was being chased. Next to her were some guards who were also in a panic. Behind them was a group of men in black, grinning fiercely and looking very difficult to deal with. Is there anyone, help me? Ning Rongrong cried out loudly. As the only daughter of the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she had been assassinated more than once or twice. After all, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was at the center of the storm and was feared and coveted by many people. This time, because her martial soul was about to awaken, she wanted to go out and take a look, and only brought basic guards with her. Unexpectedly, they seized the opportunity. Fuck, so many people bullying a little girl. It's so abominable. Pineapple Blowing Snow felt very angry when he saw this scene, so he decided to adjust his sleeping position and severely condemn them in his sleep. What a joke. This is none of his business. His principle as Pineapple Blowing Snow is to stay out of things that do not concern him. The man in black who was chasing him and Ning Rongrong also saw what pineapple blowing snow did, and their expressions twitched almost at the same time. Click, click, Ning Rongrong's guards began to fall one by one, and Ning Rongrong was almost in despair. Wow! Is there anyone who can come and save me? I'm from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Save me and I can give you money, a lot of money. Ning Rongrong shouted desperately, and the leader of the men in black sneered. Don't be so extravagant. This is just a slum. There's not even a soul master here. Do you think? Before he finished speaking, a young figure had already appeared in front of Ning Rongrong, who was crying. The man in black was a little confused. So fast? Was there anyone here just now? Give money, how much can you give? Ning Rongrong stopped crying and stretched out a finger. 10,000. 10,000 bronze soul coins. Pineapple blowing snow's eyes lit up. He already knew the currency of this world. 10,000 copper soul coins could do a lot of things. 10,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong spoke in a resounding voice. Although the pineapple blowing snow in front of her looked only 6 years old, there was nothing she could do now. She could only try any possible means. 10,000 gold soul coins. Pineapple blowing snow's eyes almost turned into the look of gold soul coins. He was so excited that he immediately turned to look at the men in black. Okay. I'll take this order. Pineapple blowing snow was not tall, and his face was still a little chubby, but his eyes were firm and stubborn. He clenched his small fists and took a fighting stance. The men in black had contempt on their faces. The leader was a 3-ring soul master, and the 3 behind him were 2-ring soul masters. Humph, a little brat dares to block our way. The 3-ring spirit master laughed. Court death. Pineapple blowing snow did not respond, but just stared at them intently. The battle broke out instantly, and the 3-ring soul master took the lead in attacking, shooting a beam of soul power towards the little boy. Pineapple blowing snow nimbly dodged it skillfully by moving sideways. Hat, you still have some strength. Seeing this, the 3 linked soul masters rushed forward together and punched. Pineapple blowing snow was agile, dodging left and right like a little monkey, and punching back from time to time. Although his movements were immature, they had a unique rhythm, as if he had undergone long-term training. After all, pineapple blowing snow has been in the fruit world for so many years, so he still has some skills. However, the gap in strength was difficult to overcome. But the 3-ring spirit master launched another powerful attack, and pineapple blowing snow was unable to dodge and was forced back a few steps by the spirit power. But he quickly regained his footing and rushed forward again. After a few moves, pineapple blowing snow gradually lost strength and his movements became slow. Finally, under the continuous attacks of the man in black, pineapple blowing snow could no longer hold on and was defeated. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. There was nothing he could do. His body was still too weak. Why are you pretending? You're not even a spirit master yet you want to fight us. The man in black sneered. Ning Rongrong became anxious when she saw that pineapple blowing snow was about to lose, and she shouted. Don't give up. If you beat them, I'll give you 30,000 gold soul coins, number 50,000. No, number 100,000 gold soul coins. The man in black was disdainful. What's the use of giving him any amount of money? He still couldn't win the fight. But when pineapple blowing snow heard the words 100,000 gold soul coins, he felt that his whole body was filled with strength. 100,000 gold soul coins. Only these few words echoed in his mind. If Liu Xiaoqiu and the others who knew him were here, they would definitely be surprised and moved. If there is a 50% profit, pineapple blowing snow will take the risk. If there is 100% profit, he will dare to trample on all human laws, and if there is a 300% profit, he dares to challenge any enemy, even at the risk of being hanged. Pineapple blowing snow slowly stood up, his eyes filled with desire for the gold soul coins. He put his hands in a strange posture and shouted, "Jackfruit palm! P.S. Brothers, add it to your bookshelf, please keep reading, Pineapple Blowing Snow is awesome, you can give any comments, the author is very easy to communicate with." End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Jackfruit Palms. Chapter 2 Jackfruit Palms. He closed his lips tightly, and his small body began to tremble slightly. The remaining strength in his body surged wildly, and Pineapple Blowing Snow roared, "Jackfruit palm!" As he roared with all his might, the air around him instantly became agitated. A dozen illusory palm prints appeared out of thin air, flashing with mysterious light, and each palm print contained powerful power. These palm prints seemed to have life, and quickly gathered towards a point. When all the palm prints merged together, they formed an extremely huge, dazzling energy palm. This huge palm print exuded a heart-pounding pressure and carried a devastating momentum as it slammed directly towards the man in black. The man in black was shocked by this powerful force, and the contempt on his face was instantly replaced by fear. Damn it, this kid doesn't even have a martial soul. How can he use soul skills? Quickly open. They wanted to dodge, but found themselves unable to move under such powerful pressure. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge energy palm print hit the man in black hard. The powerful impact caused the ground to tremble violently, and dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. When the dust settled, all the men in black fell to the ground, having lost their ability to fight. Pineapple Blowing Snow collapsed to the ground because he had exhausted all his strength, but his face was filled with a perverted smile. "Money, my little money." Ning Rong Rong on the side was completely dumbfounded. Did they really win? No. There was a 3-ring soul master just now. How could the power of this kid's palm just now be as strong as that of a 4-ring soul master? How come his strength increased so dramatically? Is it to protect oneself and unleash potential? How are you doing? Ning Rong Rong was deeply moved and walked forward with concern, wanting to check on Pineapple Blowing Snow, but Pineapple Blowing Snow spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. "Don't forget my money." Ning Rong Rong. Damn, it was for money. After saying these words, Pineapple Blowing Snow fainted. At this moment, a sound of breaking wind was heard in the sky. Wrong wrong. The people who came were Ning Fengzi and his 2 companions. Ning Fengzi was wearing a simple and elegant robe with fluttering sleeves, showing his elegant demeanor. He had a fair face, regular features, and eyes as bright as stars. His eyes were gentle and wise, but at this moment they were full of worry. Beside Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo Chen Xin stood tall, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, his edge exposed. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a straight back, giving people a strong sense of oppression. On the other side, Gurong, the Bone Douluo, had a completely different look. He was slightly hunched, but exuded a strange aura. His face was covered with wrinkles, like deep grooves carved by time. The 3 of them were very worried, and Ning Fengzi was the first to speak. Wrong, how are you? Are you injured? No. I'm fine. Ning Rong responded, but Ning Fengzi was anxiously checking Ning Rong's body. A moment of negligence almost caused him to lose his daughter, which really made him anxious. How can those guards protect you when they are so weak? Ning Fengzi was puzzled, but Ning Rong did not hide the truth and pointed at the unconscious Pineapple Blowing Snow. It was him, he protected me. Okay. Ning Fengzi was puzzled. He was just a child and it seemed that he had not yet awakened his martial spirit. How was this possible? Jian Douluo on the side frowned as if he felt something, and he said with a frown. Fengzi, go back and study first, okay? Ning Fengzi nodded. Now was not the time to think about this, so the group left directly. Of course, they did not forget to take Pineapple Blowing Snow with them. The next day. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the Sleeping Palace. It was unknown how long it had been before Pineapple Blowing Snow finally woke up slightly. He slowly opened his heavy eyes, his vision still a little blurry. He just felt dizzy and tried hard to recall what happened before, but he could only feel a splitting headache. When his vision gradually became clear, he was surprised to find that he was in a completely unfamiliar place. The surroundings are decorated in pink, with pink curtains, pink quilts, and pink decorations everywhere. Looking around, there is an exquisite dressing table filled with all kinds of small and exquisite jewelry, and beautiful paintings hanging on the wall, depicting flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Next to the window are several pots of delicate flowers, exuding a faint fragrance. Where is this? Pineapple Blowing Snow was full of doubts. Why does it look like a girl's room? Pineapple Blowing Snow was about to stand up, but suddenly found that his hands were heavy, as if they were pressed by something heavy. He turned his head in confusion, and this glance made his eyes widen. It turned out that the person pressing his hand was the little girl he had rescued before. The little girl was sleeping quietly, her delicate face was like exquisite porcelain, with a faint blush in her fair skin. The curved eyebrows are like a crescent moon, the small nose is slightly twitching, and the rosy lips are slightly upturned, as if dreaming a sweet dream. Her eyelashes were long and curled, trembling gently with her breathing, like a butterfly flapping its wings. Her black hair spread softly on the pillow, adding a bit of cuteness and playfulness. Such a cute little girl will touch anyone's heart. The same thing happened to Pineapple Blowing Snow, so he carefully stretched out his hands and pinched Ning Rong Rong's cheeks, and then pulled them outwards. He said in a serious tone, "Don't pretend to be asleep, give me back my money, my 100,000 gold soul coins." Ning Rong Rong opened her eyes, looking confused. Ning Rong Rong. Ouch, it hurts, what are you doing? Pay back the money, don't try to deny it. Beauty can't seduce me, and you are not pretty at all. You are so abominable. Ning Rong Rong was so angry that she almost died. She was just taking care of Pineapple Blowing Snow and accidentally fell asleep. Was it necessary for him to watch her like a thief? Here is the reward for last time. I am in a good mood, so I will give you 50,000 gold soul coins. Now there are a total of 150,000 gold soul coins. And my name is Ning Rong Rong. Not a little one. Ning Rong Rong angrily threw out a gold card. After Pineapple Blowing Snow took the card, she immediately performed a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. Hello rich woman. Bang, wrong wrong. From now on you are my best friend. If something like this happens again, I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, will definitely be the first one to come forward. And it's a friendship price. I'll give you 20% off. Just by casually throwing out 150,000 gold soul coins, Ning Rong Rong has been classified as a wealthy woman in the eyes of Pineapple Blowing Snow. Ning Rong Rong's mouth twitched. You want to be friends with me? Money? Just when Ning Rong Rong was about to explode, a strong and powerful voice suddenly rang out. Rong Rong, are you up yet? It turned out that Ning Fengzi walked in at some point. When he saw Pineapple Blowing Snow who had woken up, he smiled gently. Oh, little boy, you're awake too. Come over for dinner together. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Pineapple Blowing Snow becomes his godfather. Chapter 3, Joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Pineapple Blowing Snow becomes his godfather, in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, inside a magnificent hall. Everything here seems to be made of expensive colored glaze, and the tables, chairs, and benches are antique and look very valuable. And this is just an ordinary place to eat in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. 5 people were sitting on the large wooden table. The one sitting at the head was naturally Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. On his right sat Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, and on his left sat Ning Rong Rong, who was looking very angry with her arms folded across her chest. And Pineapple Blowing Snow, whose eyes have turned into gold soul coins and is looking around, looks just like a local dog. My, this is too extravagant, it feels like their family is comparable to that of Lu Zioquo. Oh, damn it, can't such a rich man have one more person like me? Pineapple Blowing Snow was aware of his muttering. He always felt that the whole world was against him. This child is really interesting. Ning Fengzi gave a wry smile when he heard Pineapple Blowing Snow's complaints, then looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow and said seriously, "My 7 treasures glazed tile sect is not particularly rich, just average. By the way, I really want to thank you for saving my daughter's life this time. I, Ning Fengzi, owe you a big favor." "Oi! You're welcome, Lao Deng. This is my duty. It is the duty of an ordinary person to help others when seeing injustice." Pineapple Blowing Snow gave a shy smile, and Ning Fengzi's expression froze. "Lao Deng? Why does this not feel like a good word? And he always feels a little annoyed by this guy with his yellow hair. Hehe, then you still took 150,000 gold soul coins from me." Ning Rongrong, who was standing aside, folded her arms and sneered, while Pineapple Blowing Snow was serious. "That's what I deserve, no conflict. I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, always believe that you get what you pay for. This is the most simple truth in the world. Just tell me whether I saved you or not." Ning Rongrong made a bitter face, feeling that this guy had a really sharp tongue. Ning Fengzi and the others held their foreheads with their hands and smiled playfully. This child is only 6 years old, but he is so mature. It is really extraordinary. Moreover, Ning Fengzi had checked earlier and found out that it was indeed this Pineapple Blowing Snow who took care of those soul masters. The problem is that this kid hasn't even awakened his martial soul yet. My daughter has given you 150,000. As a father, I can't be stingy. Here are 300,000 gold soul coins as a thank you for saving my daughter. Ning Fengzi also threw out a gold card. This was the 3rd time that Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes had turned into gold soul coins. "Please use the gold soul coins to kill him," Pineapple Blowing Snow said solemnly. "I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your foster father. I will go through fire and water for you, and I will not hesitate." Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengzi, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo. No. You are worshipping your godfather now, where is your dignity? Ning Rongrong widened her eyes in disbelief, and Pineapple Blowing Snow tilted her head and asked in a serious tone. "Dignity? How much is 1 pound? Ning Fengzi and the other 2 could no longer hold back. "Ha ha ha, so interesting. Fengzi, I like this kid's temperament. He's very straightforward and doesn't go around in circles." Jian Douluo even laughed out loud. The more he looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow, the more he liked it. He asked with narrowed eyes. "Boy, have you not awakened your martial spirit yet?" "Martial spirit? I don't think so. How old are you?" "Just 6 years old." Jian Douluo's eyes lit up. "Rongrong is exactly the same age as you. Today, Rongrong will also hold a martial spirit awakening ceremony. In that case, you should come along too. He is so powerful even without awakening his martial soul. What will it be like with awakened martial soul?" He is very curious about Pineapple Blowing Snow's martial soul. Pineapple Blowing Snow naturally had no objection. After all, he was also curious about the so-called martial spirit. Sword Douluo Chen Xin walked with an upright posture and steady steps, bringing Ning Rongrong and Pineapple Blowing Snow with him towards the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's special hall for awakening martial spirits. As you enter the main hall, you will see 2 huge stone lions standing on the left and right, looking majestic and lifelike, as if they are guarding this sacred hall. Stepping onto the steps paved with white marble, you can feel the heaviness and solemnity under your feet with every step. Entering the hall, the dome is so high that you seem to be able to touch the sky. Countless bright pearls are inlaid in it, like stars, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. In the center of the hall, there is a huge circular stone platform, which is engraved with complex patterns and exudes a mysterious atmosphere. It is surrounded by 8 thick stone pillars, each of which is inlaid with gems of various colors, shining like a dream. The whole hall was filled with a strange power that made people feel awe. In this magnificent and mysterious atmosphere, Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't help but open his eyes wide, deeply shocked by the scene before him. Douluo looked serious and motioned Ning Rongrong to walk to the special magic circle. Rongrong, come here. Ning Rongrong stood still obediently, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. Douluo's hands began to dance rapidly, his soul power surged, and the magic circle instantly lit up with dazzling light, which shuttled and intertwined on the ground like flowing colors. Feel the power of your body carefully and draw it out. Douluo explained the details carefully. Soon, light gradually gathered on Ning Rongrong's right hand, and an exquisite 7-treasure glazed tower slowly emerged. The tower is crystal clear, emitting brilliant and colorful light, and each layer is carved extremely finely, as if it is the most precious work of art in the world. The light on the tower keeps flowing, sometimes soft like moonlight, sometimes bright like stars, making the entire hall look like a dream. Ning Rongrong looked at the martial spirit in her hand, her eyes full of surprise and pride. It's the 7 treasures glazed tower. In this magnificent light, Douluo nodded slightly, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Pineapple Blowing Snow on the side widened his eyes, deeply attracted by this magical scene. Is this the martial spirit? The Pineapple Blowing Snow is also very exciting and feels very interesting. Douluo picked up a crystal-clear crystal ball with a solemn expression and handed it to Ning Rongrong carefully, motioning her to put her hand on it to test her soul power. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, slowly stretched out her little hand, and gently pressed on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly, the light became stronger and stronger, and the entire hall was enveloped by this dazzling light. Douluo stared at the crystal ball, his eyes full of tension and anticipation. When the light gradually stabilized, he showed an extremely shocked expression on his face, his mouth slightly opened, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Level 9 Innate Soul Power. Douluo couldn't help but speak loudly, his voice full of disbelief and uncontrollable joy. Ning Fengzi, who was standing aside, had been maintaining the composure of a sect leader, but now he could no longer remain calm. A smile of surprise blossomed on his face, his eyes sparkled, and his excitement was beyond words. The 9th level of innate soul power is already considered a rare genius. Ning Fengzi was only at the 8th level at the beginning. I'm level 9. Ning Rongrong ran to Pineapple Blowing Snow and showed off. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Awakening the Martial Soul, the Scarlet Sky Sword, with full innate soul power. Chapter 4, Awakening the Martial Soul, the Scarlet Sky Sword, with full innate soul power. Is level 9 very high? I'll show you how to do it later. Pineapple Blowing Snow curled his lips, and with a feeling of trepidation and anticipation, he stood on the mysterious magic circle. Boy, did you remember what I just said? Douluo asked, and Pineapple Blowing Snow stretched out a hand. It's covered. Let's get started, sir. Master, you. Douluo's face turned black. Why is this kid so rude? Is he very old? However, Douluo once again exerted his soul power to guide the awakening process. Soon, Pineapple Blowing Snow's right hand began to emit light, and the light was like a lively elf, jumping and flickering. In the light, there seemed to be a force that was constantly gathering. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his right hand. What kind of martial soul did Pineapple Blowing Snow awaken? The light became brighter and brighter, and finally, the shape of a sword gradually became clear. The sword was long and straight, about 1 meter tall. The hilt of the sword was inlaid with red gems, shining like a burning flame. The blade was extremely sharp, flashing with cold light, as if it could easily cut off everything in the world. The main body of the sword is white, like a flawless jade, with red lines winding up in between, like flowing blood, adding a bit of mystery and majesty to the whole sword. When Pineapple Blowing Snow grasped the hilt of the sword, a powerful force was instantly transmitted from the sword to his whole body, and the air around him seemed to be stirred by this force. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes widened as he looked at the familiar sword. How could he not recognize it? This is the Chixiao sword that has always been with him. He couldn't summon it before. It seems that it has turned into a martial spirit. Old friend, we are going to fight side by side again. The Chixiao sword trembled slightly, making a crisp sword sound, as if announcing its power to the world. In the reflection of the light, Pineapple Blowing Snow's face was full of surprise and excitement, while Douluo and Ning Fengzi were also attracted by this strange and powerful martial spirit, with admiration in their eyes. What's the name of your martial spirit? Douluo felt that this sword was very extraordinary and asked directly. It's called the Scarlet Sky Sword. Pineapple Blowing Snow answered, and Sword Douluo nodded vigorously. Red Sky Sword, what a good name. Come on, let's test your innate soul power again to see what level it is. As he said this, he handed Pineapple Blowing Snow a crystal ball for testing soul power. Pineapple Blowing Snow stared at the crystal ball in his hand, and his mood was extremely nervous. As he slowly injected soul power into it, the crystal ball instantly shone brightly, and the light was so strong that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Douluo and Ning Fengzi widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. When the light gradually stabilized, it clearly showed the soul power level, level 10. It turned out to be the innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong had a dull expression and looked dissatisfied. This guy is actually stronger than me. Douluo took a deep breath, his eyes full of shock and surprise. Ning Fengzi was so surprised that he was speechless. After a long while, he said excitedly. This is a talent that only appears once in a century, innate full soul power. So strong. Bone Douluo was also excited, and Sword Douluo was even more so. The talent of Pineapple Blowing Snow was simply the only one he had ever seen in his life. Child. I see that you have a connection with my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and you saved Rongrong, so why don't you join my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? Ning Fengzi looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with burning eyes. He must recruit such a genius. You're making it very difficult for me. Uncle, actually I prefer freedom. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked embarrassed. Ning Fengzi asked tentatively. 1 million gold soul coins a year, as your reward for joining the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If you make contributions in the future, there will be other rewards. Pineapple Blowing Snow jumped up and announced firmly and forcefully. From now on, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is my home. Wherever my home is, I will be there. I will fight wherever Sect Master Ning tells me to fight. I swear to live and die with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengzi, wow, his expression changed so quickly. Ning Fengzi saw clearly that this kid is a pure money grubber. Douluo also licked his old face and looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow. Boy, I think you and I are destined to be together. How about this, you become my disciple? I am a level 95 Super Douluo. Pineapple Blowing Snow stared at Sword Douluo without saying a word. Douluo took a deep breath and stretched out a finger. I'll give you a soul bone as a gift, it's worth 1 million gold soul coins. Boom, Pineapple Blowing Snow suddenly knelt down and kowtowed and said loudly. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Sword Douluo. Everyone. Can I regret it? Ning Fengzi and Douluo's mouths twitched almost at the same time, wondering if accepting Pineapple Blowing Snow was a mistake. The fat one is the sun, the bulging one is the hill, and on the glorious path, there are 3 lazy people. One aspires to be a pillar of society, one is trying his best to do business, and one is so blessed that it is a bit exaggerated. Hey, 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 we practiced Kung Fu very well. Hey, 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 we boasted until it shined. Hey, 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 we loved crazy fantasies the most. Hey, hey, hey. Fruit Robbo, return to your position. On the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest, a yellow-haired kid was singing happily while chewing on a grass root he had picked up from somewhere. The yellow-haired kid is naturally Pineapple Blowing Snow. With full innate soul power, he was brought to the Stardew Great Forest by Sword Douluo early on to kill soul beasts and obtain suitable soul rings. Pineapple Blowing Snow. What's the name of your song? It sounds so good. A little girl with twin ponytails suddenly spoke up. The little girl was naturally Ning Rong Rong. Although her innate soul power was only level 9, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was very powerful and gave her a soul power enhancing pill, which directly raised her soul power level to level 10. It's just right for me to hunt soul beasts with Pineapple Blowing Snow and obtain soul rings. A song of nostalgia for youth, that is my lost youth. Pineapple Blowing Snow had a look of emotion on his face, his head turned 45 degrees to look up at the sky. Ning Rong Rong complained speechlessly. You are only 6 years old. Where does your youth come from? You little girl won't understand me. Aren't you the same age as me? Tisk tisk, little thing, childish. Pineapple Blowing Snow made a face and complained, and Ning Rong Rong almost cried out of anger, but she still spoke with a stubborn face. I'll give you 10,000 gold soul coins. Can you be nicer to me? I don't know why, even though Ning Rong Rong complained about Pineapple Blowing Snow, she was happy to play with him. This guy is really good looking. And he saved me, so I had no choice but to use my ultimate move. Look at the black card. Pineapple Blowing Snow was a little unhappy. Are you teaching me how to do something? No. I just want to be friends with you. Ning Rong Rong felt aggrieved, and Pineapple Blowing Snow put away the black card as if he really couldn't do anything to her. Alas! Don't do this next time. It is good. Ning Rong Rong was laughing foolishly. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Pineapple Blowing Snow becomes a monk with money. Ning Rong Rong is stunned. Chapter 5 Pineapple Blowing Snow becomes a monk with money. Ning Rong Rong is stunned. Douluo. Douluo was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. No way, he is just eating free food. What has this done to my Rong Rong? Douluo's expression darkened and he spoke seriously. Okay, stop messing around, I'm going to teach you about soul beasts. Only then did the two little ones, Pineapple Blowing Snow and Ning Rong Rong, start to listen attentively. As we all know, humans can obtain spirit rings by hunting spirit beasts, spirit masters can break through bottlenecks by absorbing spirit rings, but there are also requirements for what kind of spirit rings to absorb. It is best for soul masters to absorb soul rings of the same or similar types according to the characteristics of their own martial souls. For example, plant-type soul masters are best to absorb plant-type soul rings, while soul masters with beast martial souls should absorb animal soul rings. How does Douluo popularize science one by one? As a veteran soul master of level 95, his theory is that true knowledge comes from practice, so it is very detailed and useful. Pineapple Blowing Snow listened carefully and nodded from time to time, but they soon raised questions. Then Master, what should I do if I have a sword martial spirit? Are there any soul beasts in the shape of swords? That's a good question. Douluo looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with praise and continued. Weapon spirits are relatively special spirits. Both you and Rong Rong's spirits are weapon spirits. It's enough if the spirit rings you absorb can help your own spirits. For example, my spirit rings include both plant and animal spirit rings. Douluo's popular science talk lasted for half an hour. Ning Rong Rong felt drowsy while Pineapple Blowing Snow listened attentively. Okay, the next step is to select soul beasts. It's best for you to hunt the soul beasts yourself, which can also increase your actual combat capabilities. However, Rong is an auxiliary soul master and has no combat capabilities, so this time, Pineapple Blowing Snow, you have to help her. As soon as Douluo said this, Pineapple Blowing Snow immediately became unhappy. Why, I don't. Snapped, 10,000 gold soul coins were thrown into Pineapple Blowing Snow's hand. Ning Rong looked calm, but Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression changed instantly. Of course. Rong's spirit ring will be mine. Ning Rong no longer wanted to complain. She had completely seen through Pineapple Blowing Snow's money-grubbing nature. Speaking with money was far more effective than playing the emotional card. Quickly, the two little guys set off immediately, while Douluo guarded from a distance. He also wanted to see how strong Pineapple Blowing Snow was. The two of them were at the outermost edge of the Stardew Great Forest, where the soul beasts were strictly graded. Theoretically, the soul beasts that lived here were 10-year or 100-year soul beasts, and there were almost no 1,000-year soul beasts. After receiving the money, Pineapple Blowing Snow walked in front dutifully, while Ning Rong grabbed the corner of his clothes, looking both timid and cute. After searching for a while, the two finally found a soul beast that was barely suitable. That seems to be a black-horned bull. It is one of the power-type soul beasts, and it is also a rare species among the 100-year soul beasts. Ning Rong pointed at a black cow eating grass and shouted excitedly. The black cow was estimated to be more than 3 meters long and more than 2 meters tall, and its pair of black horns looked very gorgeous in the sun. Although Ning Rong didn't like studying, she could tell after so many years of influence that this should be a soul beast of about 300 years old, which was quite suitable to be her first soul ring. Pineapple Snow Blowing, I want this. Ning Rong pointed at the black-horned bull, but Pineapple Blowing Snow was unmoved. Ning Rong's face darkened. This guy wouldn't want money again. Ning Rong subconsciously wanted to spend money. But Pineapple Blowing Snow said seriously. I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, have always believed in the most simple truth in the world, that you get what you pay for. As my big sponsor, you paid 10,000 gold soul coins, but how come you are only worthy of this old, black cow? What do you mean? Ning Rong was a little confused, and Pineapple Blowing Snow sighed. I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, have always been honest and fair to everyone. 10,000 gold soul coins have a value of 10,000 gold soul coins. This big black bull doesn't deserve it. Let me take a look. Look, what about that elk? Pineapple Blowing Snow suddenly pointed in a certain direction and spoke. Ning Rong looked in the direction he pointed, her eyes lit up. Not far away, I saw a huge elk eating grass quietly, but what was surprising was that this elk was colorful and extremely large in size. Oh my god, that's a 7-colored elk, a very rare soul beast species. After 100 years of cultivation, it can fight against ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts. Ning Rong was very excited. This colorful elk was naturally much stronger than the big black bull before, but the problem was that this colorful elk looked like it was not easy to mess with. Because Ning Rong just saw a black-horned bull trying to snatch grass from the colorful elk, and a conflict broke out between the two sides. The black-horned bull was knocked away in an instant. But, it's too strong. We are no match for it. Ning Rong hesitated, and Pineapple Blowing Snow also looked hesitant. This soul beast really seems to be beyond my tolerance. Ning Rong was a little disappointed, so was she giving up. The Pineapple Blowing Snow continued seriously. So, you have to pay more. Ning Rong was happy and said that there was no problem at all. Pineapple Blowing Snow took a deep breath and rushed directly towards the colorful elk. The colorful elk is tall, with gorgeous fur, and its antlers are shining with a mysterious light. It seems to have sensed the hostility of Pineapple Blowing Snow. It has fierce eyes and exudes a powerful pressure. Pineapple Blowing Snow showed no fear. He held the scarlet sky sword in his hand, his eyes were determined. He took a deep breath, his soul power surged, and he started with a big move. Cut more jackfruit! Pineapple Blowing Snow shouted loudly, and in an instant his body was as fast as lightning, turning into a shadow. The Chixiao sword was waving in his hand, and the sword's shadows were heavy. The speed of jackfruit multi-slash was so fast that it was almost impossible to see the trajectory of the sword. Only a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard in the air, and sword energy swept towards the colorful elk like a gust of wind. The colorful elk tried to dodge, but the pineapple snowball's attack speed was too fast for it to react. The sword energy hit it accurately, leaving deep scars on its body. The colorful elk roared in pain and launched a counterattack. However, Pineapple Blowing Snow easily avoided its attack with her agility and extremely fast sword speed. Then, Pineapple Blowing Snow launched Jackfruit Multi-Slash again, and this time the attack was even more fierce. Countless sword energies gathered into a powerful force that directly penetrated the body of the colorful elk. With a scream, the colorful elk fell to the ground with a bang. Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression turned pale, but he still spoke calmly. "Come, give it the final blow and absorb the spirit ring." Ning Rongrong's face was full of admiration. "What skill did you just use? Logically speaking, you don't even have a spirit ring, so you shouldn't have any spirit skills." "Maybe. I'm just too talented." Pineapple Blowing Snow naturally couldn't say that this was the sword skill he originally knew. "However, with my current level 10 soul power, I feel that I can only exert a little bit of the power of Jackfruit Multi-Slash, and it can only be used once in a short period of time. P.S. Brothers, please give me some votes." End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Sword Cuts White Snake. Scarlet Sky Sword is stained with snake blood. Chapter 6, Sword Cuts White Snake. Scarlet Sky Sword is stained with snake blood. Laugh! Ning Rongrong gave the colorful elk the final blow, and a circle of light yellow soul rings soon appeared on the field, which surprised Pineapple Blowing Snow. "Is this a spirit ring? It looks quite interesting." Ning Rongrong began to absorb the spirit ring obediently, while Douluo not far away had an expression of amazement. Jackfruit Multi-Slash. This sword skill is so exquisite, the speed is extremely fast, and it can charge up a force at the end. Although this child is only at level 10 soul power, the power he exerts seems to exceed that of soul masters above level 20. Douluo felt more and more that Pineapple Blowing Snow was a genius, but luckily this child was his disciple and a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, in place. It took Ning Rongrong an hour to finally absorb the spirit ring of the seven-colored elk. She summoned her own spirit, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, and a circle of light yellow spirit rings soon appeared under her feet. "Oh my god! I think I'm at level 12 soul power." Ning Rongrong was so surprised that her soul power had increased by 2 levels. At this moment, her expression when she looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow was different. He is handsome and powerful, and has almost no flaws except that he is a little greedy. Pineapple Blowing Snow. It's your turn to hunt soul beasts next, right? What soul beast are you going to hunt? As for me, whatever. Pineapple Blowing Snow said casually, and then continued to move forward with Ning Rongrong. After searching for half an hour, he suddenly frowned and retreated urgently with Ning Rongrong. The next moment, a gust of wind whistled past, and the leaves rustled. Then, a huge white snake suddenly jumped out. The white snake was as thick as a bucket, and its length was amazing, almost occupying the entire road. The scales on its body flashed with cold light, and each scale was like a sharp blade. Its blood-red eyes revealed endless cruelty and greed, which made people shudder. It opened its bloody mouth and blew out a fishy wind. Its sharp fangs looked particularly ferocious in the dim light. Its huge body twisted, causing a gust of flying sand and rocks, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Apparently, Pineapple Blowing Snow and Ning Rongrong had just stepped into its territory and annoyed it. Run! This looks like a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Pineapple Blowing Snow quickly protected her behind him, holding the scarlet sky sword tightly, staring at the giant snake in front of him. Pineapple Blowing Snow suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "My spirit ring, found the spicy one." As he spoke, Pineapple Blowing Snow actually rushed towards the 1,000-year-old soul beast. Not only Ning Rongrong was stunned by this scene, but also Douluo, who was not far away. "That's too reckless, that's a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the white snake. Even an ordinary 3-ring soul master might not be able to defeat a 1,000-year soul beast." Douluo felt that Pineapple Blowing Snow was looking for death and was about to go over to help. But when he saw what was happening, he stopped again and muttered, "How can this be?" In place. Pineapple Blowing Snow was not afraid of the giant white snake in front of him. He exerted force on his feet and leaped forward like a cannonball, attacking the white snake with lightning speed. However, the white snake was by no means an ordinary creature. Although its huge body looked clumsy, it was actually extremely quick in reaction. The bloody mouth opened like a bottomless black hole, and instantly swallowed the Pineapple Blowing Snow whole into its stomach. Ning Rongrong was instantly frightened when she saw this scene. No way! She thought Pineapple Snowblower was very powerful, but it turned out to be just like this. But in the next second, the white snake, which was originally showing off its might, suddenly seemed to be pierced by thousands of arrows, and its huge snake eyes revealed a look of extreme pain. Its strong and powerful body began to twist and scurry wildly, and wherever it went, trees were broken and sand and stones flew everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. In this thrilling chaos, unusual movements began to occur in the white snake's stomach. First, a faint light shone through its belly, and then, there was a loud puff sound, like thunder tearing through the sky. Pineapple Blowing Snow, holding the Chixiao sword, actually cut through the white snake's extremely tough belly and rushed out from it. At this moment, Pineapple Blowing Snow was covered in blood, some of which was his own blood, but more of it was white snake's. The Chixiao sword was covered with snake blood, which flashed a chilling light in the sun. The blood slowly flowed along the sword, highlighting the sharpness of the sword. The blood-stained sword not only did not lose its luster, but instead appeared even more majestic and domineering because it was stained with the enemy's blood. Have a grasp. Pineapple Blowing Snow chuckled. When he saw the white snake for the first time, he felt a huge sense of familiarity. He was very familiar with dealing with white snakes. The Chixiao sword is sharpened with the blood of the white snake. After the white snake fell to the ground with a bang, a circle of purple soul rings began to appear on the field. Douluo finally came over at this time, and he looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with admiration. "You are such a courageous boy, you actually dared to go directly into the snake's belly, and then use the weak to defeat the strong. Aren't you afraid of making a mistake and dying?" "Die. I value my life very much. I will only do it if there is a 100% chance of success." Pineapple Blowing Snow was very calm, and Douluo didn't understand why this had a 100% probability. "Wait a minute, why does your sword seem to be brighter? It seems to be different from before." Douluo suddenly stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow, and the Chixiao sword seemed to have discovered a blind spot. "Really? This must be an illusion." Pineapple Blowing Snow naturally knew that his Chixiao sword had been sharpened. If the previous Chixiao sword had given him the innate soul power of level 15, then it should be at least level now. "Okay. I'm going to start absorbing spirit rings too." Pineapple Blowing Snow said softly, but Douluo looked embarrassed. "Wait a minute, the first soul ring of an average soul master will not exceed 1,000 years. It will be dangerous for you to forcibly absorb a 1,000-year soul ring." "It's okay. Geniuses are different from ordinary people. You just watch." I will withdraw if there is any danger. Pineapple blowing snow didn't seem to care much. He had already tested it and it was obvious that his body was not a complete human one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive the fall from such a high place. Sword Douluo couldn't defeat Pineapple blowing snow and could only let him try. Pineapple blowing snow came to the purple soul ring, sat cross-legged and began to try to absorb the soul ring. He had already learned the method of absorbing soul rings before. He held his breath and concentrated. As time passed, the purple soul ring seemed to really begin to melt into Pineapple blowing snow's body. And his face just turned a little pale. I don't know how long it took, but a circle of purple soul rings began to rise under Pineapple blowing snow's feet, which also meant that he succeeded. The first soul ring is 1,000 years. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. 3 years later, Pineapple blowing snow with level 30 soul power. Chapter 7. 3 years later, Pineapple blowing snow with level 30 soul power. Is this my first spirit ring? Pineapple blowing snow looked at the first purple soul ring under his feet and raised his mouth slightly, thinking. No matter where I am still such a genius. Pineapple blowing snow also discovered that his soul power had actually reached level 13. To increase 3 levels in a row was already very fast. Oh my god! Is the first soul ring 1,000-year soul ring? Woohoo! I want it too. Ning Rongrong had a look of envy on her face, and Jian Douluo also had a look of emotion on his face. It was true that every generation has its own talented people who lead the way for hundreds of years. Pineapple blowing snow's talent is even stronger than he imagined. Kid, what is your first soul skill? Jian Douluo asked, and Pineapple blowing snow was about to speak, but the next moment he narrowed his eyes and became alert. Shhhhhhh, it turned out that several white snakes suddenly jumped out of the woods, but they were not as big as the previous one. They were only 100 years old at most and looked like the children of this white snake. Chi. When these white snakes saw that their mother was dead, they almost instantly launched an attack on Pineapple blowing snow. Pineapple blowing snow was happy, as it was a good opportunity for him to try out his first soul skill. First soul skill, Scarlet Sky Sword Shadow. Pineapple blowing snow chopped forward with the Chixiao sword in his hand, and instantly summoned multiple phantoms of the Chixiao sword to attack the enemy from different directions. The sword shadows had a physical attack effect and were extremely fast, making it difficult for the enemy to dodge. Click, click, almost instantly, all the white snakes were killed, and blood flowed all over the ground. Pineapple blowing snow remained unscathed. What a fast speed! It's worthy of being 1,000-year soul skill. Jian Douluo exclaimed that Pineapple blowing snow's first soul skill was a strong attack soul skill and seemed to be quite powerful. Pineapple blowing snow was also very satisfied. This first soul skill seemed to be able to be combined with jackfruit palm, which was very good. Go home, kids. He called out, and the 2 little ones quickly caught up with Jian Douluo's pace. After returning to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi told Pineapple blowing snow that its first soul ring was 1,000 years old, which made Ning Fengzi like Pineapple blowing snow even more. If a genius of this level had not died, he would at least be a strong man who was not inferior to Jian Douluo in the future. Read this. Ning Fengzi had another idea in his mind. He found Ning Rongrong, then squatted down and looked at his lovely daughter and asked tentatively. Rongrong, what do you think of Pineapple blowing snow? Greedy. Ning Rongrong answered seriously, and Ning Fengzi's mouth twitched. Of course he knew this. I mean, how do you feel about him? Do you like playing with Pineapple blowing snow? I like him, because he's really handsome. Ning Rongrong's eyes narrowed with laughter. Although Pineapple blowing snow was greedy for money, he was handsome, and his greed for money was not a big problem. Her 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect just happened to be rich. Okay. I won't tell Dad anymore. Pineapple blowing snow just told me to bring him some food. He said he was hungry. Oh, and he also said that today seemed to be his birthday. He likes gold things. Ning Rong Rong stretched out her hand and said seriously. Dad, please give me another 100,000 gold soul coins. I want to give Pineapple Blowing Snow a gift. Ning Fengzi. Damn, he seemed to have asked this question too much, and that Pineapple Blowing Snow was too greedy. It had only been a few days, he wouldn't have taken away Rong Rong's underwear, right? Besides, what does he need so much money for a child? On the other side, in the back mountain of the Kaibao Liulai sect, a boy with yellow hair was holding a sword and shouting at the sky. Pineapple versus treasure, fruit treasure returns. Pineapple Blowing Snow held up the scarlet sky sword and tried to summon the fruity Robbo just like he did before. This was actually the first thing he thought of when he got the scarlet sky sword. After all, the Pineapple War treasure was his biggest trump card, so after he came back, he quickly sent everyone else away and started the experiment. However, there was no spatial movement as imagined, and the Chixiao sword did not react. Hey, what's going on? Why is there no reaction? Isn't the scarlet sky sword stained with snake blood? Why can't I summon the fruity Robbo? Pineapple Blowing Snow frowned with a puzzled look on his face. According to past experience, he should be able to successfully summon Pineapple War treasure now. Pineapple Blowing Snow tried again several times but there was still no response. Finally, Pineapple Blowing Snow felt, maybe the world he was in was different. My current strength is not strong enough, and I am not qualified to summon the Pineapple War treasure. Alas! I don't know what happened to Liu Xiaoquo, Cheng Liuxiang, and the others. Did they defeat Turtle Grandpa and save the fruit world? Having been here for several days, Pineapple Blowing Snow didn't know if he could go back, so he subconsciously thought of his old friends. And Liwashi. Pineapple Xiaoei. After I'm gone, you two shouldn't miss me too much. Pineapple Blowing Snow murmured to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely go back and take a look. Ah, my friends. Pineapple Blowing Snow picked up a wooden stick and started playing it as a guitar. His expression was so sad. Many years have passed in the blink of an eye, so many separations, reunions, sorrows and joys. The young man who was once full of ambitions has now become a fat man. When I was young, I was charming and suave. I will never forget it. Now that I have gray hair, do you still remember me? My loved ones, where are you now? To those who once loved me, do you still remember what I look like? It seemed like it was snowing in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, and Pineapple Blowing Snow was singing alone. Spring comes and summer goes, autumn harvests and winter stores, in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. This year, Pineapple Blowing Snow is finally 3 years old, and his soul power has reached level 9 today, 9 years old and level 30, this talent is simply unprecedented. Pineapple Blowing Snow. You are such a genius, you are awesome. Douluo looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of him with an excited expression. The yellow-haired boy was naturally Pineapple Blowing Snow. He is 9 years old this year, but because of his soul power, he has developed much faster than his peers. Now he is already meters tall. With his fair skin and a pair of peach blossom eyes, he is really a handsome little boy. Oi! Lao Deng, you don't have to be so excited. This is just a tiny fraction of my talent. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his hair and spoke in a very asking for a punch tone. Douluo was speechless. This kid is good in everything except that he has a big mouth. I am now at level 30 in spirit power, right? Logically, I have to kill a spirit beast to advance. Pineapple Blowing Snow suddenly said, and Sword Douluo nodded. Okay, I'm going to hunt soul beasts alone this time, you don't need to follow me. You alone? Douluo frowned and refused directly. How could this be possible? It was too dangerous. But Pineapple Blowing Snow is very persistent, damn it. He's been in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect for 3 years and he's had enough. He wants to go out and see the world by himself. As one of the 3 jelly musketeers, his true destiny is to be a ranger outside. Now with a soul power of level 30, he has the capital to make a living. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Soul Bone Skills, Money Faith. Chapter 8 Soul Bone Skills, Money Faith. Under Pineapple Blowing Snow's strong request, Douluo had no choice but to admit it. After being together for so many years, he knew how stubborn this child was. And it's time for the young eagle to fly. But it's still a little dangerous for you to go out alone. How about this? Didn't I give you the soul bone I promised you as a gift for your apprenticeship? Absorb the soul bone this time before you leave. Douluo said seriously, and Pineapple Blowing Snow looked excited. Soul bone. Yes, it's still a 30,000-year-old soul bone, but this soul bone is a little special. I got it when I killed a strange-looking soul beast when I was young. That soul beast likes to hoard treasures, and it seems to be a spiritual soul beast. I call it the treasure-gathering beast. It can actually create illusions, and its illusions are also targeted at greed, and will imitate scenes of sudden wealth. Fortunately, I am a sword cultivator and am not interested in money. So, I think this soul bone should be very suitable for you. After all. Douluo looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow and complained. You're also a money grubber. I'm suing you for defamation. I'm suing you, I'm just a gentleman who loves money and gets it in a proper way. Pineapple Blowing Snow argued, and then took the soul bone from Sword Douluo. This soul bone actually has a right arm bone, but the strange thing is that this right arm bone is round, like an enlarged gold soul coin, with a smooth surface, emitting brilliant golden light. Under the reflection of the light, it flashes with dazzling luster, as if it was made of pure gold. Wow, it looks like it's worth a lot of money. Can I just not absorb it and sell it? Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes turned into the shape of gold soul coins, and Sword Douluo was very upset. No. Okay, then master, how do I fuse this soul bone? Pineapple Blowing Snow asked honestly while holding the soul bone, and Douluo's face became even darker. Now that I've been given soul bones, you know to call me master, right? Soul bones are generally divided into 6 types, corresponding to the 6 most important bones of humans: skull, trunk, left arm, left leg, and right leg. The fusion method is actually similar to the fusion of soul rings. Just put it on the corresponding bone. Douluo began to explain the science word by word, and Pineapple Blowing Snow listened attentively. After a long time, Pineapple Blowing Snow interrupted. Okay. I understand. Please protect me. I want to fuse my soul bones. Sword Douluo nodded. The two soon came to a closed secret room. The atmosphere was solemn and tense. Pineapple Blowing Snow sat cross-legged on the ground, with his right arm bone placed in front of him. Douluo stood aside with a serious expression, guarding the law. He put his hands behind his back, staring at Pineapple Blowing Snow, and his soul power was flowing faintly around him, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Pineapple Blowing Snow took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to circulate the soul power in his body, guiding the fusion of his right arm bone with himself. Bring it on. At first, everything was calm, but as the fusion progressed, pain came like a tide. The powerful force contained in the right arm bone produced a fierce conflict with Pineapple Blowing Snow's body. His expression began to distort, veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down. Every inch of his skin and every meridian seemed to be deeply pierced by countless steel needles. The severe pain that penetrated deep into his bone marrow almost made Pineapple Blowing Snow faint. He clenched his teeth, trying hard not to groan in pain. His hands were clenched into fists, his nails dug into his palms, and blood oozed out. It hurts too much, Pineapple Blowing Snow roared inwardly, why didn't anyone tell him that fusing spirit bones would be so painful? Douluo's expression was calm. Fusing soul bones is equivalent to replacing bones, so of course it will be painful. As time went by, the pain Pineapple Blowing Snow endured became more and more severe. His body began to tremble involuntarily, and he gasped for breath, as if he would collapse in the next second. Pineapple Blowing Snow. Think about it, this is a soul bone worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins. If the fusion fails, it will be over. 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Seeing that something was not right, Douluo spoke decisively, and as expected, he heard the words "1,000,000 gold soul coins." Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to have some magical power, and his whole demeanor changed. My money! He suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he once again used all his soul power. Finally, the violent force was gradually tamed, and the right arm bone gradually merged with his body. When the last trace of pain dissipated, Pineapple Blowing Snow collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, but a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Fusion is successful. Douluo also breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, in an emergency, he had to negotiate money with Pineapple Blowing Snow. Let's see, what soul skills does the soul bone give you? Douluo urged, and Pineapple Blowing Snow immediately checked it out, but his expression immediately became strange after checking it out. What soul skill? Seeing that something was not right, Douluo immediately frowned and asked, Money faith. Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to be a little embarrassed to speak. Money faith, hiss, what does this soul skill do? Douluo asked. This seems to be a passive skill. It says that the higher my desire for money is, the more bonus I will get when I release my soul skill next time. The bonus is probably between 1 and 100 times. Pineapple Blowing Snow was speechless. How could such an abstract soul skill appear? However, it seemed to be very consistent with his temperament. It feels like his potential has been materialized. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Douluo held his stomach and laughed. It was the first time he saw such an interesting spirit skill. However, this thing was really difficult for Pineapple Blowing Snow to be suitable. But an increase of 1 to 100 times is really huge. Hiss, Douluo secretly took a breath of cold air. Only with this soul skill, Pineapple Blowing Snow, did he have the capital to be independent. Okay. You can pack up and get ready to go. Since you are going to hunt soul beasts alone, I suggest you go to the Sunset Forest. The soul beasts there are generally of low cultivation, which is suitable for soul masters of your level. Douluo reminded, and Pineapple Blowing Snow agreed. 3 days later, the morning sun shines on the gate of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, and the breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of sadness of parting. Pineapple Blowing Snow was standing in front of the sect gate with his bag on his back, ready to embark on a long journey, when a childish cry suddenly sounded from far away. Pineapple Snowflake! Wait for me, I want to go with you. Pineapple Blowing Snow turned around in surprise. The person who came was actually a girl, about 9 years old, with a fair little face as delicate and cute as a porcelain doll. Under the curved eyebrows, the big watery eyes were now red and filled with tears, like 2 bright gems covered with a layer of mist. Her small nose twitched, her pink lips pouted slightly, and she said in a crying voice, Pineapple Blowing Snow, why didn't you tell me you were going out? I want to go with you. The girl was naturally none other than Ning Rongrong, who was already 9 years old. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Escape to Sunset Forest and meet Douluo. Chapter 9, Escape to Sunset Forest and meet Douluo. The 9-year-old Ning Rongrong is very cute, with such a delicate and pretty face that it's hard not to like her. She was wearing a light pink dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, making her look even more charming. Her long, smooth hair was lightly tied up with a ribbon, with a few strands of hair playfully hanging on both sides of her cheeks. Rongrong! Wrong wrong, why are you running so fast? Ning Fengzi and the other two quickly chased after them from behind. Ning Fengzi looked at his daughter helplessly and scolded her with a stern face. Wrong wrong, stop messing around. Pineapple Blowing Snow is now level 30 and is going to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts and gain experience. You are usually lazy, and now your soul power is only level 19 and not even level 20. You will be a burden if you follow her. No. I just want to go together. Ning Rongrong looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with a stubborn expression and tearful eyes. Pineapple Blowing Snow. Let me go with you. Wrong. Pineapple Blowing Snow also looked embarrassed. In the past 3 years, he, Pineapple Blowing Snow, and Ning Rongrong had gotten along very well. After all, Ning Rongrong was a typical rich woman. Although he is a little willful and unruly, he is very generous. In Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes, rich people are flawless. Pineapple Blowing Snow was about to say that it was okay for him to follow, but Ning Fengzi glared at him. He would not allow him to take his daughter to such a dangerous place. Wrong, you should just stay at home and practice. Let me go alone this time. But don't worry, I will bring you a gift when I come back. Pineapple Blowing Snow said seriously. Ning Rongrong sobbed, tears flowing uncontrollably across her apple-red cheeks. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Pineapple Blowing Snow's clothes. Her voice was tearful, but still soft and sweet. Okay then, but you must take good care of yourself and run away if you encounter any danger. Ning Rongrong finally compromised, and Ning Fengzi breathed a sigh of relief. But she quickly turned serious again. Pineapple Blowing Snow, wait a moment. Since you are going out alone, I have something to give you. After saying that, he ran back to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Although Pineapple Blowing Snow was puzzled, he had no choice but to wait. Not long after, Ning Rongrong ran back. She was holding an exquisite little bag in her hand. Here is my pocket money over the years. If you want to go out, I'll give it all to you this time. There are 1,000,000 gold soul coins in it for you to use on the road. I'm afraid you don't have enough. Ning Rongrong said seriously. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked excited. 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Ning Fengzi's eyes widened. You're worried that this kid has no money to spend, but he's richer than you. Also, there are some of my father's treasured elixirs in here. I'm giving them to you as well. Ning Rongrong took out a few more small bottles. It's called the Soul Raising Pill. It's very rare and produced in very low quantities. And this is my father's black card. Even though he hid it very well, I still found it. And this storage soul guide. As Ning Rongrong spoke, she actually took out a bunch of things and handed them to Pineapple Blowing Snow. Ning Fengzi. This little cotton jacket is leaking a little. Not just leaking, there's a tornado blowing in there. Why don't you pack up the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and give it to this kid? Ning Fengzi's veins popped out and he was about to have an attack, but Pineapple Blowing Snow had already grabbed the things and ran away. Goodbye. Wrong, I will miss you. And Old Man Ning, Old Man Jian, Old Man Gu, bye, everyone. Pineapple Blowing Snow ran down the mountain at such a fast speed. 7 days later. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the sunset forest, covering this mysterious forest with a layer of golden gauze. A yellow-haired boy was walking happily. His striking yellow hair was particularly dazzling under the sunlight. His peach blossom eyes were bright and lively, revealing a bit of cleverness and cunning. He held the Chixiao sword in his hand and walked briskly, as if he didn't care about any danger in the forest. Although his clothes were a little messy, it did not affect his unruly temperament. Ping pong pong, is my belief. Fruity Robo Force is beyond your imagination. Pineapple Blowing Snow hummed an unknown tune, sometimes teasing the flowers and plants on the roadside with the Chixiao sword, and sometimes waving the sword at the birds on the trees, causing them to fly away in fright. His face was filled with a carefree smile. As he walked, he came across a clear stream. He stopped, leaned over to observe his reflection in the stream, made a face at himself in the water, and said to himself, I am so cool and elegant, who in this world can compare to me? Then he continued to walk forward with big strides, his figure gradually moving away in the afterglow of the setting sun, leaving only his hearty laughter echoing in the forest. Without the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, Pineapple Chugs you would be free as the sky is high and the birds fly freely. I don't know what kind of soul beast I'll encounter this time, but at least it has to be strong, otherwise it won't be worthy of my status. Pineapple Blowing Snow thought happily that his current soul ring ratio was 2,000-year soul rings. With his own jackfruit palm and jackfruit sword, Pineapple Blowing Snow felt that his combat power was no less than that of an ordinary soul master. If he could obtain the 3rd soul ring, he would be able to compete with some soul kings. However, as for what specific soul beast to look for, Pineapple Blowing Snow can only take it one step at a time. Pineapple Blowing Snow wandered in the sunset forest for several days holding the Scarlet Sky Sword. The most soul beasts he saw were those that had just entered the 1,000-year-old realm. The quality of the soul beasts here was obviously weaker than those in the Stardew Great Forest. So Pineapple Blowing Snow decided to go deep into the sunset forest, but it was too late today, so Pineapple Blowing Snow decided to light up the fire first, take a night's rest, and then proceed slowly. Puff! Pineapple Blowing Snow simply built a grill, and used the Chixiao sword to strike a flint, and soon a bonfire was lit. The food that Pineapple Blowing Snow eats is also very simple, that is, barbecue. However, the barbecued food is a little weird. A bunch of grilled oranges, a bunch of grilled green apples, and grilled strawberries. It smells so good. Pineapple Blowing Snow had a very satisfied look on his face. Compared to meat, he still preferred to eat fruits. Moreover, these were 1,000-year-old spiritual fruits that he got from the 7 treasures glazed sect. Even Ning Fengzi didn't eat them every day. What smells so good? The flames jumped, reflecting Pineapple Blowing Snow's expectant face. He was twirling the branches on which the fruits were roasted and humming a little tune, completely absorbed in his own little world. At this time, a breeze blew by, bringing a faint fragrance. Not far away, a beautiful figure slowly walked out from somewhere. The person who came was tall and slender, with a waterfall of purple hair casually draped behind her, shining with a mysterious luster under the moonlight. On her delicate oval face, her eyebrows were as black as distant black, and her narrow and long phoenix eyes were slightly upturned, revealing a cold and sharp look. Under her high nose bridge, her lips were as beautiful as cherries, but they were tightly pursed, revealing her dissatisfaction at the moment. Duguyan's attention was immediately attracted to the roasted fruits on the campfire. When she saw clearly that what Pineapple Chuixia was roasting were actually precious spiritual fruits, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. "You kid, you are actually wasting nature's gift!" Duguyan shouted angrily, her voice was crisp but full of majesty. "This is a 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit. It's worth at least 1,000 gold coins outside, and you're just going to roast it like this." Pineapple Blowing Snow was startled by the sudden sound, and the branch in his hand almost fell to the ground. He looked up at Duguyan, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then a hint of disapproval appeared. "What's the big deal? I'm hungry. What's wrong with grilling it?" Pineapple Blowing Snow muttered. Duguyan was so angry that her chest was heaving. She walked quickly to the campfire, pointed at the burnt spiritual fruits and said, "You know, these spiritual fruits are rich in spiritual power. It's such a waste for you to just roast them and eat them." Pineapple Blowing Snow blinked her peach blossom eyes and said innocently, "Oh," and then. Duguyan became even angrier when she saw his indifferent look, but she didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, Pineapple Blowing Snow handed over a branch full of roasted oranges. Pineapple Blowing Snow said lightly, "So, beautiful lady, do you want to eat?" Duguyan was stunned, then angrily took it and swallowed it in one gulp. I'm eating this so you don't waste it, not because I want to eat it. Pineapple blowing snow. My goodness, this girl is even more shameless than me. Duguyan was obviously a bit outgoing. She sat on the ground, took it and started eating with a clatter, her cheeks almost full because she was so hungry. Belch. I don't know how long it was before Duguyan burped and her face suddenly turned red. Pineapple blowing snow beside him laughed at this, and he asked softly with a slight smile on his face. This beautiful young lady, now that you have eaten and drunk enough, can I ask what your name is? And what are you doing here? My name is Duguyan. I came to Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. My soul power is now level 30. Speaking of the 30th level of soul power, Duguyan was obviously a little proud. After all, she was only about 14 years old this year, which could be considered a gifted person. She turned to look at Pineapple blowing snow. What about you, little brother? First of all, please don't call me Xiao Didi. My Xiao Didi is not little. Pineapple blowing snow said unconvincedly. My name is Pineapple blowing snow. I came here to obtain my third spirit ring. Tisk tisk, it looks small. Duguyan said this with a mischievous look on her face, but she soon noticed the blind spot. What, you are here to get the third soul ring too? I don't believe it. Pineapple blowing snow did not hide anything and directly exposed his aura and 2 purple soul rings. 2,000-year spirit rings, are you really level 30? Duguyan was confused. How could someone have purple first 2 soul rings? Wait a minute, how old are you? 9 years old, what's wrong? Pineapple blowing snow looked as if it was a matter of course, while Duguyan stared at Pineapple blowing snow with eyes wide open in a look of disbelief. Is this 9 years old? P.S. Brothers, Chapter 4 is a big explosion, isn't it worth voting for or something? End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Pineapple blowing snow and Duguyan sleep in the same bed. Chapter 10 Pineapple blowing snow and Duguyan sleep in the same bed. You're a 9-year-old. Duguyan almost shouted. She was already a genius at the age of 14 and level 30, and now the other party has a soul power of level 9 at the age of 30. What should he be called? Duguyan is autistic. Why can't there be another genius like me in the world? Duguyan roared in grief and anger, but Pineapple blowing snow was not surprised at all. It's okay. Geniuses like me are indeed rare, but it doesn't matter, a friend of mine once said so. If a person has no dreams, he is just like a salted fish. Duguyan looked at Pineapple blowing snow with burning eyes, feeling a little speechless. Can this guy comfort people properly? Did you come out alone? Duguyan asked, and Pineapple blowing snow answered nonchalantly. Alone, how about you? I came out with my grandfather, but he happened to have something to do right now, so he asked me to find a suitable soul beast by myself first, but to avoid direct conflict, and also told me not to go too deep into the Sunset Forest. Duguyan looked at Pineapple blowing snow and suggested. There just so happen to be 2 of us, why don't we team up together so we can look after each other? Also. Pineapple blowing snow agreed, and they formed a temporary team, preparing to go deep into the Sunset Forest together early tomorrow morning. Duguyan wanted a soul beast of about 2,000 years old, but Pineapple blowing snow's bottom line was years old, and there was only one in the depths of the Sunset Forest, so they naturally hit it off. But now that night has completely fallen, a rather embarrassing problem has arisen, which is sleeping. Duguyan has plenty of experience in the wild, so he brought a tent with him before coming, and put a fire next to it, so it wouldn't be cold at night. But it was hard for Pineapple blowing snow, as he had never thought about this problem and had to endure it through the nights these past few days. Well, beautiful Miss Dugu, would you mind squeezing in together? Pineapple blowing snowfly poked his hand and looked at Duguyan, who had already crawled into the tent with only his head sticking out. No, you are a man. Can you bear to let a little kid like me suffer the cold outside? Pineapple blowing snow acted pitifully, and Douluo hesitated for a while before finally agreeing to let Pineapple blowing snow come in. Although there is a difference between boys and girls, Pineapple blowing snow is only 9 years old, it's not a big problem. What? As soon as he entered the tent, Pineapple blowing snow called out comfortably, saying that it was more comfortable to sleep in the tent, and then he stared at Douluo. Douluo's expression darkened. She sighed and had to lie down with Pineapple blowing snow, she warned. Stop snoring and go to sleep. Pineapple blowing snow made an okay gesture, a speechless night. The next morning, when Pineapple blowing snow opened his eyes, he felt as if something was pressing on his body. He glanced sideways and saw a white and round thigh resting on him. Douluo was actually sleeping on her side with one foot higher than the other, and her sleeping posture was extremely indecent, with her head resting on Pineapple Chug's shoulder. My mouth was watering. Douluo seemed to have sensed something as well. Her eyes widened instantly and she looked at Pineapple blowing snow. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Good morning, Miss Yan. Pineapple blowing snow raised the corner of her mouth and broke the silence first. What? The next moment, what was heard was Douluo's panicked roar. Half an hour later, after finishing their meal, the two of them began to go deeper into the sunset forest. Douluo's cheeks were still red. You better forget what happened just now, kid. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you. Cut. Pineapple blowing snow looked at Douluo with disdain. It was clearly Douluo who did not sleep well last night, so why did she feel like she was the one who suffered a loss? Alas! It turns out that men must protect themselves when they go out. However, after a day and a night together, the two of them became much more familiar with each other. By the way, what type of soul beast do you want to hunt? Pineapple blowing snow asked casually while chewing some weeds. My martial soul is the jade phosphorus snake, so snake-type soul beasts are more suitable for me. I expect that the third soul ring can withstand a soul ring of about 2,000 years. Of course, if it is a soul ring of more than 1,000 years, it is also acceptable. But, if we encounter a 2,000-year-old soul beast, we may not be its match, so we may just follow it and wait for my grandfather to come and deal with it. Douluo narrated the story. Pineapple blowing snow nodded and suddenly asked Douluo an unexpected question. By the way, is your family rich? Why do you ask? Douluo looked alert. Actually, I am actually quite strong. I can accept your employment and help you hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Can you do it? Men can't say no. If you can help me hunt a 2,000-year-old snake spirit beast, I'll ask my grandfather to pay you. My grandfather is very rich. How rich? Anyway, it's just a matter of taking out a few 100,000 gold soul coins. Pineapple blowing snow's eyes looked like money, so he met another rich woman. Douluo didn't believe that Pineapple blowing snow was that strong. A 2,000-year-old soul beast, an ordinary three-ringed soul master would not be its match. Now the two of them could only be considered two-ringed great soul masters. You can never have too much gold soul coins and pineapple snow. Pineapple blowing snow almost immediately took out the scarlet sky sword and rushed forward, shouting all the time. Little snake! Little snake, where are you? Let me take a look. Don't worry. I'm just talking about my ideals in life. He he he. Pineapple blowing snow laughed crazily, giving Douluo goosebumps. Can you find a suitable snake soul beast right now? Dream on. Douluo, who stayed where he was, folded his hands over his chest, a look of distrust on his face, and muttered something. However, it wasn't long before a noisy sound was heard in the distance. Douluo's heart tightened, and he was about to be alert, but he saw Pineapple blowing snow rushing out like a cannonball, throwing out snakes of various shapes one after another from his hands. The first thing to be thrown out was an emerald green snake. Its body was as thin and long as a rope, and its scales shone strangely in the sun. The snake's head was triangular, and there was a cold and fierce light in its eyes. From time to time, a thin tongue came out of its mouth. Duguyan recognized the snake, named King Mew Snake, and it looked like a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Next came a gigantic python, its sturdy body like a tree trunk, and the markings on its body like ancient totems, alternating between black and yellow, full of oppression. Black and yellow python. It is also a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Then he threw out a colorful flower snake, whose body was covered with colorful patterns, like a gorgeous painting, but its twisting body and sharp fangs made people shudder. Duguyan's eyes widened. This is also a 1,000-year-old soul beast, and it is also a relatively rare species of snake. Colorful flower snake. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Pineapple Blowing Snow's second soul skill, transplanting flowers and trees. Chapter 11 Pineapple Blowing Snow's second soul skill, transplanting flowers and trees. Big snake, small snake, flower snake, green snake, all are here. Duguyan, take a look at whether it is suitable to be your spirit ring. Pineapple Blowing Snow shouted as he threw the snow. The snakes twisted their bodies wildly in the air, and some opened their mouths to try to attack. Duguyan was stunned for a moment, and stood there blankly with his mouth wide open. Is this okay? Duguyan couldn't believe her eyes. Pineapple Blowing Snow didn't care about that. After throwing away all the snakes, he clapped his hands and looked at Duguyan with a smile. What do you think? I'm awesome. These snakes are enough for you to choose from. The snakes on the ground were crawling everywhere, some of them were tangled together. Duguyan came to his senses and said anxiously. These soul beasts are all 1,000-year soul beasts. Although most of them are said to be in their first 1,000 years, how long is that? How did you find so many and defeat them so quickly? Duguyan was very curious. Just like this, and then like that. Pineapple Blowing Snow said casually that he couldn't possibly tell Duguyan that his scarlet sky sword seemed to have a natural suppressive effect on snake soul beasts, and that he could use this point to sense nearby snakes. This is how Pineapple Blowing Snow could quickly find so many snake soul beasts. How about, is there anything suitable? Pineapple Blowing Snow asked, and Duguyan came back to his senses and looked back and forth at the snakes on the ground, his expression obviously a little embarrassed. Although they are all 1,000-year-old soul beasts, they are still a little short of her expectations, but Duguyan can barely accept it. She was just about to say that she could just pick one at random, but Pineapple Blowing Snow saw Duguyan's hesitation and spoke directly. Not satisfied, hey? Then I'll catch another one. No need. Duguyan hastily refused, feeling that it was too much of a hassle for the other party, but Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his head firmly. Pineapple Blowing Snow, always follow the most simple principle in the world that you get what you pay for. I said I would pick something that satisfies you, and I will pick one that satisfies you. Wait a minute, what do you think of that one? Hey, it actually came to my door on its own initiative. Pineapple Blowing Snow pointed at the grass in the distance. Chi. It turned out that when Pineapple Blowing Snow and Duguyan were still arguing about the snakes thrown on the ground, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from the grass not far away. They stopped arguing instantly and looked towards the bush. A huge snake head slowly emerged, and it turned out to be a terrifying mandrake snake. This mandrake snake has a sturdy body and is covered with fine scales, each of which sparkles with a cold luster, as if it were made of metal. Its snake head was oval-shaped, and its eyes were like burning red flames, revealing a frightening ferocity. In its open mouth, its sharp fangs flashed a cold light, and venom dripped from its teeth, instantly corroding the grass and trees on the ground. The pattern on the mandragora snake's body showed a strange dark green and black pattern, like a mysterious and deadly spell. Its body kept twisting, and wherever it passed, the grass fell down, emitting a strong sense of oppression. The mandrake snake held its head high and stabbed its tongue, as if to protest to them. The powerful aura it exuded made the air around it seem to solidify, making it difficult to breathe. This is a mandrake snake. Judging from its length, it must be at least 2,000 years old. Douluo's beautiful eyes flickered. The mandragora snake is a fine product among snakes. Not only is it highly venomous, but its physical host is also very strong. The green phosphorus snake king's martial spirit is very compatible with it. This mandala snake almost completely meets Douluo's vision of her third soul ring. But Douluo had an unpleasant expression. The 2,000-year-old mandragora snake would be a headache even for the four-ring soul sect. The two of them together would not be its match. Hiss! The blood-red eyes of the mandrake snake looked at Pineapple blowing snow and several snakes on the ground with greedy eyes. Although it is also a snake, it likes to eat snakes. It was attracted by the scent of these same kind. As for these two humans, it has no interest in them and hopes they can run more consciously. Roar! The mandrake snake let out a terrifying roar in an attempt to scare them away. Just as it believed, the girl turned pale and looked terrified. The only puzzling thing was that the boy who looked younger was not moved at all. Even a little excited. Miss Yan. You should be satisfied with this soul beast, right? Pineapple blowing snow licked the corner of his mouth and said excitedly. Douluo was stunned but nodded subconsciously. Satisfied, but... Before Douluo could finish his words, Pineapple blowing snow rushed towards the mandrake snake with the scarlet sky sword. Hey, 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 little money, here I come, ah, little snake, here I come. Pineapple blowing snow had a faint smile on her face. Douluo. Mandragora snake. Douluo was confused. No way, what she meant was that we can't win, so we should retreat. The mandragora snake was also confused. Which of the two was the soul beast? Why was this human so brave? However, the mandrake snake did not tolerate this human who was looking for death, and rushed over with a roar. Pineapple blowing snow looked straight ahead with a determined look, and rushed forward like a flash of lightning. His footsteps were as swift as a storm, and every step he took on the ground made a dull sound, splashing countless tiny dust particles. Then, he took a sudden step forward, and his body jumped high, as if he was going to break through the sky. In the air, Pineapple blowing snow tightly grasped the Chixiao sword that was shining with cold light in his hand. His arm muscles were tense and veins bulged. As he swung the sword vigorously, it chopped down fiercely with a fierce momentum. In an instant, the first purple soul ring suddenly lit up, like a purple moon hanging beside him. First soul skill, Scarlet Sky Sword Shadow. Pineapple blowing snow shouted loudly, and the sound resounded through the heavens and earth. The Chixiao sword in his hand suddenly shone with light, and instantly split into several illusory sword shadows. These sword shadows were like nimble dragons, circling and dancing around the Chixiao sword. Each sword shadow exuded a powerful force that made people's heart frightened. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and those sword shadows rushed towards the mandragora snake at lightning speed. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch their trajectory. Swish! 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 When the sword shadow came into contact with the head of the mandragora snake, a series of dazzling sparks immediately erupted. Each collision was like two meteors colliding, producing a huge energy impact. The mandragora snake twisted its body in pain and let out a miserable howl. With just this one strike, the mandragora snake's extremely strong defense was easily broken. Blood gushed out from the wound on its head, staining the ground red. After all, the mandragora snake is a 2,000-year-old powerful soul beast with extremely tenacious vitality, and it started to fight back almost instantly. It opened its mouth wide, and the fishy venom instantly shot towards Pineapple blowing snow at an extremely tricky angle. Douluo, who was behind him, saw this scene and shouted anxiously. "Be careful!" Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression remained calm in the face of this attack, and his second spirit ring slowly cooled down. The second soul skill, grafting. P.S. Brothers, it has been recommended, please vote for it if you have any. Also, please give me a few 5-star reviews. Thank. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Instantly Kill the Mandragora Snake and the 10,000-year-old Human-Faced Demon SPID. Chapter 12, Instantly Kill the Mandragora Snake and the 10,000-year-old Human-Faced Demon Spider. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes sparkled and he activated his second soul skill, Transplantation. Swish. Whoosh. He picked up the Chixiao sword and blocked it in front of him, but it did not simply block the venom attacks of the Mandragora snake. Instead, it spun with these attacks. These venom attacks actually moved with the Pineapple Blowing Snow. Just like Tai Chi, after spinning several times, Pineapple Blowing Snow directly threw the venom back and covered the eyes of the Mandrake snake. The series of actions are very coherent. The latter was completely stunned. Is this possible? Duguyan also covered her mouth in shock. Absorb the attack and then counterattack. What a powerful control power! However, the matter did not end there. Pineapple Blowing Snow took a step forward without hesitation and whispered, "Cut the jackfruit." As the shout was rang out, a sharp whistling sound was heard in the air in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A surprising scene occurred. The Chixiao sword in Pineapple Blowing Snow's hand suddenly burst into dazzling light, and then the sword body split into more than a dozen sharp sword shadows like a phantom. These sword shadows flickered in the air, like a gorgeous sword dance performance. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen sword shadows quickly gathered together like lightning and converged into the incomparably sharp Chixiao sword. The passive skill Money Faith was also quietly activated at this moment, increasing the damage of Jackfruit multi-slash by at least 3 times. At this time, Pineapple Blowing Snow had already moved with the sword, and the whole person was like a meteor, carrying the Chixiao sword and swooping straight towards the Mandragora snake at an astonishing speed. In an instant, sword lights flashed and sword energy spread everywhere. Duguyan couldn't see what was happening at all. When everything was settled, Pineapple Blowing Snow steadily put away the sword in his hand. Looking at the Chixiao sword again, it was now covered in blood, and the blade was stained with blood, as if it had just experienced a tragic battle. At the same time, a muffled hiss sound was heard. Duguyan looked closely and saw that the Mandrake snake had its eyes wide open, staring at its abdomen in disbelief. At some point, a horrific blood hole as big as a person appeared in its abdomen, and blood was gushing out from the wound. The Mandrake snake, which suffered such severe damage, was no longer able to support its body. With a dull thud, its huge body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I saw a 1,000-year soul ring emitting a mysterious purple light slowly rising from the body of the mandala snake, like a purple moon hanging in the air, which was particularly eye-catching. Knock off! Pineapple Blowing Snow said calmly, then turned to look at Duguyan. Hurry up and absorb the spirit ring, but don't forget my reward. Here are 10,000 gold soul coins. That's all I have with me. I'll ask my grandfather to give you the rest. Duguyan handed a card to Pineapple Blowing Snow in a daze, and Pineapple Blowing Snow grinned and laughed. A 2-ringed Great Spirit Master killed a 2,000-year-old Mandragora snake in seconds. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was fake. And you seem to have released 3 spirit skills just now. Hiss. Duguyan no longer knew how to describe her shock in words. This strange boy whom she had only known for 1 day was even stronger than she had imagined. And he seems quite handsome. Duguyan looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow and her face turned red unconsciously. Women have always admired the strong since ancient times, and Duguyan is no exception. However, there are very few people of the opposite sex that he admires among his peers. Although Pineapple Blowing Snow looks a few years younger than him, it is not impossible for him to wait for him. They say that a woman 3 years older than him is as good as a gold brick. I am 5 years older than him, so I am almost 2 gold bricks. Wow! This small body seems to have some good muscles. Duguyan murmured to himself, but Pineapple Blowing Snow restrained his smile and looked at Duguyan with vigilance. He suspected that this woman had some bad intentions towards him. Was she coveting his money? This was absolutely unacceptable. Absorb the spirit ring quickly, or it will be too late later. Pineapple Blowing Snow urged, and Duguyan put away his thoughts and nodded, then came to the dead body of Mandragora. Slowly lifting the purple soul ring in front of himself and starting to merge it, Duguyan closed his eyes and his aura slowly rose. Pineapple Blowing Snow was bored and could only study the corpses with the Chixiao sword. These corpses should be able to be sold for money outside. Pineapple Blowing Snow thought secretly. Sunset Forest, deep inside, the sun shone through the dense branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows. Some herbivorous soul beasts were quietly dozing, but suddenly they seemed to sense something and began to scream in fear. The next moment, a dark green figure quickly passed by them. His figure was as fast as the wind, and he shuttled quickly through the woods. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and determination. The figure was wearing a dark green robe, with white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was thin, with high cheekbones, and his narrow eyes flashed with sharp light. His tightly pursed lips revealed his concentration and determination at the moment. If Duguyan were here, she would definitely be surprised to recognize that this was her grandfather Dugubo. He is also the poison Douluo who is famous throughout the Tiandu Empire, a level 91 titled Douluo, and his martial soul is the green phosphorus snake emperor. Not far in front of him, a huge 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was fleeing in panic. This human-faced demon spider was huge, with a body that was dozens of meters long, and its 8 thick and sharp long legs were like sharp spears, flashing a chilling cold light. Its abdomen has strange patterns on it, like a distorted human face, and its eyes emit a faint green light, which makes people shudder. Its back was covered with a hard shell, like a layer of solid armor that could withstand most attacks. Its ferocious fangs gleamed with venom, and every time they opened and closed, they emitted a pungent smell. That's right, he was chasing the human-faced demon spider. Damn beast, don't run away. I just need your venom to do some research. I won't necessarily kill you. Dugubo chased and shouted. He, Dugubo, has been playing with poison all his life, and due to the peculiarities of his martial soul, almost everyone in his family will die young. His son, Duguyan's father, was poisoned to death. The reason why he came to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in Sunset Forest this time was to study how to control the poison so that his granddaughter could live like a normal person. He just happened to need some different toxins for research, and this human-faced demon spider was very suitable. He had just injured it, but it still managed to slip away cunningly. His figure was as fast as lightning, constantly closing the distance between him and the human-faced demon spider. Every time he took a step, a strong airflow was brought up, and the surrounding plants were shaken. You beast, don't even think about escaping today! Dugubo shouted angrily, and his voice echoed in the forest. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, The Human-Faced Demon Spider Attacks. Is Pineapple Blowing Snow scared? Chapter 13, The Human-Faced Demon Spider Attacks. Is Pineapple Blowing Snow scared? The human-faced demon spider seemed to sense Dugubo's strong murderous intent and fled even more desperately. Wherever it passed, branches were smashed to pieces and the ground was scratched with deep marks by its long legs. Dugubo stared at the human-faced demon spider closely, his martial spirit glowing, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Just as Dugubo was pressing forward step by step and was about to take down the human-faced demon spider, the spider's desire to survive suddenly erupted. After all, one of them is the hunter and the other is the prey, and the human-faced demon spider as the prey does not want to die. Its originally panicked movements suddenly became extremely agile, and its 8 long legs swung rapidly in a strange rhythm. It suddenly turned sideways to avoid a big tree, then used its long legs to push hard against the trunk, and its whole body shot forward like an arrow. The human-faced demon spider began to cleverly use the terrain in the forest. Sometimes it shuttled through low bushes, using dense branches and leaves to block Douluo's sight and attack. Sometimes it slid down the steep slope rapidly, making it difficult for Douluo to keep up with its speed. Its long legs tapped the ground lightly, each time landing just right, as if playing a melody of survival. Its abdomen contracted, making its body lighter and its speed faster and faster. Damn it, how can this beast be so fast? Douluo was caught off guard by its sudden acceleration and skills. Although he used all his strength to display his body skills, the man-faced demon spider's agile movements and full use of the environment gradually widened the distance between them. Douluo's face became increasingly gloomy, and he secretly cursed the cunning beast in his heart. Further ahead should be the middle area of Sunset Forest. Most of the people there are thousand-year-old soul beasts, and it is also a place where some humans hunt soul beasts. I hope this human-faced demon spider won't cause trouble for me. Douluo had a rather ugly expression on his face. Fortunately, he had reminded Douluo before, otherwise there would have really been some accidents this time. Now he could only hope to click on the killer spider quickly to avoid some trouble. Thinking of this, Douluo also sped up. Ping-pong with the enemy, pots and pans have lost their direction. Brushing teeth, washing face, drinking soda are all victorious. Pineapple blowing snow ate a green apple and broke an orange while humming softly subconsciously. He sighed helplessly and complained to Douluo, who was concentrating on absorbing the soul ring beside him. Does it take so long to absorb a spirit ring? As expected, the gap between ordinary people and geniuses is still so huge. Pineapple blowing snow was getting a little bored from waiting, but Douluo was a rich woman after all. Based on her belief in money, Pineapple blowing snow would naturally do her duty and stay with her. Swish! Bang! But at this moment, there was a sudden noise from the dense forest ahead, which seemed to be accompanied by the sound of falling trees. Pineapple blowing snow instantly stood up and looked forward with a vigilant look on his face. Ouch, it seems like there's trouble. Pineapple blowing snow's expression became serious for the first time. He slowly stood up, tightly grasped the Chixiao sword in his right hand, and his body was tense, ready to deal with danger at any time. Scoff! The human-faced demon spider that was being chased by Douluo suddenly appeared in front of him. The ferocious face of the human-faced demon spider was terrifying, and its 8 long legs were like sharp blades, flashing cold light. The twisted human face on its abdomen seemed to be making a strange laugh, and its green eyes were fixed on Pineapple blowing snow. Pineapple blowing snow's heart tightened, but he did not flinch at all, clenching his teeth. No way! How could I encounter a soul beast of this level? It looks like it's at least 10,000 years old. Pineapple blowing snow was a little panicked. It stood to reason that it was impossible to encounter a 10,000-year-old soul beast here. The human-faced demon spider seemed a little surprised by this sudden encounter, and it wanted to turn around and leave this place of trouble. However, the next moment, its eyes accidentally swept across Douluo, who was absorbing the soul ring. Douluo's unique aura instantly attracted its attention. It carefully sensed it and found that Douluo's aura was somewhat similar to that of the human who was chasing it. Fires of hatred instantly emanated from the human-faced demon spider's eyes, and its original intention to leave instantly disappeared. At this moment, the human-faced demon spider was filled with anger and desire for revenge. It decided not to escape anymore and to vent its anger on Douluo. Damn human, how dare you hurt it! He didn't know what the relationship between this girl and the human behind her was, but the right thing to do was to kill them. Its 8 sturdy legs were slightly bent, ready for attack, and its ferocious mouth opened and closed, as if issuing a final ultimatum to Douluo. Douluo, who was chasing from a distance, seemed to have noticed something unusual here. His mind, which was originally focused on tracking the human-faced demon spider, was instantly attracted by the movement here. When his gaze penetrated the dense forest and discovered that his granddaughter Duguyan was actually there, his face changed drastically. His eyes widened, and his calm expression was instantly replaced by extreme worry. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his lips were pursed into a straight line. Yanner. Dugubo was extremely anxious and his pace unconsciously quickened. He wished he could fly to Duguyan's side immediately. He never expected that Duguyan was here too. Shouldn't she be outside the sunset forest? How could she be here? But now was not the time to think about this. Dugubo instantly accelerated to save Duguyan. However, Dugubo's speed was still too late. The human-faced demon spider launched a swift attack on Duguyan without hesitation. Even though it had been badly injured during its escape, it was still more than enough to kill Duguyan, who was at the critical moment of absorbing the soul ring and had no ability to fight back. The sharp long legs pierced towards Duguyan like lightning, bringing up a sharp wind. Duguyan, who was absorbing the soul ring, seemed to feel the fatal threat at this critical moment, and his expression instantly turned into horror. Well! Her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and helplessness. Her body was unable to move due to the absorption of the soul ring. She could only watch the attack of the human-faced demon spider getting closer and closer. At this extremely critical moment, a figure suddenly blocked Duguyan's way. It was Pineapple Blowing Snow. He stepped forward with the Chixiao sword in his hand. Duguyan was very touched. He felt that Pineapple Blowing Snow was her hero, but Pineapple Blowing Snow spoke directly with a cold face. Meow, this is my big money sponsor, you have to kill him. What about my money? Duguyan's face turned dark instantly, but Pineapple Blowing Snow knew that he was most likely no match for the man-faced demon spider, so he smiled awkwardly. Brother Spider, how about we make a deal? If you leave now, I'll send you some female spiders or something later. How about it? I'll give it to someone with a good figure, 8 legs, or even 10 legs. P.S. Brothers, please give some votes. The recommended period data is too important. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Extreme Sadness, The Sword of Desolation. Chapter 14 Extreme Sadness, The Sword of Desolation. Pooh, in response to Pineapple Blowing Snow's discussion, the human-faced demon spider just spat with an expression full of disdain. What level of opponent is negotiating with him? You, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a Hello Kitty. Pineapple Blowing Snow was angry. His eyes were determined. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and stabbed the human-faced demon spider fiercely. However, the human-faced demon spider was very disdainful of his attack. Its eyes, which emitted a faint green light, glanced at Pineapple Blowing Snow with contempt, as if mocking this human who overestimated his own abilities. In the eyes of the human-faced demon spider, this human was too weak. It casually waved its thick long legs, bringing up a strong gust of wind, and easily repelled Pineapple Snow. Pineapple Blowing Snow continued to move forward, but after a few attacks from the human-faced demon spider, Pineapple Blowing Snow could no longer hold on. One is a 2-ring Great Soul Master, and the other is a 10,000-year soul beast. The gap is really too big. Pineapple Blowing Snow was angry, and then got angry for a while. My God, the difference is really too big, the wind is blowing so hard. Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression turned dark and he was about to escape directly. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As for the rich woman Duguyan, he could only sacrifice her reluctantly, he didn't want to do that either. However, how could the human-faced demon spider let this human who angered it get away so easily? This time it launched an all-out attack. Pineapple Blowing Snow could only barely dodge, but was eventually severely injured and flew backwards, landing next to Duguyan. The human-faced demon spider had already leaped high into the air and rushed towards Pineapple Blowing Snow. This time it's a sure kill. At this critical moment of life and death, endless despair and unwillingness surged in Pineapple Blowing Snow's heart. The most painful thing in the world is. The person died, the money was not spent, he has saved millions of gold soul coins and hasn't enjoyed them yet. Is he going to die here today? The huge sadness almost surrounded Pineapple Blowing Snow. At this moment, everything around him seemed to be still. Pineapple Blowing Snow's mind flashed through scenes from the past, including those moments of laughter, tears, and fighting side by side with his companions. Liwashi, Pineapple Xiaoei. Orange Liak Siang, Lu Xiaoquo. Abbot. Pineapple Blowing Snow was very sad, and a crystal tear silently slid down from the corner of his eye and gently fell on the Chixiao sword. The tear splashed tiny ripples, and the crisp sound was particularly clear in the silence. In an instant, a suffocating atmosphere of sadness quickly swept across the entire venue like a surging tide. That sadness was like an invisible weight, weighing heavily on everyone's heart, making the air around them seem to solidify and become extremely heavy. Even the human-faced demon spider was no exception. Its eyes, which were always ferocious and full of murderous intent, now revealed a brief but obvious trace of confusion. Perhaps it was because the sudden feeling of sadness was so strong that even this cruel monster could not help but be moved and felt something touched deep in his heart. At the same time, Duguyan, who was not far away, was also slightly stunned. She was surprised to find that her eyes had become wet since she didn't know when, and 2 lines of tears slowly slid down her cheeks. This feeling was very unfamiliar to her who had always been strong, and she felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Farther away, Dugubo, who was about to charge forward with great momentum, also suddenly stopped, with an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. He subconsciously reached out to touch his eyes, and when he took his hand out and looked carefully, he saw that his fingertips were stained with a little crystal moisture. Those are clearly tears, but at this moment, something strange happened. The tears that fell on the Chixiao sword seemed to trigger a mysterious power. Pineapple Blowing Snow felt a powerful energy passing from the sword into his body, and his meridians were filled with unprecedented power. A dazzling light emanated from his entire body, his hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes became extremely firm and sharp. Pineapple Blowing Snow held the scarlet sky sword tightly in both hands. He slowly swung the sword and uttered a resounding murmur. The sword of sadness and sorrow. His body rushed towards the spider like an arrow, and the sword was wrapped in light, giving off a frightening aura. The spider felt the danger and tried to resist with its long legs. But this time, Pineapple Blowing Snow's sword was so powerful that it actually cut off the spider's iron-hard long legs. The human-faced demon spider roared in pain and tried to fight back, but it was too late. Pineapple Blowing Snow's sword pierced the human-faced demon spider's vital point with incredible speed and power. With a loud bang, the huge body of the human-faced demon spider fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It seemed that it was doomed to die. Pineapple Blowing Snow stood there, breathing heavily, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that in this desperate situation, he would actually use the Sword of Desolation. Even in the fruit world, this is his absolute ultimate move, and he has only used it once. The surroundings returned to calm, with only the breeze blowing gently, as if narrating the thrilling battle that just took place. But Pineapple Blowing Snow felt extremely tired at the moment. The previous attack almost drained all of his spiritual power. He closed his eyes, and was about to fall down. Swish! At this moment, Duguyan finally absorbed the soul ring and rushed over and hugged Pineapple Blowing Snow's shaky body. Pineapple Fubuki! Duguyan shouted anxiously, her tears already wet her face. She would never forget the way Pineapple Blowing Snow tried desperately to protect her just now. She didn't care whether Pineapple Blowing Snow was doing it for her money or something else, the momentary heartbeat just now was enough. Yanner. At the same time, a dark green figure appeared on the scene. It was Dugubo who had hurried over. Are you okay? It's all my fault. I let the human-faced demon spider escape, and I also let it escape here. Dugubo looked annoyed. Duguyan did not answer the question, but just said anxiously, "Grandpa, please save him, quickly. Row." Dugubo knew that the situation was extremely critical. Just now, he witnessed a shocking scene with his own eyes. Pineapple Blowing Snow actually swung out a sword, and the sharp sword energy almost killed the human-faced demon spider on the spot. What surprised him even more was that the powerful energy released by the sword even affected himself slightly. At this moment, although his heart was filled with curiosity about the reasons behind this astonishing scene, Dugubo knew that now was not the time to ask about it. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, quickly picked up the injured Pineapple Blowing Snow, and pulled Duguyan, then suddenly jumped up and rushed into the sky like an arrow. At the same time, Dugubo did not forget to take the corpse of the human-faced demon spider with him. After all, this was a rare and precious soul beast. Shhhhhhh. As a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out, Dugubo rushed towards the distance like a green lightning. His speed was astonishingly fast, and wherever he passed, he brought up a violent airflow, like a passing storm, raising a cloud of dust. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, The Kiss with Duguyan, So Sweet. Chapter 15, The Kiss with Duguyan, So Sweet. Douluo continent is huge, and no one can explore all of it. In fact, Douluo continent has many paradises that ordinary people can't even imagine. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire in the sunset forest is one of them. This is also where Dugubo's biggest secret lies. When you walk in here, the first thing that comes into view is two springs, one red and one blue, which are adjacent but not intertwined. The red spring, with rolling heat waves rising continuously, distorts the surrounding air, as if countless fire dragons are rolling and roaring at the bottom of the spring. The hot breath hit me in the face, as if it could ignite everything in an instant. The rocks beside the spring were baked red and showed signs of melting. The blue spring on the other side exudes bone-chilling coldness. Surrounded by cold mist, a thick layer of ice forms on the surface of the spring, which is crystal clear and glittering with a cold light. When you get close to it, you can feel the coldness that can freeze your blood, as if you are in an extremely cold place. In the middle of the yin-yang eye, the forces of ice and fire collided and blended with each other, forming a brilliant and colorful light. Sometimes, the hot air turned into tongues of fire and pounced on the cold air, instantly turning into a steaming mist that spread out. Sometimes, the cold air pierced the hot air like an ice blade, condensing into strange ice crystals that fell one after another. Around the spring, all kinds of exotic plants are full of vitality. There are flowers with red bodies and flowers like burning flames, and there are grasses with blue leaves that look like ice sculptures. There are also some herbs that cannot be named, which, under the nourishment of ice and fire, show unique shapes and colors, as if they are the magic of nature. Yanner, don't worry, this kid won't die, he just overused his soul power. In a safe corner of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Dugubo, Duguyan, and the unconscious Pineapple Blowing Snow were in it. Dugubo stood with his hands behind his back, brows furrowed, while Duguyan squatted beside Pineapple Blowing Snow, looking at him with a worried look on his face while he was unconscious. Her eyes were full of anxiety and concern, and she held Pineapple Blowing Snow's hands tightly with both hands. Really? Real? Dugubo glanced at Pineapple Blowing Snow next to him. At this moment, the latter was lying quietly on the ground with his eyes closed. His face was a little pale, but he didn't seem to be in any serious condition. He almost killed the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider with one sword. Even though the human-faced demon spider was already injured, it was not something that an ordinary spirit master could fight against. The attack from this kid just now was at least at the level of a 6-ring spirit emperor. But Yanner said that this kid's soul power is only level 30, and he doesn't even have a 3rd soul ring. Dugubo muttered to himself. It was the first time he was shocked by a child. With soul power at level 30, one can unleash attacks of the Soul Emperor level, and even that attack can affect oneself. The word genius cannot even be used to describe this child, I can only say he is a genius. Cough. Just as Douluo was deep in thought, Pineapple Blowing Snow suddenly started coughing violently. His expression was pale and he looked like he had no strength at all. Water, give me water. It is good. Douluo was delighted at first, then immediately picked up a kettle and poured water into Pineapple Blowing Snow's mouth. However, Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed too weak and could not even drink water independently. Wait a minute. Douluo's eyes struggled for a moment and she quickly picked up the water bag beside her. A blush instantly appeared on her face. She hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Pineapple Blowing Snow was extremely dehydrated, she gritted her teeth and decided to bring water to him herself. Douluo took a sip of water and slowly approached Pineapple Blowing Snow. Her heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and the shyness on her face became more obvious. Her originally fair cheeks were now like ripe apples. She closed her eyes slightly and gently pressed her lips against Pineapple Blowing Snow's mouth. No. Yanner, what are you doing? Douluo's eyes widened and he tried to stop it, but it was too late. Their lips touched. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes widened in shock. He had never expected Douluo to feed him water in this way, and for a moment he forgot to react. Hiss. Pineapple Blowing Snow originally felt that he had lost his life to save Douluo, but now, it seems that he is not so at a disadvantage. Douluo, who was standing by, had a very interesting expression when he saw this scene. This was his own Yanner's first kiss, and it was a great pleasure for this brat. Forget it. After all, he is a talented spirit master, and can barely be worthy of my granddaughter. Douluo could only comfort himself in this way. Douluo carefully passed the water into Pineapple Blowing Snow's mouth, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she felt him swallow it. She left quickly, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Pineapple Blowing Snow and Douluo. After drinking the water, Pineapple Blowing Snow felt a little better and grinned. Hiss, run. Douluo. Douluo. You kid, you can move anyway, get up now. Douluo was speechless. It turned out that this guy was just pretending, his mind was too deep. Pineapple Blowing Snow was justified. No. Can't you see I'm very weak now? Sister Yan. Help me up. Although Pineapple Blowing Snow is younger than Douluo now, but after this battle, it is not excessive to call him Yanner. Sister Yan? You're so close to him after only knowing him for one day. No. Yanner, don't listen to him. Who are you, Lao Deng, so talkative? I'm his grandfather. Douluo said angrily. Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned and then looked at Douluo, who nodded and explained. He is my grandfather. His name is Douluo, also known as Poison Douluo. He is one of the most powerful men in the Heaven Do Empire. Title Douluo. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked at the dark green old man in front of him with a somewhat shocked expression. He didn't expect that Douluo's grandfather was actually a titled Douluo. Earn money, after traveling through time for 3 years, he knew that every titled Douluo was extremely rare and powerful. Sister Yan, come and help me up. I'm thirsty again. Can you give me some water? Facing Douluo's murderous gaze, Pineapple Blowing Snow continued with a normal expression. Douluo looked at his grandfather and then at the weak Pineapple Blowing Snow, and still held Pineapple Blowing Snow in his arms obediently. Then continue feeding water, of course this time use a water bag. Douluo was so furious. It had only been such a short time and his granddaughter had already disobeyed him and listened to this little yellow-haired boy. If we really get together in the future, I'll be treated like a beast of burden, take advantage. Pineapple Blowing Snow was relaxed and proud. When he gradually saw everything around him, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He murmured to himself, What is this place? He looked around and saw a strange spring where heat and cold were intertwined. He was shocked by the brilliant light formed by the collision of ice and fire energies. P.S. Brothers, Please give us some 5-star reviews. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Pineapple Blowing Snow Realm gets to know the magic grass, taught by Fengqing Yang. Chapter 16 Pineapple Blowing Snow Realm gets to know the magic grass, taught by Fengqing Yang. This is a treasure land discovered by my grandfather. It wasn't that prosperous back then. Many things were created by my grandfather, but some of the special flowers and plants were not created by him. But it seems that only those 2 springs here are a little special, but we don't know how to use them. Duguyan explained everything one by one, and Dugubo crossed his arms with an arrogant look on his face. This is one of my biggest secrets. If you hadn't saved Yanner, I wouldn't have let you set foot here. Pineapple Blowing Snow subconsciously raised the volume. Shut up, old man. What did you say? Dugubo was furious, but Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed not to see him. He just stood up and walked slowly forward. His eyes were fixed on a certain direction, to be more precise, at the flowers and plants. He saw a plant shaped like a coxcomb, bright red as fire, as if burning with blazing flames. Each leaf was like a carefully carved red jade, shining with a charming luster, and the edges of the leaves were lingering with a faint breath of fire. Not far away, there is a grass that looks like it was carved from jade. Its leaves are round and full, showing a charming emerald green color, just like the finest jade, exuding a cool breath, as if it can make people feel a hint of coolness in the heat. There is also a grass that is shaped like a human, with slender but tough branches. The fruits on it are like bright pearls, emitting soft light. The whole grass looks smart and mysterious. In addition, there is a huge flower that is particularly eye-catching, with petals showing colorful colors, layered like gorgeous brocade, and the center of the flower exudes a rich fragrance that is intoxicating. 2 grasses, one blue and one red, also attracted his attention. They looked extremely strange. This is awesome, holy shit, it's so awesome. This looks like the star anise mysterious ice grass. That's the fiery apricot, my god. There's also the autumn water dew, the wonderful Rong Tong Tien chrysanthemum, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the Douluo tulip. Wait, how do I know the names of these magical herbs? Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes widened. Actually, he didn't recognize these magical herbs, but he was attracted by them just now. Pineapple Blowing Snow guessed that it was because he came from the fruit world. He was not a simple human being, he was half human, half fruit. Fruits and grass jelly are both plants, that's why he can recognize them. Wait a minute, you actually know these grasses. Dugubo forgot about being angry at this time, and came to Pineapple Blowing Snow with an anxious look on his face. We know each other, then. Is this grass useful? This grass? Pineapple Blowing Snow stared at Dugubo's eyes and Duguyan's expectant expression, and finally nodded heavily. Very useful. In the end, he did not choose to deceive them. Being greedy for money should be reasonable. This kind of deception to obtain money is not in line with his life principles. Good boy. I thought you were just planning to lie to me. If you really dare to say that it's useless, I will throw you out even if Yanner stops me. Dugubo patted Pineapple Chugsyu's shoulder and said with a look of relief, but Pineapple Chugsyu rolled his eyes at him. To be honest, these magical herbs are indeed very useful, and of great use, especially one of them is also useful to your granddaughter. If I'm not mistaken. Sister Yan won't live long, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Dugubo's expression changed drastically and he looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow in horror. How do you know? Duguyan was also stunned. I won't live long? Why? Yanner, don't talk yet. Dugubo stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow with burning eyes. How could this young man figure out the Dugu family's biggest secret in one go? I once had a master. He taught a lot of different things. Although the tuition was high, what he taught was quite useful. I just happen to know a little bit about this. What's your master's name? The wind is clear. Fanfiction Yang? Why haven't I heard of this name? Douluo was a little confused. Pineapple Blowing Snow had a blank expression on his face, and he complained in his heart, "Of course you don't know him, this is his teacher in the fruit world. Fanfiction Yang is the dean of Jelly Academy. Even though she is not serious and is lustful, what she teaches is still useful." She noticed that there was something wrong with Douluo very early on. Pineapple Blowing Snow, right? As long as you can save Yanner, I, Douluo, will owe you a huge favor. From now on, you can ask me to do anything, even to attack the spirit hall. Douluo grabbed Pineapple Blowing Snow's hand with an anxious look on his face, because Douluo was his life. He made up for all his debts to his son and daughter-in-law by asking Douluo to help him. His grandfather didn't expect that a random teenager he brought along would actually know these strange grasses. Row. Pineapple Blowing Snow nodded and agreed. There is a magical herb there. It's called Yuxiang Kiluo Zion Pin. He told Douluo what the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product looked like and asked him to pick it. Soon Douluo picked back a purple grass that looked very gorgeous. This fragrant and beautiful fairy product can cure all kinds of poisons. Pineapple Blowing Snow explained, and Douluo looked excited. Then can we just give it to Yanner to eat? Of course it's not that simple. Although it can indeed detoxify, her martial soul seems to be a poisonous martial soul. Detoxifying it is almost the same as becoming a useless person. What should I do? Douluo nodded blankly, and Pineapple Blowing Snow touched his chin and pointed to the two springs not far away and said in a deep voice, "Ice and fire to cultivate the golden body." There was once a god who liked to think about the balance of yin and yang and tai chi. The power of ice and fire can be combined to transform his body first, and then he can eat this Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product to transform his martial soul. There should be no problem. Of course. Miss Yan must be in trouble alone, she needs help. Help? How do you help? Douluo looked a little hesitant. He felt that Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression was a little strange. Well, this kind of training method cannot be disturbed by external things, so you may need to be honest with each other, do you understand? Pineapple Blowing Snow said. Douluo is not feeling well at all. Isn't this just taking off clothes? What about his granddaughter's innocence? This is not okay. I am willing. But Douluo raised her hand on her own initiative. I am willing. Grandpa, you don't need to say anything. Pineapple Blowing Snow's method is obviously a bit dangerous for him. My little thing is nothing at all. Besides, he is only 9 years old. He is just a child. He doesn't have any other ideas. Douluo excused Pineapple Blowing Snow, but her tone became less and less confident. Pineapple Blowing Snow did not look like a 9-year-old. Well, yes, Miss Yan is right. I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, am a pure gentleman, not the kind of villain who wants to peek. Puff, a trace of blood flowed out of his nose subconsciously, and Pineapple Blowing Snow smiled indifferently. Haha, the weather is too hot. I accidentally got a fever. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Ice and Fire Alchemy, Two People Who Are Honest with Each Other. Chapter 17, Ice and Fire Refine the Body, Two People Who Are Honest with Each Other, Douluo finally agreed. Of all things, his granddaughter's life is the most important. Pineapple Blowing Snow did not hesitate, and after preparing everything, he began this dual cultivation. In the middle part of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, half is extremely cold spring water and the other half is scorching hot spring water. A normal person would not be able to withstand it if he were to touch either side. The only way to succeed is to achieve a balance between yin and yang. Circulate the soul power, form a circuit, this should be able to disperse the excess energy. Pineapple Blowing Snow slowly taught Douluo, all of which he had learned from Fanfiction Yang, the old master. Looking back at that time, Fanfiction Yang looked frail, but in the final battle that followed he was incredibly powerful. His Tai Chi skills are superb, and this time, pineapple blowing snow naturally cannot miss the ice and fire alchemy body. While helping Douguyan, he can also help himself. The human-faced demon spider was not completely dead yet, but it had been subdued by Dougubo. After tempering my body, according to my current state, it should be enough to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, if the improvement this time is enough. I wonder if I can summon the fruit Rabo now. Pineapple blowing snow thought curiously. He shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts. Now was not the time to think about this, it was about to begin. Pineapple blowing snow, be careful, kid, she's my granddaughter. Dougubo was still giving instructions when pineapple blowing snow's face turned black and he cursed angrily. Got it, Lao Deng. Go watch outside and don't disturb us. Remember to remind us if there is any movement. Grandpa, let's go. Douguyan also urged. Dougubo. Dougubo ran to the periphery of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire with a miserable expression and began to guard. There are a single man and a single woman inside, and the woman is his granddaughter, and he, the grandfather, is guarding the gate outside. Is this really okay? Dougubo was about to cry. The yin-yang spring of ice and fire. Are you ready? Pineapple blowing snow asked seriously, and Douguyan answered in a low voice. All right. Okay. Come on. Pineapple blowing snow and Douguyan pressed their palms together to circulate their soul power and then went into the water together. They were honest with each other and were in the hazy mist. The surrounding heat and cold air intertwined and collided, forming a strange and fantastic scene. The hazy mist was like a veil, gently lingering around them, making their figures appear looming. Douguyan's skin was as white as snow, and it looked even whiter and more delicate against the backdrop of the mist. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing a hint of shyness and nervousness. Her arms subconsciously tried to cover the key parts of her body, and her body trembled slightly, as if she was a delicate flower shivering in the cold wind. Pineapple blowing snow straightened his spine and tried to show a firm look, but his eyes kept wandering. Oh my God, it's so big! When pineapple blowing snow came out of his mouth, Douguyan felt sick all over. What's big? Nothing. I said this spring is very big, let's get started. Pineapple blowing snow's expression finally became serious. It might be a little painful, can you bear with it for a while? Douguyan nodded blankly, but she always felt that what pineapple blowing snow said was a little wrong. The two of them sat on the spring of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, closed their eyes and circulated their soul power. The steaming heat made their skin flush slightly, and the invasion of the cold air made them have a layer of fine goosebumps. This feeling of ice and fire intertwined was really too uncomfortable. Both of them looked a little ugly. The sound of their breathing seemed particularly clear in this silent space, and their heartbeats seemed to play a tense melody in this strange environment. However, as their practice deepened, the powerful and violent energy in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire began to flow into their bodies, and pain gradually appeared on their faces. Pineapple blowing snow's brows were furrowed, veins bulged on his forehead, and his teeth were tightly biting his lips. His originally handsome face was now distorted by pain. Douguyan was no exception, her eyes were tightly closed, her beautiful face was full of struggle, beads of sweat kept falling from her forehead. But their hands were still tightly connected, with no intention of retreating. As time passed, the pain intensified. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their breathing became rapid and heavy. Every impact of energy was like 1,000 arrows piercing their hearts, making them almost collapse. Pineapple blowing snow didn't expect it to be so painful, he could only think about it. The money is gone, the money is gone. I can't die here. As he was talking, the passive skill of money faith was activated directly, and pineapple blowing snow instantly felt that he had a magical power, and it seemed that the pain was not so severe anymore. Douguyan, who was connected with pineapple blowing snow, also felt much better. Finally, after experiencing seemingly endless pain and torture, a strange power flowed between them, and the two energies of ice and fire gradually tended to balance. Their expressions gradually relaxed and the pain gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief, satisfaction, and joy. I feel like my body is really different. It feels so comfortable. This extreme fire and extreme ice have no harm to me. And my soul power has increased by 2 levels. Douluo had a look of surprise on his face, and Pineapple Blowing Snow was also carefully feeling the condition of his body. He also felt that his body had become much stronger, and his soul power had also increased. But because I haven't absorbed the spirit ring yet, I can't feel how much I have improved. Just thinking about it, Pineapple Blowing Snow only felt as if he was hit hard by someone, and the next moment he felt a soft jade in his arms. Pineapple Blowing Snow. Thank you so much, I really don't know how to thank you. I can't repay the life-saving grace, let alone the pineapple snowstorm twice. It's simple, just give me money, bah. Pineapple Blowing Snow said sternly, what I mean is, we are friends, and friends cannot talk about dirty things like money. I understand what you mean. I know my grandfather has a lot of private money, at least 30 gold soul coins. I will steal it and give it to you next time. Then you can choose any other magical herbs you like. Why do you keep saying Douluo looked down with curiosity, and when he saw Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression of enjoyment in his own situation, he instantly let out a startled scream. What? Snapped. 3 minutes later. Pineapple Blowing Snow covered his face and walked out of the spring with a look of grief and anger. Damn woman, you change your expression so quickly, and didn't you post it here yourself? It's so hard to be a man, Pineapple Blowing Snow sighed helplessly. P.S. Keep asking for votes and all the data, there are only 4 days left for the recommendation, let me give it a try. Kneel down and thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 The Third Soul Ring, the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Chapter 18 The Third Soul Ring, the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Some details in the previous article have been changed, such as the issue of the green phosphorus snake and the issue of the age of the spirit ring. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. The author will correct them immediately after seeing the problems. Text. Pineapple Blowing Snow and Douluo walked out shyly, and Douluo, who was waiting anxiously, rushed over almost in a flash. He was holding the pineapple and blowing the snow with an excited expression. How was it? Was it successful? Of course, with me here, is there any chance of failure? Pineapple Blowing Snow lifted her hair with a confident look on her face, then continued. Ms. Yan has now reshaped her body and eliminated most of the toxins in her body, and she is no longer afraid of poisons. Now she just needs to take the magic herb and she will be fine. And I guess that magic herb is quite good for her. The more Douluo listened, the more excited he became. This time he really made a lot of money. He even started to like Pineapple Blowing Snow a little. Although he is a yellow-haired guy, but at least he is a useful yellow-haired guy. Douluo was also very happy, after all, she didn't have to die. Okay, you guys can handle the rest of the consumption of the magical grass by yourselves. I'll take care of my own business next. Lao Deng, where is that 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider? It's the one that attacked me. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes were searching for the figure of the human-faced demon spider. Douluo was still in joy and no longer minded Pineapple Blowing Snow's nickname of Lao Deng. I let it outside because I was afraid it would destroy the flowers and plants inside. But now it's only got a breath left. I'm going to use it to make poison. Don't practice yet, I'm useful. What's the use? Of course I will kill it and absorb its spirit ring. Pineapple Blowing Snow answered as a matter of course. Douluo was stunned and felt like he had heard it wrongly. What, did you just say you wanted to absorb the spirit ring of this human-faced demon spider? How come not only your hair is grey, but your ears are useless. Of course you absorbed that, otherwise would I have eaten it? Pineapple blowing snow complained helplessly, and Douluo's face turned green. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, that's a 10,000-year spirit ring, and you're only level 30 now. You have to wait until you're at level 50 at least to absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring. Fubuki, my grandfather is right. Why don't you wait a little longer? Douluo also tried to persuade him with a worried look in her eyes. What I sucked was the 10,000-year spirit ring. Pineapple blowing snow had a serious expression on his face. The two wanted to persuade him, but Pineapple blowing snow had made up his mind. Since you have traveled through time, you must become a strong person and live a carefree life. If a certain salted fish dares to gamble his life, what is he, Pineapple blowing snow, afraid of? He was sure that after absorbing this 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, he would definitely have a qualitative leap. Moreover, he believed that he had already achieved the ice and fire refining body, and his physical fitness had greatly improved. It should not be a problem for him to absorb a 10,000-year-old spirit ring. Douluo had no choice but to bring Pineapple blowing snow to the seriously injured 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. After all, it was a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, and its vitality was still very strong. It was pierced, but it was still alive, just very weak. You must have thought it through. Douluo wanted to try to persuade the spider again, but Pineapple blowing snow had already picked up the scarlet sky sword and stabbed it into the vital point of the human-faced demon spider. Dark green blood flowed out, and a circle of black soul ring representing a 10,000-year soul ring began to emerge. Pineapple blowing snow sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to absorb the soul ring of the 10,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and began to guide the power of the spirit ring into his body. At first, everything went smoothly, the energy of the spirit ring smoothly integrated into his meridians, and he could feel his strength gradually increasing. Good boy, it actually works. Douluo's eyes lit up, he felt that Pineapple blowing snow seemed to have a chance. However, just when he thought he was about to succeed, an accident happened. Pineapple blowing snow felt an unbearable energy hitting his body. Every inch of his meridians seemed to be torn apart, and every cell was groaning in pain. His face became extremely painful, his facial features were distorted, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead. What? It hurts, it hurts. Damn it! He couldn't help but cry out in pain, and his body began to tremble, as if it would explode in the next second. The violent power rushed through his body, out of control. Not good. This human-faced demon spider is not an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast, but one with a profound cultivation of 15,000 years. Douluo's expression was solemn. Sometimes the cultivation level of a soul beast could not be directly observed with the naked eye, and it could only be known most clearly when it was absorbing energy. But it was too late to say anything now. The powerful and violent force instantly raged within Pineapple blowing snow's body. He tried to suppress it with his soul power, but found it was useless. At this moment, he seemed to be in an endless abyss of pain, without a glimmer of hope. The air around him seemed to become heavy because of his pain. Just when Pineapple blowing snow felt that his body was about to explode and he was in so much pain that he could hardly bear it, Douluo, who was standing next to him, hesitated, then said quietly, "If you die, Pineapple blowing snow, then the money and precious items in your soul guide will be ours." With just one sentence, Pineapple blowing snow's eyes widened. Douluo looked puzzled. Why did he say such a thing at this time? All your gold soul coins will be spent by me, and those treasures, those elixirs. All the little money I've saved for so long is going to be gone. Douluo became more and more excited as she spoke, as if it was a serious matter. She was just taking a gamble. The pineapple blowing snow from before seemed to be really greedy for money. Now she wanted to see if it would work. Sure enough, After hearing this, Pineapple Blowing Snow's almost blurred consciousness instantly became a little clearer. He thought about the money in his soul guide that he hadn't spent yet. How could he let others take advantage of the wealth he had accumulated with so much difficulty? No, absolutely not. No one can spend his pineapple snowball money, no one. This thought flashed through his mind, and instantly it was like a fire ignited deep in his heart. A strong sense of unwillingness and desire to survive arose spontaneously. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to mobilize the remaining soul power in his body, trying to guide and tame the violent soul ring energy. The originally raging energy seemed to be under control under his tenacious will. Pineapple Blowing Snow clenched his fists, veins bulged on his forehead, and muscles all over his body were tense, constantly forcing himself to break through his limits. Finally, with his unremitting efforts, the powerful soul ring energy began to be gradually accepted by his body and integrated into his meridians and soul power. It seemed like he was really going to succeed. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Absorb the magic grass and compress the soul power. Chapter 19 Absorb the magic grass and compress the soul power. I don't know how long it took. A circle of black soul rings slowly rose from under Pineapple Blowing Snow's feet. The deep color seemed to be telling of the powerful force it contained. The black light shone, illuminating Pineapple Blowing Snow's slightly tired but joyful face. This moment meant that he had completely and successfully absorbed the spirit ring. Now, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings were moving in an orderly rhythm around his body. The purple soul ring exudes a mysterious and noble light, while the black soul ring appears calm and heavy. The 3 different colored soul rings echo each other, showing the huge improvement in his strength. Hiss! He actually succeeded. What a genius! The 3rd soul ring is 10,000 years old, I've never seen that before. Douluo sighed on the side. Kid, how are you doing now? Feel good? Pineapple Blowing Snow clenched his palms, and at this moment his soul power directly increased to level 34. This sudden huge breakthrough made Pineapple Blowing Snow very excited. Level 4 soul power, there should also be some power left over from the previous ice and fire alchemy body. He could clearly feel the surging soul power in his body, like a rushing river, full of endless vitality and strength. The previous fatigue was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. While there is still time, let's absorb the magic grass in one go. Pineapple Blowing Snow turned his head and looked at Douluo and asked. Old Deng, can I have 2 magical herbs? No need to take it, I can give you all the magical herbs here. Douluo waved his hand and generously offered to give them all away. Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned. The magic herbs here were priceless. If they were placed outside, 1 plant could not be bought with 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Even a titled Douluo would come to grab them, but now they are all being given away. No, there must be something fishy going on. It's a big fishy thing. Pineapple Blowing Snow took 2 steps back vigilantly and stared at Douluo. Douluo curled his lips and said unhappily. What do you mean? Yanner is the only hope in my life. My martial arts limit is also there, which cannot be changed by fairy herbs. You saved Yanner, so it is totally fine for me to give you these fairy herbs as a return gift. But, you have to agree to my 2 conditions. What conditions? Pineapple Blowing Snow asked, and Douluo looked serious. The first condition, is that you are not allowed to call me Lao Deng. Damn brat! I, Douluo, am a titled Douluo and I have a temper. As soon as these words were spoken, Pineapple Blowing Snow said politely. Hello, Grandpa Douluo. I am willing to take care of you in your old age. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked very serious as it could be. Puff! Douluo on the side burst out laughing. He changed his tone too quickly. Where's your dignity? Douluo was in a bad state, and Pineapple Blowing Snow expressed it as a matter of course. Dignity, how much is 1 pound? Douluo was convinced. He took a deep breath and looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow. The next condition is, you have to be nice to my granddaughter. The remark was so pointed that Douluo's cheeks suddenly turned red. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yanner, don't talk yet. Douluo looked at Pineapple blowing snow with a serious face. Yanner, she has no good friends except me. It's hard for her to have any friends because of her martial spirit. I hope she won't be lonely, do you understand? Douluo has been seen naked by Pineapple blowing snow. As her grandfather, Douluo naturally said that he hopes Pineapple blowing snow will be responsible. Although he didn't say it very directly, he felt that Pineapple blowing snow should understand what he meant. You don't want to be alone, do you? Pineapple blowing snow has a weird expression. Okay. Of course. I will definitely not let Miss Yan be alone. Pineapple blowing snow thought that if she found some sisters or something for Douluo in the future, she would not be lonely anymore. How nice it would be if the sisters and their family could love each other in the future, alas. I am still too kind. I am the good man that you only meet once in a century. After continuing to chat, we soon got down to business. That is to choose the magical herbs and absorb them. Pineapple blowing snow originally wanted to absorb only 2, but now all of them belong to you. He decided to change a plan. First, he chose the star aniseed ice grass and the fiery apricot. The ultimate ice and the ultimate fire, if one is absorbed alone, the effect may be average, but if 2 are absorbed together, the improvement will be huge, not to mention that he has already gone through the ice and fire alchemy body, the effect will only be better. Another magical herb is the Mirabilis tongtianensis. It is also a magical herb that can improve physical fitness and enhance potential. Without hesitation, Pineapple blowing snow picked the 3 magical herbs and sat down to absorb them. Absorbing 3 immortal herbs at once is still too extravagant. My soul power may soar directly to above level 40, but Feng Qinjiang's old master said that the most important part of cultivation is the foundation laying stage. I can't increase my soul power so much, I need to compress it instead. Pineapple blowing snow murmured, then began to absorb with a determined look in his eyes. The first thing he faced was the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, a magical grass that exuded a biting chill. Pineapple blowing snow took a deep breath and put it into his mouth. Instantly, a stream of extremely cold energy exploded in his body. The blood in his body seemed to be frozen, and his body could not help but tremble. Then, he picked up the fiery apricot blade, and the hot energy instantly poured in, colliding violently with the previous coldness. His body was frozen stiff at one moment, and then heated to a scalding temperature at another, with a painful expression constantly changing on his face. Finally, the Qirong Tongtianju entered his stomach, and a powerful impact raged in his body. He clenched his teeth, veins on his forehead bulged, and tried hard to reconcile the violent power of these 3 kinds of magic herbs. In the long and painful process, Pineapple blowing snow gradually controlled this chaotic energy with her strong will and indomitable spirit. Then, start compressing, what? Pineapple blowing snow gritted his teeth and roared, and Douluo, who was standing beside him, was stunned. He sighed. This kid is really not simple. He can actually resist the temptation of soul power and knows that more haste makes waste. This kid can become a great man. However, what shape it can be pressed into depends on Pineapple blowing snow's perseverance. Douluo turned his head and looked at the corner aside. At this moment, Douluo also looked solemn as he prepared to absorb the fragrant and beautiful fairy product. She carefully held the strange magic herb in her hands, feeling the mysterious fragrance and powerful energy fluctuations it exuded. P.S. The author will not suppress the level, but will take the rationality of cultivation into consideration. It's impossible to eat all the immortal herbs, and then ascend to the titled Douluo or something. You need to lay the foundation first. I continue to guarantee that this is a pure and refreshing story, with multiple female protagonists. As for whether or not to abuse the 3rd level, you can vote here if you think it is necessary. Finally, continue to ask for support and vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Level 39 Soul Power, Return to Tiendu City. Chapter 20 Level 39 Soul Power, Return to Tiendu City. Duguyan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and put the fragrant and beautiful fairy product into her mouth. Instantly, a tremendous force exploded in her body. Her body trembled involuntarily, her face turned red, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. The force was like a surging tide, rushing through her meridians. Duguyan gritted her teeth and tried her best to guide the force, trying to make it accepted by her body. As time went by, her martial spirit gradually emerged. The original green phosphorus snake martial spirit began to undergo amazing changes under the effect of the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product. The snake's body became thicker, its scales shone with brilliant light, and its appearance became more majestic. Finally, when the light faded, Duguyan's martial soul successfully evolved into the green phosphorus snake king. This is the jade phosphorus snake king. Oh no! It seems that this is not just an ordinary jade phosphorus snake king. Dugubo was so excited when he saw this scene. Duguyan's green phosphorus snake king was even more powerful than his own. She opened her eyes were full of surprise and confidence. At this moment, she knew that her strength had been greatly improved. Duguyan's eyes were full of surprise, her soul power had reached level 37, it was upgraded by 5 levels at one time. On the other side, after a long period of hard work and persistence, Pineapple Blowing Snow finally succeeded in absorbing this powerful energy. At the last moment, the energies that were originally restless and running around seemed to be inspired by some mysterious force, and began to become extremely docile, and merged into his meridians and danced in an orderly manner. Finally, when everything gradually calmed down, Pineapple Blowing Snow slowly opened his eyes. However, a shocking scene appeared. At this moment his eyes actually showed a faint golden light, like 2 dazzling gems inlaid in the eye sockets, emitting a dazzling light that could not be ignored. Not only that, his entire temperament also underwent a drastic change at this moment. He might have been a bit green and immature before, but now he seems to be quite sharp, like a sword just out of its sheath, exuding a sharp aura. What's even more amazing is that his body seemed to have received great nourishment and growth, and he actually grew several centimeters taller. Now, he is about 1.6 meters tall, as if he is 1 or 2 years older than before. In addition, his skin became smoother and more delicate, as soft and flawless as mutton fat white jade. Coupled with that pair of peach blossom eyes that are naturally charming, his charm value instantly soared to a level that is almost off the charts. No matter who sees this kind of Pineapple Blowing Snow, I'm afraid they will be involuntarily attracted by it. Hey! He's already level 39. Pineapple Blowing Snow gently exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling unimaginably relaxed. It was no problem for him to absorb all 3 magical herbs at once to increase his soul power by more than 10 levels. But he suppressed it forcefully. Now Pineapple Blowing Snow's soul power is very solid, and the whole person has been reborn. The remaining medicinal effects will be absorbed slowly, and it can be predicted that his soul power cultivation speed will be very fast in the future. Good boy, with this experience, you will definitely have a place among the top masters of Douluo continent in the future. Dugubo exclaimed in admiration, while Duguyan on the side shared his joy. Blizzard. My martial soul has evolved into the Jade Phosphorus Snake King, and my soul power has reached level 37. Not bad. But I'm still a little behind you. I'm level 39. Wow, you're so amazing. Duguyan was generous with his praise and praised Pineapple Blowing Snow so much that he was completely delighted. After another day of consolidating his knowledge at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Pineapple Blowing Snow felt that it was enough and it was time to leave. Okay. Now that the spirit ring has been absorbed, it's almost time to go back. Including the time spent on the road, Pineapple Blowing Snow has been out for about a month this time, and it is indeed time to go back. By the way, I've never asked you before, which family are you from? Duguyan suddenly asked. I should be considered a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Dugubo continued. Indeed. Perhaps only the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect can cultivate a genius like you. I am friends with your sect master Ning Fengzi, as well as Jian and Bon Douluo. However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect belongs to the Ning family after all. You will never be able to inherit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect in the end. Why don't you just follow me? I just happen to be in need of a disciple. After I die, everything I have will be yours. Dugubo wanted to recruit him. Anyone would be attracted to a genius of Pineapple Blowing Snow's level. No way. I have received great favors from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. What do you think of me, Pineapple Blowing Snow? Are you betraying me, selling out your master for fame and fortune? Pineapple Blowing Snow retorted excitedly, as if Dugubo had stepped on his bottom line. I can pay more, not only those magical herbs, but also the entire yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Dugubo said seriously, and Pineapple Blowing Snow was suddenly embarrassed. He touched his chin with a serious look on his face. You're making it very difficult for me. Dugubo. Didn't you just say you were principled? Dugubo was amused. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I will give this yin-yang eye of ice and fire to Yanner, and it will be yours sooner or later. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's great favor is not very binding. Pineapple Blowing Snow scratched his head and said nothing. In fact, what he wanted to say was, maybe the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect would be his in the future. Since Pineapple Blowing Snow is from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and Dugubo is also in Tiandu City, the three of them are just on the way. So we decided to go back together. Pineapple Blowing Snow also did not forget to bring everything that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire could carry. Let's go. In the end, Pineapple Blowing Snow left triumphantly. Tiandu City, as the capital of the Tiandu Empire, this is undoubtedly one of the most prosperous cities in the entire Douluo continent. There are high-rise buildings everywhere, and soul masters who are rarely seen on weekdays can be seen everywhere here. Alas, this Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is still too boring. Dad really likes to preach, and it's really a headache to listen but can't understand. In comparison, the world outside is more interesting, he he he. Accompanied by a clear and pleasant sigh, a little girl in a green dress and playful ponytails was seen walking lightly on the busy street like a happy little rabbit. An innocent smile was on that delicate little face, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a row of neat, white teeth, as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. Especially when her big watery eyes are smiling into a crescent shape, people can't help but want to pinch her pink cheeks. At this moment, she is like a shining little star, attracting the love and envy of passers-by around her. Isn't it cute? Sigh, it's been over a month, why hasn't that Pineapple Blowing Snow guy come back yet? So boring. The girl, Ning Rong Rong, muttered in annoyance that she had sneaked out again today. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Shura Field. Heartbroken Ning Rong Rong. Chapter 21, Shura Field. Heartbroken Ning Rong Rong. Pineapple Blowing Snow, why haven't you come back yet? Do you know that Rong Rong misses you so much? Ning Rong Rong pouted and murmured aggrievedly. For 3 years, her only close friend was Pineapple Blowing Snow, so she felt really bored when he left. Come back soon. Rong Rong has prepared a lot for you, and I took out Dad's little piggy bank again. He he he. I also took Grandpa's swords, and Grandpa Bones. Ning Rong Rong laughed foolishly and walked aimlessly on the streets of Tiandu City. She was going to buy some gifts for Pineapple Blowing Snow. Ugh. In an inconspicuous corner, an old man with a sword on his back sighed helplessly. The old man was naturally none other than the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. After the last accident, how could the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect be at ease with Ning Rong Rong, so how could she really sneak out alone? Douluo had been protecting her secretly all along, and heard that Ning Rongrong used her own private money to give a gift to Pineapple Blowing Snow. Douluo felt unwell all over, and felt that Ning Rongrong's little cotton jacket was becoming more and more leaky. Damn it! Rongrong seems to be a little too love-minded. I wonder if the entire Seven Treasures glazed tile sect will be moved to that Pineapple Blowing Snow kid. Douluo murmured with a bitter smile on his face, but when he thought about Pineapple Blowing Snow's talent, his expression improved a little. However, Pineapple Blowing Snow's talent is rare. It is not impossible for him to assist Rongrong in inheriting the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Besides being greedy for money, he doesn't seem to have any other minor flaws. Douluo still recognized Pineapple Blowing Snow, and he was also a little worried about Pineapple Blowing Snow. It had been more than a month, why hadn't this kid come back yet? Did something go wrong while hunting the third soul ring? On the bustling streets of Tiandu City, a man with striking yellow hair swaying in the wind, like an uncombed chicken coop, gave off a bohemian vibe. When his peach blossom eyes were narrowed, they were simply enough to fascinate people, but at this moment, he was glancing around slyly. The purple-haired girl next to him had fluttering purple hair and a hot body that could make one's nose bleed. The two of them walking together were so eye-catching. Pineapple Blowing Snow shouted at the top of her voice, "Yanner, this is beautiful, buy it. That is beautiful, buy it too. I don't think your grandfather needs much money anymore, maybe give it to us." He looked like a money grubber. Doguyan, far from being angry, kept nodding and agreeing, "Okay, okay, I'll buy them all. I'll give you whatever you want." Soon, Pineapple Blowing Snow's body was covered with gift boxes, and it looked like he was here to do some shopping. As soon as the three of them entered Tiandu City, Kobo was called away by the people of Tiandu royal family. It seemed that there was something important going on. The two of them had nothing to do, so they could only go shopping. It just so happened that they had some extra time for themselves. Without Kobo as a light bulb, the two of them obviously get along more comfortably. A passerby saw this scene and was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. What the hell? That damn yellow-haired guy is so arrogant, and he even told the girl to buy, and the girl actually listened to him. An old man widened his eyes and shook his head. The world has changed. What kind of charm does this guy have to make such a beautiful girl so obedient? The aunt next to her curled her lips and said, "Humph, this girl is probably the only one who is stupid. She was fooled around by this yellow-haired boy." But Pineapple Blowing Snow didn't care what others said and continued to command Doguyan proudly, "Honey, there's more over there, let's go." What? Why would Pineapple Blowing Snow, who is so rich, spend Doguyan's money? Tisk tisk. It's so painful to spend your own money. In comparison, it's much more comfortable to get it for free. Doguyan still followed him with a sweet look on her face. This scene made passers-by angry and amused. Just when Pineapple Blowing Snow and Doguyan were immersed in the joy of shopping, a figure suddenly appeared at the end of the street and instantly attracted Pineapple Blowing Snow's attention. It was a girl wearing a green dress and a pair of playful ponytails. She looked so cute. She blinked her big eyes, and there was a spirit in her eyes. The eyes of Pineapple Blowing Snow and the girl met for a moment, and then he stood there in a daze as if he had been cast under a spell. Doguyan was originally happily discussing what to buy, but when she saw Pineapple Blowing Snow's stupid look, she became so angry that she stamped her feet. "Humph, Pineapple Blowing Snow, your soul has been hooked away." Doguyan put her hands on her hips, her eyebrows raised. As for Pineapple Blowing Snow, his mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg, and he didn't hear what Doguyan said at all. The girl, on the other hand, stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow, standing there at a loss. The passers-by around couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. "Oh my, this kid can't even walk when he sees a pretty girl. Haha, look how fascinated he is, his eyes are wide open." For a moment, this busy street became more joyful and interesting because of this sudden scene. The girl in the green dress was naturally Ning Rongrong. She just happened to walk into this street and was immediately attracted by the familiar figure. That's the figure of Pineapple Blowing Snow. When her gaze fell on the hands held by Duguyan and Pineapple Chawixyu, her originally lively big eyes were instantly filled with grievance. Her lips were pouted so much that you could hang a bottle of oil on them. She looked like a girl who saw her lover betraying her. Pineapple Blowing Snow, who is she? After the three of them got closer, Ning Rongrong pointed at Duguyan and questioned her directly. This. Pineapple Blowing Snow had an embarrassed expression. If there was a hole in the ground right now, he would have crawled right into it. Duguyan, who was standing beside him, found it a little funny. What's going on? Does Pineapple Blowing Snow have a girlfriend? Fubuki, who is this girl? Duguyan was obviously much more indifferent. Ah. She is my little sister, her name is Ning Rongrong. Pineapple Blowing Snow explained awkwardly that both of them were rich women and Pineapple Blowing Snow didn't want to lose either of them. But Ning Rongrong should be easier to fool. Sister? I am just your sister. Pineapple Blowing Snow, I don't like you anymore. Ning Rongrong seemed to have suffered some great injustice. Then, her eyes turned red, she wiped away a tear, and without saying a word, she turned around and ran. The petite figure shuttled through the crowd, running with such determination. Pineapple Blowing Snow finally woke up from her dream and panicked. Oh no, it's bad. Passers-by around also joined in the fun. Look, you're in trouble. This boy is such a playboy. Why does he feel like he's been caught by the wife? Tisk, tisk, there's something good to watch. The street became even more noisy and chaotic because of this sudden situation, and Pineapple Blowing Snow looked in the direction where Ning Rongrong left, his face full of regret and helplessness. Pineapple Blowing Snow was so annoyed that he immediately shook off Duguyan's hand and chased after her without saying a word. He ran and shouted, Rongrong, wait for me, wait for me. He looked so anxious and flustered, like a duck being chased, and was in a very miserable state. Passers-by saw his impetuous posture and avoided him. Duguyan did not follow. Ning Rongrong? I remember the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was named Ning Rongrong. Interesting. Duguyan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. P.S. It will be very interesting later, let's see how the situation will turn around. Please continue to ask for votes. There are only 2 days left before the recommendation ends. Thank. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Ning Rongrong wants to kill Pineapple Blowing Snow? Chapter 22, Ning Rongrong wants to kill Pineapple Blowing Snow. The Seven Treasures glazed sect is the richest sect on the continent. In order to facilitate the daily lives of the sect's disciples, the sect's own city, Kaibao City, stands near Tiandu City. The Seven Treasures glazed sect was like a dreamland. From afar, the palaces and pavilions were built along the mountain in an orderly manner. The glazed tiles sparkle with colorful light under the sunlight, as if countless sparkling gems were inlaid in them, dazzling. As you step into the sect, you will see the tall and majestic vermilion gate, with the door knocker inlaid with gold and jade, showing nobility and luxury. The buildings in the sect are even more magnificent, with carved beams and painted buildings, flying eaves, and brackets. The walls are painted with exquisite murals that tell the glorious history of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. The hall is magnificent, with a dazzling array of jewels and jade, and the floor is covered with soft and comfortable silk brocade. Even a small ornament is priceless, showing the wealth and luxury of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. This magnificent momentum is breathtaking. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from the door, looking extremely anxious, as if his butt was on fire. A closer look revealed that the figure had striking yellow hair that fluttered as he ran, like messy straw in the wind. His peach blossom eyes were now filled with anxiety. The guard wanted to step forward to stop them, but when he saw the man's appearance clearly, he stepped back, because this man was a celebrity in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. A yellow-haired guy known as the Little White Dragon of the Waves. Yes, this person is Pineapple Blowing Snow. He was panting heavily, and the sweat on his face flowed down his cheeks, soaking a large area of his clothes. He looked left and right while running, as if he was looking for something important. He kept walking and rushed around in this huge place. Pineapple Blowing Snow ran all the way and quickly came to Ning Rongrong's door. He was about to knock on the door and go in, but he found that Ning Fengzi was already waiting outside the door, and Jian Douluo was also beside him. Ning Fengzi had a gloomy face, and his expression seemed to be able to drip water. He just stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow. When Pineapple Blowing Snow was stared at in this way, her heart skipped a beat and she instantly felt a chill running from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Maru spicy! Pineapple Blowing Snow cried out inwardly. Ning Fengzi had obviously heard about what had just happened. At this moment, his chest was heaving violently, and he was obviously extremely angry. How dare you treat my daughter like this, boy? Ning Fengzi shouted angrily, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Jian Douluo also had a sullen look on his face, and his sharp gaze seemed to want to stab Pineapple Blowing Snow to death. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how intimate Pineapple Blowing Snow and Douluo were. The air around seemed to freeze, and the tense atmosphere made it almost hard to breathe. Ning Fengzi's eyes widened with anger, and he pointed at Pineapple Blowing Snow and shouted, "Pineapple Blowing Snow, how dare you betray Rongrong?" Pineapple Blowing Snow curled her lips and said nonchalantly, "Why don't you see how old I am and talk about betrayal, and?" Ning Fengzi looked Pineapple Blowing Snow up and down, his tone paused. It was true that Pineapple Blowing Snow was only 9 years old now, and indeed had nothing to do with love. But Ning Fengzi was just very angry. Pineapple Blowing Snow paused, raised her voice and continued, "I can explain, I am really pure." Ning Fengzi was so angry at his attitude that he trembled all over. "Are you so pure that you hold hands with other girls?" Pineapple Blowing Snow crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. "All I can say is, I volunteered." Ning Fengzi's eyes widened. What kind of excuse was this? Pineapple Blowing Snow looked at Jian Douluo with grief and anger again. "And old man Jian, you are my master after all, how can you miss me so much? Am I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, so untrustworthy? It's true that I'm your master, but you kid, where's your character?" Jian Douluo thought for a moment and said seriously, while Ning Fengzi just chuckled. Jian Douluo is the most straightforward, so you can imagine how outrageous Pineapple Blowing Snow is. Puff, Pineapple Blowing Snow covered her chest with her hands, looking distressed. "Too spicy. Get out of the way, let me go in and see Rongrong." Pineapple Blowing Snow wanted to go in and see Ning Rongrong, and he stamped his feet anxiously. He tried to squeeze past Ning Fengzi, but Ning Fengzi wouldn't let him, blocking the door like a solid wall. In an emergency, Pineapple Blowing Snow rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. He suddenly covered his arm and started to scream in pain. "Oh my, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. Sect Master Ning, you're too harsh." His cry was so miserable that people around him were attracted by his cry. Ning Fengzi was stunned by his sudden action and didn't know how to react for a moment. Seeing that everyone was watching, Pineapple Blowing Snow shouted even louder, "Everyone, come and judge for yourself. I just wanted to see Rongrong explain himself, but Sect Master Ning beat me up." Ning Fengzi was both angry and amused, and shouted, "Stop pretending here, kid." But Pineapple Blowing Snow ignored him and continued to howl in pain. The scene was so helpless and funny. At this moment, a figure immediately jumped out of the room. It was Ning Rongrong. She anxiously helped Pineapple Blowing Snow up, then glared at Ning Fengzi and said fiercely, "How can you bully Pineapple Blowing Snow?" Ning Fengzi looked at her daughter, wanting to cry but unable to, and lamented in her heart, "This little cotton-padded jacket is really leaky." Ning Fengzi shook his head helplessly, "Rongrong, your father is just venting his anger for you. Ning Rongrong ignored him and only checked whether Pineapple Blowing Snow was injured. She asked softly, "Blowing Snow, are you okay?" Pineapple Blowing Snow was secretly delighted, but she pretended to be pitiful on her face. Wrong, it hurts." Ning Fengzi looked at them and threw his sleeves in anger. Girls really can't be kept when they grow up. But soon, Ning Rongrong found out that Pineapple Blowing Snow was nothing serious and was completely lying to her. Her face instantly turned angry, and she put her hands on her hips and questioned Pineapple Blowing Snow, "How dare you, Pineapple Blowing Snow, lie to me? Also, who was that girl just now?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Pineapple Blowing Snow hurriedly smiled and said, Wrong, don't be angry. I have no other choice but to do this. That girl, she is just a misunderstanding." Ning Rongrong frowned, stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow, and said, "I don't believe it, you just like someone else." Pineapple Blowing Snow scratched his head and said in a flattering manner, "It really is a misunderstanding. Wrong, you have to believe me. I just met her on the road, and she and I have nothing to do with each other." Ning Rongrong looked unconvinced. She even picked up the Pineapple Blowing Snow and the Scarlet Sky Sword and placed them around his neck. The coolness of the sword made him shiver subconsciously, and Ning Rongrong pouted in grievance. "Pineapple Blowing Snow, big liar. I've been so good to you, and you dare to look for someone else? I'm going to kill you." End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Pineapple Blowing Snow, I and number 039, LL love you for 1 years. Chapter 23 Pineapple Blowing Snow, I'll love you for 10,000 years. Ning Rongrong looked unconvinced. She even picked up the Pineapple Blowing Snow and the Scarlet Sky Sword and placed them around his neck. The coolness of the sword made him shiver subconsciously, and Ning Rongrong pouted in grievance. "Pineapple Blowing Snow, big liar. I've been so good to you, and you dare to look for someone else? I'm going to kill you." Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo's faces changed drastically at the same time. Wrong. Don't. Stop. Even though Pineapple Blowing Snow deserved to die, he didn't really have to be killed like this. Pineapple Blowing Snow did not expect Ning Rongrong to be so cruel, but this was normal. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, had never suffered any grievances since childhood. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes rolled around and he decided to use his ultimate move. I saw that he suddenly put away his flattering look, his expression instantly became extremely affectionate, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in his eyes. He straightened his back and gestured in the air with his hands in an exaggerated and rhythmic manner. "Kill me. I don't want to live anymore because I have a disease called lovesickness. For the past month, I have been thinking about you all the time." Ning Rongrong's grip on the sword suddenly loosened a little, and Pineapple Blowing Snow was secretly delighted. "There is a play," he continued. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and a drop of crystal tear fell from the corner of her eye. "I once had a true love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that girl: I love you. If I have to put a time limit on this love, I hope it is 10,000 years." When he said this, his voice trembled slightly, as if filled with endless regret and deep affection. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from the deepest part of his heart, full of sincere emotions. While Ning Rongrong was stunned, Pineapple Blowing Snow quickly moved the Chixiao sword a little bit outward. While Ning Rongrong was stunned, a cunning light flashed in Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes, and he quickly took out an exquisite brocade box from his arms. "You asked me why I came back so late, because I said I would bring you a gift." He carefully opened the brocade box, and a magical herb with a strange fragrance and dazzling brilliance suddenly appeared before his eyes. This beautiful tulip is like a carefully crafted work of art. It is a dreamy purple all over, and the edges of its leaves sparkle like stars. The petals are so tender that they seem to ooze out fragrant juice at the slightest touch. Each leaf has clear veins, as if it were painted with the most delicate brush strokes. There is a layer of light mist lingering on the fairy grass, making it more mysterious and magnificent. The faint fragrance is refreshing and makes people feel relaxed and happy, as if they are in a fairyland. Pineapple Blowing Snow held the brocade box in both hands, handed it to Ning Rong Rong, and said with a smile, "Rong Rong, this is the Douluo tulip I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Ning Rong Rong was attracted by the beautiful fairy grass in front of her. She opened her mouth in surprise. It took her a long time to recover and she said excitedly, "Pineapple Snow, this is so precious. It must have been very difficult for you to get this flower. All I can say is, I went through a lot of hardships and I almost died." Pineapple Blowing Snow said casually. Ning Rong Rong's originally puffy face widened in disbelief the moment she heard these words, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but was blocked by the surging emotions in her heart. Finally, the crystal tears rolled down her delicate cheeks like pearls that had broken off the string. "Fubuki." Ning Rong Rong staggered, and the Chixiao sword fell to the ground. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so willful. I didn't expect you to miss me so much and pick flowers for me." Pineapple Blowing Snow looked at Ning Rong Rong crying and felt distressed. He quickly took 2 steps forward, gently held her hand, and nodded repeatedly, "It's okay, I forgive you." Ning Fengzi. Jian Douluo. No way. Rong Rong, you believed such fake love words. Hey, you can't be so love-brained. This bad boy Pineapple Blowing Snow is a playboy. Rong Rong, don't forget, he was holding hands with another woman. Ning Fengzi reminded him, and Ning Rong Rong turned around and looked at Ning Fengzi fiercely. "Dad, you don't understand, it just means that Pineapple Blowing Snow is very charming." Puff. Ning Fengzi almost vomited blood, and so did Jian Douluo. He felt that the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect would definitely be doomed in Ning Rong Rong's hands. A playful smile appeared on Pineapple Blowing Snow's lips. "Haha, you are still too young to fight with me. Fubuki. I will definitely protect this flower. I will put it next to my bed so I can see it every day." Ning Rong Rong promised seriously while holding Douluo tulip. "Wait, this flower is not for you to see." Pineapple Blowing Snow has a serious expression. "This flower is for you to eat." "Ah, food? This flower is so cute, why would you eat it?" Ning Rong Rong was not happy. She felt that this was a precious gift from Pineapple Blowing Snow, so she was reluctant to eat it. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it to Ning Rong Rong. Ning Fengzi was originally paying attention to the things between her daughter and Pineapple Blowing Snow. She didn't pay much attention to the flowers that Pineapple Blowing Snow took out. She originally thought that the Pineapple Blowing Snow flowers were used to coax the little girl. But as time went on, he actually felt as if there was something wrong with him. His martial soul was excited, as if it had seen something fatally attractive. "Wait a minute, this flower seems really special." His eyes were instantly attracted to the flowers in Pineapple Blowing Snow's hand, and he was stunned as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened so wide that they seemed to pop out of their sockets, his face full of disbelief. He subconsciously took a few steps forward to see more clearly, and his breathing became rapid. "Pineapple Blowing Snow. What did you just say this flower is called?" "Douluo tulip. Pineapple Snow Blowing Road." Ning Fengzi's hands trembled slightly, his lips slightly parted, and he murmured to himself, "Hiss, what a good name, Rong Rong, Pineapple Blowing Snow is right, this flower is not an ordinary one, it is very likely to be good for your martial spirit." His eyes were fixed on the magical herb, his eyes filled with shock and amazement at its extraordinary nature. His body unconsciously leaned forward slightly, as if attracted by an invisible force. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, showing his extreme shock and tension. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his agitated mood. This magical herb also has great appeal to him. P.S. Brothers, it's on the shelves. This book is first published on QQ Reading, and members can read it for free. I hope everyone can support me. Thanks to the author. The Throne of the Deity is about to come out. Can you guess what it is? My friend's book is very creative. I highly recommend you to read it. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Changing Face, Ning Fengzi, Pineapple Blowing Snow and number 039, S character is excellent and. Chapter 24, Changing Face, Ning Fengzi, Pineapple Blowing Snow's character is really great. Ah, do you really want to eat? Ning Rongrong pouted with a look of reluctance. This was the first time Pineapple Blowing Snow gave her something. Eat it. I will send you lots of things in the future. Pineapple Blowing Snow urged from the side, if you don't eat the flower, how can you repay the kindness? Wrong, after eating it, I also feel that this flower is a little bit unusual. Douluo also spoke solemnly beside him. As a level 95 Super Douluo, his sixth sense was very sensitive. Okay. Seeing that everyone said so, Ning Rongrong nodded with difficulty. However, it was definitely unrealistic to absorb it outside, so several people decided to go into Ning Rongrong's room to absorb it. In Ning Rongrong's own room in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, she sat quietly on the bed, tightly holding the Douluo tulip in her hands, her expression both nervous and expectant. How to absorb it? She asked innocently, Pineapple Fubuki guiding her. Just put it in front of you, and then use your soul power to refine it. Row. The atmosphere in the room was quiet and solemn. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and began to try to absorb the magical energy of the Douluo tulip. Instantly, the tulips bloomed with brilliant light, illuminating the entire room like a dream. In that light, strands of pure and powerful energy were like lively elves, happily entering Ning Rongrong's body. Douluo, Ning Fengzi watched this scene nervously and expectantly. Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed very calm. He knew that the medicinal power of this Douluo tulip was very mild and should be very suitable for Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasures glazed tower. Not long after, Ning Rongrong's delicate body began to tremble slightly. She could clearly feel the soul power in her body growing rapidly like a surging tide. The surrounding air was also stirred by this powerful soul power, forming rapidly rotating air vortices. The light became brighter and brighter, filling every corner of the room. Ning Rongrong was immersed in this powerful force, and her aura became stronger and more stable. What a powerful force! Ning Fengzi sighed, his eyes lighting up. Finally, when the light gradually faded, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her soul power had soared all the way and successfully reached level 27. Dad, my soul power is now level 27, which means it will be increased by 6 levels at once. That's right, not long after Pineapple Blowing Snow left, Ning Rongrong also reached level 20 in soul power, but this time she relied on Sword Douluo to hunt soul beasts, so she was much faster than Pineapple Blowing Snow, and her second soul ring was an 800-year-old soul ring. What she didn't notice was that the Seven Treasures glazed tower had undergone an astonishing transformation. The original 7-story pagoda was now shining brightly, and it continued to grow layer by layer, eventually turning into a 9-treasure glazed tower that shone with mysterious light. The 9 treasures glazed tower was dazzling, and each layer seemed to contain endless mysterious power. Ning Fengzi, who had been guarding nearby, widened his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. Suddenly, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret, he excitedly pointed at Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, his voice trembling with excitement. Rongrong, look at your tower. His eyes were fixed on the 9 treasures glazed tower that shone with mysterious light, his eyes full of surprise and shock. My tower, What's wrong with my tower? Isn't it normal? Ning Rongrong looked at the martial spirit in her hand in confusion. After looking at it for a few times, she also found something abnormal. Wait, this number doesn't seem right. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors, 7 floors, 8 floors, oh my god, how come it's 9 floors? There are 2 more floors. Ning Fengzi could hardly suppress his inner excitement, leaned forward slightly, and continued. Wrong, this is simply a miracle. Your 7 treasures glazed tower has turned into a 9 treasures glazed tower. His face was filled with a smile of pride and relief, and he felt extremely proud that his daughter had such an adventure. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda is recognized as the world's #1 auxiliary martial spirit because of its powerful auxiliary capabilities, but few people know that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda has a big drawback, which is that it will never be able to break through the 7th ring in one's lifetime. This seemed to be a limitation of heaven. Ning Fengzi had read in ancient books that the ancient 7 treasures glazed tower could break through the 9 rings, but that required a 9-story tower. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Ning Rongrong then woke up as if from a dream and turned her gaze to her own martial soul. When she saw that the familiar 7 treasures glazed tower had turned into the more dazzling and gorgeous 9 treasures glazed tower, a smile as bright as a spring flower instantly bloomed on her face. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. She jumped up excitedly and said loudly, "It really has become a 9 treasures glazed tower." Ning Rongrong ran around the room happily for a few laps, then stopped and stared at her own martial spirit infatuatedly, muttering to herself, "This is simply incredible." Then he ran to Pineapple Blowing Snow, hugged her, and kissed her on the face. Pineapple Snow Blowing. Thank you. Ning Rongrong was filled with joy. She didn't expect that Pineapple Blowing Snow would give her such a precious gift. Small problem. Just remember to pay. Ah, that's what I should do. With the soft jade in his arms, Pineapple Blowing Snow narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Ning Fengzi's eyes were full of passion and desire. He looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow beside him with great excitement and asked impatiently, "Is there any other magical herb like this?" His voice trembled slightly with eagerness, his hands clenched into fists, and his body leaned forward unconsciously, as if waiting for an answer that would surprise him again. Pineapple Blowing Snow replied lazily, "Humph, didn't you look down on me before? Do you still want to beat me to death?" He crossed his arms over his chest, his face full of dissatisfaction and arrogance. Ning Fengzi's expression instantly became awkward when he heard this, and his face turned pale. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but in the end he just laughed dryly and said it was just a misunderstanding before, a misunderstanding. Pineapple Blowing Snow. I've always thought you were a good kid. Not only do you have a great character, but you also have an unparalleled appearance, not to mention your talent. I, Ning Fengzi, originally called you the strongest. Ning Fengzi was generous with his praise, which stunned Jian Douluo beside him. It took a genius like Ning Fengzi to do this. He doesn't even think before he tells lies. When did this kid Pineapple Blowing Snow have any character? He seriously suspected that he could sell the 7 treasures glazed sect by giving Pineapple Blowing Snow 1 million gold soul coins. If that was not enough, then he would add more money. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 300 million gold soul coins, mutation, severe pain, gold soul coin soul bone. Chapter 25 300 million gold soul coins, mutation, severe pain, gold soul coin soul bone. Pineapple Blowing Snow felt a little embarrassed by the praise. No way, no way. Actually, my character is just average, maybe second best in the world. Ning Fengzi's mouth twitched, but he still asked with a smile. So, is there still such a magical herb? Ning Fengzi's expression was full of anticipation. Pineapple Blowing Snow finally curled his lips and replied, "No, there is only one beautiful tulip there for now." That's right, it's normal for such a rare immortal item to be rare. Fortunately, Rong ate it. Ning Fengzi felt a little disappointed, but he still comforted himself in this way. But just as he finished speaking, Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to be unable to bear it and took out 3 magical herbs from his arms. Although there are no more Douluo tulips, there are still others. The first thing that catches everyone's eye is the coxcomb sunflower, which looks like a phoenix standing tall with its head held high. Its petals are as bright as flames, bright red and as if they are really burning, emitting a hot and powerful breath. Next is the narcissus jade skin and bones, which looks like a graceful fairy. The jade-white petals are crystal clear, as if they were carved from mutton fat jade, exuding a faint fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. The last one is the autumn water dew, which is like a bright pearl, round all over, emitting a soft light, as if it can see through everything in the world. The flow of that light is full of mysterious charm. Each of these 3 magical herbs is unique and extraordinary, making people marvel at it. Ning Fengzi quickly asked, "What are these?" Pineapple Blowing Snow lazily raised his eyelids and began to introduce it nonchalantly. This coxcomb phoenix sunflower can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, improve the physical quality and talent potential of the user, and make the path of cultivation smoother. This one is called Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone. It can nourish the meridians, increase the speed and purity of soul power, and make cultivation more efficient. The third one is called Wangchuan Kaya Shulu, which can greatly enhance the mental strength of the person who takes it and make perception more acute. Although they are different from the Douluo tulips just now, they are both magical herbs. After saying this, he folded his hands across his chest and continued, "These magical herbs are prepared for you, Old Deng, as well as Old Man Jian and Old Man Gu." "What, prepared for us? I actually have a share." After Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo heard what Pineapple Blowing Snow said, their faces were filled with surprise as if they had picked up a priceless treasure. Their eyes widened and their mouths grinned involuntarily. Ning Fengzi stretched out his hand tremblingly, but just halfway through, he retracted it as if he had been electrocuted. His well-maintained face was now wrinkled like a bitter gourd, and he muttered to himself, "Oh my, what should we do? We all know that this guy is greedy for money. Why is he so generous all of a sudden? Is he digging a big hole for us to jump into?" As he spoke, he unconsciously stroked his beard with his hand, and kept glancing at Pineapple Blowing Snow, trying to find some clues from his expression. As for Jian Douluo, he suddenly retracted his foot that was about to take a step forward and almost stumbled and fell. His serious face was full of suspicion at the moment, his brows twisted into a big knot, staring at Pineapple Blowing Snow and said loudly, "Humph! Boy, don't think we are so easy to fool. You usually look like you only care about money, but now you suddenly change your nature? I think there must be something fishy here." As he spoke, he kept touching his chin with his hand, his eyes full of scrutiny. When Pineapple Blowing Snow heard the doubts from Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, his face suddenly became filled with grief and anger. He put his hands on his hips, his cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, his eyes wide open, staring straight at Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, and shouted, "How can you look at me like this? It's so sad." His eyebrows were twisted into knots, his mouth was pouting so hard that an oil bottle could be hung on it. And his body was twitching as if he had suffered a great injustice. "I have good intentions, but you think so badly of me. My heart is about to be broken into pieces." As he said this, he covered his chest with his hands and acted as if he was heartbroken. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo looked embarrassed. Did they wrongly accuse this kid? But the next moment, Pineapple Blowing Snow said sadly, "I just want a little bit of hard work fee. After all, I almost died there after finding this magic herb, and I just want a mere 1 million gold soul coins. Is this too much?" Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo both had black lines on their foreheads. Sure enough, this kid's greedy nature has not changed. Just now they almost thought that Pineapple Blowing Snow had been replaced. However, 1 million gold soul coins are not really expensive considering the value of this magical herb, it's even cheap. It can be imagined that although Pineapple Blowing Snow is greedy for money, he still has some feelings for the two of them. 3 immortal herbs, a total of 3 million gold soul coins, right? They're all here. I paid for Uncle Gu's share as well. Ning Fengzi generously handed over a gold card, which contained exactly 300 million gold soul coins. To him, who is the leader of the richest sect on the continent, the gold soul coin is just a number. Meow, damn dog owner. Pineapple Blowing Snow took the gold card with a smile, but in his heart he was worried that he still had less. Alas, who made me soft-hearted? Do you have any more of this magical herb? 5 million apiece. I'll buy it from you. Ning Fengzi added that this magical herb was obviously in short supply and the more the better. No, that's all for now. You think it's cabbage? Pineapple Blowing Snow rolled his eyes. In fact, he also had a magic herb called 8-petal magic orchid. But there are still too few magical herbs, and he needs to keep them for himself. All right. Ning Fengzi was not annoyed. He was now ready to go with Sword Douluo to find Bone Douluo to distribute the 3 immortal herbs. The two left quickly, leaving only Ning Rongrong and Pineapple Blowing Snow on the field. The two played for a while. But Pineapple Blowing Snow frowned and subconsciously looked at his right arm. It feels a bit hot, like something is about to come out. Pineapple Blowing Snow had a puzzled look on his face. He had been feeling a little strange since he accepted the 3 million gold soul coins from Ning Fengzi. Pineapple Blowing Snow, what's wrong with you? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, and Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his head and said a few perfunctory words. Fine. 2.5 hours later, Pineapple Blowing Snow felt more and more that something was wrong with his right arm, and it even felt like it was burning inside. Pineapple Blowing Snow even started to sweat. No, there is definitely a problem. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook off Ning Rongrong and found an opportunity to sneak directly to the back mountain of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. When he arrived in front of the familiar cave, Pineapple Blowing Snow fell to his knees in pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. The next moment, his right arm began to emit a fierce golden light, and Pineapple Blowing Snow's pupils widened. The glowing part turned out to be the soul bone that looked like a gold soul coin that was absorbed before. P.S. Brothers, the throne of God is about to appear, can you guess which god it is? End of this chapter. Chapter 26 God of Wealth. Pineapple Blowing Snow is shocked. Chapter 26 God of Wealth. Pineapple Blowing Snow is shocked. The back mountain of Kaibao Glazed Sect, Pineapple Blowing Snow often tests whether he can summon the fruity Rabo, so he specially opened up a cave to practice in secret. It hurts. At this moment, Pineapple Blowing Snow was lying on the ground and couldn't help shouting. His forehead was instantly covered with beads of sweat. His body shook a few times, and then he fell straight in front of the cave. There's no way, this pain is just too unbearable, as if something is trying to drill out. The next moment, what Pineapple Blowing Snow did not expect was that his right arm began to burst out with dazzling golden light. The light was so strong that people could not look directly at it. It turned out that the right arm soul bone that he had absorbed before had reacted at this time. Pineapple Blizzard's eyes widened. This is the soul bone that Jian Douluo absorbed for me before. Fuck, old man Jian gave me an unscrupulous product, right? I'm really convinced. Pineapple Blowing Snow was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He thought there was something wrong with the soul bone given by Sword Douluo. But it was too late now. Pineapple Blowing Snow's right arm continued to emit strong golden light. As the light flashed, his entire soul was uncontrollably pulled into a strange space by a mysterious force. When his consciousness gradually became clear, the scene before him shocked him. I saw clouds and mist all around, pavilions and towers arranged in an orderly manner, and magnificent carved beams and painted buildings. This scene was a bit similar to the legendary heavenly world in Journey to the West. Jade buildings tower high into the clouds, cranes dance gracefully in the auspicious clouds, and melodious fairy music floats in the air. Under his feet was a white marble slab road shining with mysterious light, which seemed to lead to an unknown mysterious place. Pineapple Blowing Snow widened his eyes, and was so shocked by this dreamlike scene that he was speechless for a long time. Fuck, where the hell is this for? Pineapple Blowing Snow felt terrible. Is this still Douluo continent? When Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. This person was burly, with a strong back and strong waist, exuding an unparalleled majesty. He wore a golden helmet with a fluttering red tassel like a burning flame. His thick eyebrows were like swords, slanting into his temples. His eyes were as bright as stars, yet they also had a sharp light, as if they could see into people's hearts. His facial features were firm, as if they were carved with an axe or knife, and the thick beard on his chin fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of heroism. He was wearing golden armor, and the scales on the armor sparkled with dazzling golden light under the light, like millions of stars gathered together. He wore a wide jade belt around his waist and a long sword inlaid with gems. The gems on the hilt were shining, as if containing endless power. This person has a tall and straight figure, like a towering mountain, unshakable. If there were any travelers from Blue Star here, they would definitely recognize that this is the god of wealth in the myth. No. Brother, who are you? Pineapple Blowing Snow took a few steps back with a wary look on his face. Ha 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 ha, who am I? Good question. The god of wealth raised his head and laughed out loud. That heroic laughter was like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding clouds and mist like surging waves. Are you crazy? Pineapple Blowing Snow rolled his eyes. He didn't like people who laughed for no reason. Just like a certain dragon fruit, Dongfang Bubai also likes to laugh, but people who laugh like this usually don't end up well. Boy, don't be in a daze. Listen to me carefully. The mysterious voice was like a loud bell, resounding throughout the mysterious space. He spoke with his hands on his waist and a smug look on his face. I am the god of wealth who is high above and revered by everyone. God of wealth. Hearing this word, Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes lit up. Fuck, you're the god of wealth. Great, I finally get to meet you, you're my idol, god of wealth. Ah, really? Wu Keshan did not expect that the inheritor he randomly chose turned out to be his fan. Can you give me some money? Not much, just 100 million gold soul coins will be enough. Pineapple Blowing Snow Fly rubbed his hands expectantly, and Wu Keshan's face turned black. No. I don't have the ability for the time being. Tisk. Then you can't do that either. Pineapple Blowing Snow rolled his eyes, and Wu Keshan felt terrible. How is that realistic? So where are these places? If you're fine, let me out right away. My world is very precious. It's worth 1 million every minute. Pineapple Blowing Snow urged, and the god of wealth had a dark face. Just listen to me first, okay? Okay, then you tell me. Wu Keshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had no other choice, he really wanted to kick this yellow-haired boy away. Listen carefully. I am the god of wealth who controls the flow of wealth in the world, but unfortunately, the world I live in has suddenly undergone earth-shattering changes, and evil people have stirred up trouble. Unfortunately, I was attacked by them viciously. The last of my strength escaped to this world. Unfortunately, despite my supernatural powers, I was finally trapped in this tiny soul bone. As time went by, the world changed. This soul bone gradually gained intelligence and turned into a soul beast, a strange beast in this world. However, fate is unpredictable, and this soul beast was slaughtered by others. By chance, it has now merged into your body. That's probably what happened. Wu Keshan said in a deep voice, and Pineapple Blowing Snow was dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist in, and his eyes were as big as copper bells, unable to close for a long time. His head was buzzing and he found it difficult to digest this sudden shocking secret. The god of wealth Wu was very satisfied when he saw Pineapple Blowing Snow's shocked expression. But the next moment I heard Pineapple Blowing Snow again. Well said, brilliantly said, a lot said. I understood nothing. Pineapple Blowing Snow rolled her eyes. Now I want to know why you dragged me here. God of Wealth Wu is furious, but he still looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow honestly. My boy, I see that you are quite intelligent and we are very compatible, so I decided to pass on my throne to you. When Pineapple Blowing Snow heard this, her jaw dropped in shock. She pointed at herself in disbelief and said, Me? Really? Becoming a god? How about it? Aren't you excited? This is a divine position, something everyone dreams of. Pineapple Blowing Snow was indeed shocked, but his eyes were fixed on the god of wealth in front of him with vigilance. He has been in Douluo continent for 3 years and followed the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, the second largest sect on the continent. His knowledge is much better than that of ordinary people, and naturally he also knows about the so-called gods. Legend has it that becoming a god can give you eternal life. But Pineapple Blowing Snow knows better than anyone that you get what you pay for, which is the most simple truth in the world. Everything that seems to be free has a price tag on it. I won't do it. Pineapple Blowing Snow said disdainfully with her hands on her hips. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 The Inheritance of the God of Wealth and 3 Magical Skills. Chapter 27 The Inheritance of the God of Wealth and the 3 Magical Skills. It's fine if you agree to it. Wait, you won't do it. Wu Keshan thought he had heard something wrong and asked again, but he still got a negative answer from Pineapple Blowing Snow. Why? This is a divine seat, and it's not just an ordinary divine seat. The realm I'm in is many levels higher than this one. The so-called 5 great gods here are not even strong enough to guard the gate in our world. The god of wealth Wu tried his best to talk about how awesome he was, trying to trick Pineapple Blowing Snow. But Pineapple Blowing Snow looked unmoved. Boy, what do you want? Wu Keshan lamented as if he was deflated, and Pineapple Blowing Snow narrowed his eyes. Because you are not honest. How could you be so kind as to let me inherit your throne? If someone is so kind to another person, there must be other intentions. In short, you must have your own plans. But you didn't tell me, and I was afraid you were plotting against me, so I didn't do it. Wu Keshan was so angry that he laughed. That's how it is. This kid is indeed very vigilant. You didn't ask, okay. I'll be honest. My goal is to resurrect and return to my world for revenge, but I need your help. If you become a god, you can use your divine thoughts to help me. So, we can count it as a mutual benefit. Cooperate? Yes, 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 you can also call it cooperation. The god of wealth nodded, and Pineapple Blowing Snow breathed a sigh of relief. Just have a purpose. He was afraid that the other party had no purpose, so his goal must be bigger. He, Pineapple Blowing Snow, has always been such a realistic person. Okay, then quickly pass the throne to me. I'll be invincible when I get out, and then I'll get all the money in the world. Pineapple Blowing Snow laughed like a fool, which made Wu Keshan's mouth twitch. You are overthinking it. I can't just give you the throne. Then what should I do? The god of wealth nodded solemnly, and then said, It is not easy to inherit my throne. You need to complete the 9 great divine tests. The 9 great divine tests are set by the heavenly Dao of this place. Even I cannot violate them. And the 9 great divine tests were not set by me. They are set according to your characteristics. Wu Keshan gave Pineapple Blowing Snow a brief scientific explanation, telling him that he would receive a high reward if he completed the assessment, and encouraged him to work hard. Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned by what he heard. Meow, I've talked about the disadvantages, what about the advantages? I'm going to take the assessment eagerly. Didn't you say that your position as a god is very powerful? Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression was a little dark, and Wu Keshan also felt something was wrong. Of course there are other aids. As the successor of my throne as the god of wealth, you can use the 3 great divine skills. Come forward. Pineapple Blowing Snow stepped forward cautiously, and the god of wealth tapped him on the forehead. Pineapple Blowing Snow instantly felt that something extra was in his mind, but he didn't wait for a check. The voice of Wu Keshan then sounded. The 3 great divine skills are all based on the nature of the god of wealth. You must make good use of them. Well, my remaining strength is almost gone. It's up to you from now on. The voice of Wu Keshan became smaller and smaller, and his figure became fainter and fainter. Pineapple Blowing Snow could sense that the whole world was on the brink of collapse. Pineapple Blowing Snow was a little reluctant to let go. He still felt that this god of wealth was quite interesting. Oh, there's one more thing. Wu Keshan seemed to remember something and spoke again. Waking me up this time is not without cost. You know I am the god of wealth. So this is the price for waking me up. The 5 million gold soul coins you saved during this period will serve as energy to awaken me. That means you have no money. The corners of the god of wealth's mouth actually slightly raised, revealing a playful smile, as if he was watching a farce, with a bit of gloating on his face. However, before Pineapple Blowing Snow could say anything, the god of wealth in front of him disappeared completely without a trace like smoke in the blink of an eye. As the god of wealth left, the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble violently, as if the whole world was about to collapse. All the scenes that originally existed around, including mountains, rivers, trees, etc., all disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Pineapple Blowing Snow's soul seemed to be hit by a powerful force and was kicked out of this space in an instant. When Pineapple Blowing Snow returned to the real cave, he was stunned at first, and then an irrepressible look of surprise immediately appeared on his face, but this surprise was quickly replaced by anger. His eyes widened, his expression became extremely ferocious, he looked up at the sky and started to curse God of Wealth. "FKU, you bastard! I've worked hard for several years to save up 5 million gold soul coins. I've been ruined by you like this. My heart hurts so much, I can't breathe. How could you treat me like this? Do you still have any conscience? I curse you to be hit by a car when you go out, choke to death when you eat, choke to death when you drink water, or be scared to death when you have a nightmare when you sleep." Pineapple Blowing Snow cursed more and more vigorously, uttering a string of obscenities that were unbearable to the ears. He took the god of wealth's mother as the center of the curse and included all of his relatives in the scope of his curse. He then used his father as an auxiliary attack point, and finally even the god of wealth's ancestors of 18 generations were not spared, launching an all-round and crazy abuse with no blind spots. In this way, Pineapple Blowing Snow kept cursing for more than half an hour, until he felt his mouth was dry and he could no longer think of any new ways to curse. Then he stopped panting. At this time, he was already exhausted. Heartbroken, he slowly lay on the ground, covering his chest tightly with his hands, feeling that his fragile heart seemed to have been broken into countless pieces. Those 5 million gold soul coins were all the hard-earned money he saved bit by bit through his frugal life, but now it has vanished in the blink of an eye. How can he accept this? After a while of discomfort, Pineapple Blowing Snow remembered the 3 magical skills given by the god of wealth, and his eyes revealed a hint of expectation and confusion. Let me take a look at these 3 so-called magical skills first. I hope that bastard didn't lie to me. They are not some weak skills. Pineapple Blowing Snow began to check the memories in his mind, and soon he understood what it was. 3 skills in total: Flying Dragon Reaching the Clouds, Money Power. Wealth can lead to the gods. Flying Dragon Reaching the Clouds Hand, as the name suggests, is a magical art of stealing. Pineapple Blowing Snow thought about it carefully. When he used this skill, he could completely ignore the opponent's heavy protection and would definitely succeed in stealing something from the opponent. However, it could only be used 3 times a day. P.S. I have created a fan group, you can go to the homepage to join it. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 The First Test of the God of Wealth, Earn 1 Gold Soul Coins in 3 months. Chapter 28 The First Test of the God of Wealth, Earn 5 million Gold Soul Coins in 3 months. Hiss, the skill of stealing? This is a bit bad. I am an upright person. Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't help but talk to himself, feeling both excited and a little nervous. He thought that if he could steal the enemy's important items unexpectedly at the critical moment, he might be able to turn the tide of the battle, but if he was discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. This magical skill is neither strong nor weak, but it depends on how it is used. The second magical skill, the power of money, the function is to gain powerful strength by consuming a certain amount of money. Pineapple Blowing Snow frowned and fell into deep thought. This requires me to carefully weigh the amount of money I have to spend each time and the amount of power I can get. If I use it improperly, I will lose a lot. And this thing seems to be used in conjunction with my soul bone skill, faith in money. Pineapple Blowing Snow was happy. The first 2 magical skills were really not weak, and they were very suitable for him in terms of feelings. It might be painful to use, then. His attention was focused on the third magical skill, wealth can make you a god. The effect is that as long as he consumes all his property without reservation, he can achieve something that would have been impossible to achieve otherwise. Pineapple Blowing Snow widened her eyes, her heart filled with shock and hesitation. What? This is going to cost me all my money again. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just pretend that I don't have this skill. I will never use this stupid skill. Pineapple Blowing Snow cursed loudly. However, it is good to have 3 more magical skills. Having 3 more magical skills proves that everything before is not false, which means that he can really complete the divine test and become a god. In fact, the reason why Pineapple Blowing Snow most wanted to become a god was not immortality, but to go home. Perhaps by becoming a god he could return to the fruit world one day. His friends should still be waiting for him there, and he would always go back to take a look. As he was in a daze, he suddenly felt his forehead getting hot. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. Oh my god! I saw a money mark on my forehead that looked like a golden soul coin, sparkling and beautiful. At this moment, a disembodied voice suddenly came from my mind. The first of the 9 tests of the God of Wealth. Earn 500 million gold soul coins within 3 months. What? When Pineapple Blowing Snow heard this, his eyes widened bigger than copper bells and his mouth opened wide enough to fit 2 steamed buns. He didn't expect that the God of Wealth was so disgusting that he actually wanted him to cheat money. Oh no. Make money. 5 million gold soul coins? 3 months? I just lost 5 million gold soul coins. This is going to cost me my life. He shouted at the top of his lungs, and the sound was enough to break the roof. Pineapple Blowing Snow was spinning in circles like a top, howling as he spun. Brother, you are kidding me. I just lost 500 million gold soul coins, and now I need to earn so much. Where can I get so much money? He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, and pulled out several strands of his hair. It's over, we're all doomed. Pineapple Blowing Snow sat on the ground like a deflated ball. What can I do? I might as well find a piece of tofu and kill myself. 500 million gold soul coins are really too much. The price of an ordinary soul bone ranges from a few 100,000 to 1 million. 500 million can buy several soul bones. However, thinking about the reward for completing the divine test, Pineapple Blowing Snow could only think of a solution on his own. Without hesitation, his first stop was Ning Rong Rong's room. At this moment, Ning Rong Rong had just obtained the 9 treasures glazed pagoda and was still feeling smug. She walked around the room giggling foolishly. It's really beautiful, 9 layers, even better than Daddy's. Let's see if Daddy will say anything if I don't work hard in the future. Ning Rong Rong, will definitely become the pride of the entire Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Ning Rong Rong smiled, revealing a pair of fangs. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Pineapple Blowing Snow walked in. He poked his hand with a hesitant look on his face. "Brother Fubuki, thank you so much. Look at my 9 treasures glazed tower." As soon as Ning Rong Rong saw Pineapple Blowing Snow, she happily approached him, but Pineapple Blowing Snow was not in the mood to feel the soft jade in his arms. He just made a move awkwardly. Rong Rong, tell me honestly, how have I treated you over the years?" "That's great. Brother Fubuki has nothing to say to me. From now on." Ning Rong Rong looked shy. "I'm going to marry you in the future." Ning Rong Rong felt very embarrassed when she said this, but as the little witch of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, she was still thicker-skinned than ordinary girls and dared to love and hate. She is now determined to be the Pineapple Blowing Snow. "What?" Pineapple Blowing Snow scratched his head and threw the speech he had just thought of out of his mind, and said seriously. "How about this, you can give me your dowry in advance. After all, it doesn't matter if you give it early or late." "What?" Ning Rong Rong was a little confused. "Can you ask for a dowry in advance?" Pineapple Blowing Snow tried to fool her. "How much private money do you have now?" Ning Rong Rong was rummaging through her own little treasury. "I don't think I have much left. The last time you went out, I gave you most of my private money, including the New Year's money and the pocket money my dad gave me. I originally had several million gold soul coins, but my dad said I was too young to save money, so he put it away for me. So I only have about 1 million gold soul coins now." Ning Rong Rong felt a little ashamed when she said this. She was really too poor now. 1 million as part of pocket money? Damn, evil rich people. 1 million gold soul coins is indeed a little too little. Wrong, next time you have money, you can deposit it with me. Don't worry, I'm very reliable. I can give you money whenever you need it." Pineapple Blowing Snow said shamelessly. Ning Rong Rong nodded blankly and suggested. "No, this money is still too little. I will go to my father to get the money now. I want to give you 500 million, number 1,000 million gold soul coins as a dowry. He, when I inherit the 7 treasures glazed tile sect in the future, we can spend this money however we want." Ning Rong Rong was about to go find Ning Fengzi foolishly, but Pineapple Blowing Snow's face changed drastically and she stopped her. "No, absolutely not." "Why?" "Because, this is our own business, we should handle our own affairs by ourselves. We can't bother your father now, okay?" Pineapple Blowing Snow said righteously. "I don't want others to think that I am with you because I like your money. I do not care." Ning Rong Rong said, and Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression froze. "But I care. I don't want others to say that I'm a gigolo." Pineapple Blowing Snow had a serious expression on his face. He was trying to trick Ning Rong Rong into giving him her dowry. If Ning Fengzi knew about it, he would break his legs. No, absolutely not. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Going out of Tiandu City and meeting Duguyan again. Chapter 29 Going out of Tiandu City and meeting Duguyan again. Looking at Pineapple Blowing Snow's serious face, Ning Rong Rong finally nodded and agreed, and promised not to tell her father, but she would still find a way to get money for Pineapple Blowing Snow reasonably. Although she didn't know why Pineapple Blowing Snow was suddenly short of money, Ning Rong Rong didn't care. Pineapple Blowing Snow finally got a card worth 1 million gold soul coins from Ning Rong Rong. After casually sending Ning Rong Rong away, Pineapple Blowing Snow indeed discovered that his progress had changed. The first test is currently completed 1/5. In order to let Pineapple Blowing Snow know the progress as soon as possible, Pineapple Blowing Snow can even check the progress in his mind. Sure enough, cheating money like this can also be considered a way to make money. Pineapple Blowing Snow thought to himself that he was just trying to see if this way of cheating people could be considered profitable. It's too hot. The god of wealth has a very high standard for assessment. As long as the money can be put into your hands, it is considered as your own earnings. In this way, the operability will be much greater. Ning Liadeng, Old Man Jian and the others do have a lot of money, but you can't just fleece the same sheep. If you fleece too much, the gains will outweigh the losses. I still have to take it step by step, but now, where can I get the money? Pineapple Blowing Snow began to ponder, but after thinking for a long time he couldn't think of any solution. Finally, he decided to go out and see if there was any opportunity to make a lot of money. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were both in seclusion absorbing the magical herbs, so Pineapple Blowing Snow went out directly. Although Kobo City is also a rich city, it is too difficult to make money here as all the businesses belong to the Kobo glazed tile sect. So Pineapple Blowing Snow decided to go to Tiandu City first. Tiandu City is only 50 miles away from Kobo City. The fat one is the sun, the bulging one is the mountain. On the glorious road, 3 idlers. Pineapple Blowing Snow hummed that tuneless little song, shook his head and swaggered into Tiandu City. Tiandu City, as the capital of the Tiandu Empire, has wide and busy streets filled with bustling crowds of people. There were all kinds of stalls on both sides of the road, and the vendors were shouting at the top of their lungs. The sounds rose and fell, like a unique chorus. The uncle selling candied haws here had a big smile on his face, holding a bright red candied haws in his hand and shouting. Sweet candied haws, 1 copper soul coin for a string. The auntie who was selling jewelry over there, holding an exquisite hairpin, praised the girls passing by. Girls, come and take a look at this beautiful hairpin. You will be as beautiful as a fairy when you wear it. Looking at the streets again, from time to time, there were nobles in gorgeous clothes riding tall horses slowly passing by. These nobles held their heads high and their chests puffed out, with proud expressions on their faces as if they were announcing their nobility to the whole world. Pineapple Blowing Snow was very disdainful of this. What are a bunch of stupid nobles showing off? Pineapple Blowing Snow had just finished eating the candied haws he had bought when a kid in open crotch pants happened to pass by. He casually inserted his stick into the crack of the kid's butt. Amid the child's wailing, he strode away. At this moment, Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes suddenly lit up, and he found a familiar figure. That figure was none other than Duguyan, who had just separated from him a few days ago. Today, Duguyan is wearing a purple short skirt, the slim cut of which perfectly highlights her hot figure. The short skirt perfectly wraps her slender waist, highlighting her charming curves. The skirt sways gently with her steps, like a blooming violet, exuding charming charm. Her slender and straight legs are even wider and more attractive against the short skirt, and every step seems to have a unique rhythm. The exquisite tailoring of the upper body makes her collarbone and shoulders looming, adding a bit of mystery and sexiness. I have to say, compared to Ning Rongrong, who is such an airport, he is still more interested in Duguyan. Pineapple Blowing Snow was just about to go over to say hello to Duguyan with great joy, but after taking a few steps, he stopped abruptly as if he was frozen in place by Sun Wukong's immobilization spell. He stared with his eyes almost popping out of his head. Because he found that there was a young man standing next to Duguyan. The young man didn't look very old, but he was quite tall, probably about 1.8 meters tall, with short, neat blue hair, which made him look particularly energetic. His delicate facial features seemed to be carved out, with clear contours and an extremely handsome look. The young man followed Duguyan closely, his face full of flattering smiles, his waist almost bent at 90 degrees. His bright eyes were full of flattery, and his mouth kept saying something. He looked just like a dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy. Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't help but curl her lips, secretly complaining in her heart. Tisk tisk. Isn't this a typical dog licker? Who is this person? He seems a little familiar. Blue hair, it seems that only that sect has it. Pineapple Blowing Snow was thinking secretly. Duguyan frowned, her face full of impatience, and glared at the young man in front of her, saying unhappily, "Yu Tianheng, leave quickly, I'm in a terrible mood today. Don't get in the way here." Yu Tianheng was still very persistent, with a smile on his face, and said anxiously, "Yanzi, don't be like this, I just want to invite you to have a meal together." His handsome eyes were now filled with anxiety and confusion. "Not interested, go eat by yourself." Duguyan crossed her arms and said impatiently. Yu Tianheng had a bitter look on his face and begged for a long time, but Duguyan was still not happy. Yu Tianheng was very puzzled. He felt that his relationship with Duguyan had always been pretty good. They were childhood sweethearts, and the time they spent growing up together was extremely precious to him. He even secretly planned to confess his feelings to Duguyan during this time. But since Duguyan came back from hunting spirit rings last time, she seemed to have changed completely and became more and more distant from him. This made Yu Tianheng completely confused, and his heart felt like a tangled mess that he couldn't sort out. At this moment, Duguyan inadvertently turned his head and saw the figure of Pineapple Blowing Snow. Instantly, her eyes lit up, with excitement flashing in them. Her originally tense face immediately broke into a brilliant smile, and she began to greet without hesitation. "Pineapple Fubuki." Then, like a happy little deer, she ran excitedly towards the pineapple snowflakes. Yu Tianheng on the side was dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, as if he had been struck by lightning. His mouth opened wide, his face full of disbelief and confusion. "Didn't you say you were in a bad mood? Why do you become so happy and impatient when you see this person? P.S. Please vote, brothers, new book needs support." End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Duguyan, Yu Tianheng, please don't end number 039, look for me anymore. I end number 039, am afraid Chawix. Chapter 30 Duguyan, Yu Tianheng, please don't look for me anymore. I'm afraid Chawix you will misunderstand. Sister Yan. Duguyan ran over excitedly, and Pineapple Blowing Snow also greeted him happily. "Why didn't you come to see me these days?" After a few pleasantries, Duguyan spoke with some complaints. "Is it because of that girl from last time? I checked before, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and you are from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. It seems that Ning Rongrong seems to be interested in you." "Yes, my family is indeed not as good as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. But you can't ignore me." Duguyan spoke in a somewhat gossipy tone, and upon hearing this, Pineapple Blowing Snow immediately thought something was wrong. Faced with this Shura situation, the more you explain, the more confusing it becomes. So Pineapple Blowing Snow didn't hesitate and said with a stern face, "Are you teaching me how to do something?" Duguyan was stunned and immediately said aggrievedly that she didn't have it. "Don't speak ill of my friends in front of me anymore. I know, I just care about you." Duguyan was so well behaved that Pineapple Blowing Snow nodded in satisfaction and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Duguyan seemed to be easy to fool. Yu Tianheng, who was not far away, saw this scene and felt his head buzzing. "What has happened to my goddess? My heart hurts so much." When Yu Tianheng's gaze fell on Pineapple Blowing Snow's striking yellow hair, his expression became even more gloomy. When Yu Tianheng saw the intimacy between Duguyan and Pineapple Blowing Snow again, he felt as if his chest was hit by a sledgehammer and his heart was shattered into pieces. "Why?" Yu Tianheng roared angrily in his heart. His eyes turned red with anger, his teeth were clenched tightly, and the muscles on his cheeks were trembling constantly. He just couldn't understand why he, who was handsome and a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, was inferior to this yellow-haired, ordinary-looking guy. Why was Duguyan so cold to himself, but so warm and intimate to him? Yu Tianheng's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, but he was completely unaware, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. Yu Tianheng couldn't bear it any longer. He ran over angrily and asked loudly, "Yanzi, who is he?" Yu Tianheng pointed at Pineapple Blowing Snow and looked at Duguyan, hoping that the other party could give him an explanation. However, Duguyan looked embarrassed, as if he didn't want Yu Tianheng to come over. He looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow, and then shouted directly to Yu Tianheng, "Yu Tianheng, don't come to see me anymore. I'm afraid Pineapple Blowing Snow will misunderstand." There was no hesitation in her eyes, and she held Pineapple Blowing Snow's arm tightly, as if the other party was angry, and explained again. "Pineapple Blowing Snow. Don't worry, I'm not familiar with this guy, he's the one who's been pestering me. Well, just stay away from him from now on." Pineapple Blowing Snow nodded seriously. When Yu Tianheng heard this, he felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his body swayed as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Why? Why is this happening? Yanzi, you must be kidding, Yanzi. Yu Tianheng smiled dryly, and Duguyan was cold as ice. "I'm not kidding. Yu Tianheng, can you please stay away from me?" Yu Tianheng widened his eyes and looked at Duguyan in disbelief, his voice becoming hoarse due to extreme anger and pain. He could never have imagined that he was so unbearable in Duguyan's heart that he didn't even have the qualifications to get close to her. "Boss." Several of Yu Tianheng's younger brothers who were not far away couldn't bear to watch Yu Tianheng's appearance. This was too miserable. Pineapple Blowing Snow was very calm. He always looked down on lickers. It was because there were too many lickers that the current relationships were all abnormal. He was just about to leave with Duguyan. Yu Tianheng stood directly in front of him, staring at him with a pair of red eyes, and roared. "Pineapple Blowing Snow, right? I want to challenge you in a one-on-one duel. If I win, you stay away from my wild geese. If I lose, I will voluntarily give in." When the passers-by heard this, they immediately acted like they were watching spectators. "Fuck, fight for love. This guy is so handsome, why can't girls like him? Damn, this guy looks a bit like someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan." You read that right, it's someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, who looks like Yu Tianheng, a young genius. I heard he's already a third ring soul master. Who is that yellow-haired guy? I don't know him. He looks mean, but he's pretty handsome. Passers-by were whispering and the crowd was getting bigger and bigger. Duguyan frowned slightly and was about to speak when Pineapple Blowing Snow stood up with a serious face. "I won't fight you. Are you afraid?" Yu Tianheng sneered and Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his head. "No, I just think Sister Yan shouldn't be treated like an object, passed around." "What do you mean if you win I have to give her to you, and if you lose you have to voluntarily withdraw? Besides, you never came in here before, what's the point of talking about whether you can be let in or not?" Yu Tianheng felt ashamed after hearing these words, while Duguyan's eyes lit up and she stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow infatuatedly. These words sounded much better than touching love words, and the onlookers nodded. The words may be rough, but the truth is there. What right does Yu Tianheng have to say this, just because you are from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, or, can you beat him? Then how are you going to fight me? Yu Tianheng still had a stubborn look on his face, and even Pineapple Blowing Snow was moved by his stubbornness. "Do you have money? Why do you ask? Answer my question first. Do you have money?" "Hat. Although my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect is not as good as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, it is also one of the best sects in the continent. Money is just a number to me," Yu Tianheng said arrogantly, and Pineapple Blowing Snow was so happy that he just stretched out a finger. "Okay, you want to fight, right? Of course we can't fight for nothing. We're not betting on Sister Yan's affairs, we're just betting on money. 1 million gold soul coins, and I'll play with you. If you win, give me 1 million, and vice versa. 1 million gold soul coins. Yu Tianheng's face changed. This number is too much. Why, you don't have money. If you don't have money, then I'll leave. Wait, I have money. Yu Tianheng immediately became anxious. He was determined to beat Pineapple Blowing Snow today, otherwise it would be difficult to ease his anger. Wait a minute, Duguyan will see this Pineapple Chuixia begging for mercy in pain after being beaten by him. See if the other person likes it or not, and Yu Tianheng never thought that he would lose. This pineapple snowflake looks no more than 10 years old. A 2-ring Great Soul Master is the best. It's stable. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Betting 1 Gold Soul Coins, Fighting Against Yu Tianheng. Chapter 31 Betting 1 million gold soul coins, Fighting Against Yu Tianheng. Brothers, welcome the God of Wealth. May you make a fortune, my friends who read this book. Pineapple Blowing Snow is really hungry now. 5 million gold soul coins are still far away, and it is definitely difficult to make money normally. Instead of this, it is better to rob the money of the rich. Yu Tianheng seems to be a very good sucker, rich, no brains, there's really no reason for him to miss it. 1 million gold soul coins? Let me bet you, do you have that much? Yu Tianheng questioned, and Pineapple Blowing Snow curled his lips and took out a gold card with a very special and gorgeous pattern on it. There is also a small tower in the middle, which looks like a smaller version of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. You are, from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Yu Tianheng had an unpleasant expression. He recognized this card and knew that it would only be useful if at least 1 million gold soul coins were charged into it. Pineapple Blowing Snow continued to ask. Betting. Bet. Yu Tianheng cursed arrogantly. Would I lose to a pretty boy like you? Just wait a moment. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth and decided to take out the gold soul coins as a bet, but he frantically rummaged through his body, his expression becoming more and more nervous. His hands first fumbled around in his pockets, and then quickly reached for the purse at his waist, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find enough gold soul coins. After all, who goes out with 1 million gold soul coins? Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and embarrassment. You don't have any. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked doubtful, and Yu Tianheng felt terrible. Hurry up, all of you, gather up your gold soul coins. I'll definitely win this time, and I'll return them to you when I get back. Yu Tianheng shouted to the younger brothers beside him. Most of her younger brothers were nobles, otherwise they would not be unqualified to follow him. The younger brothers did not hesitate and began to search themselves. Several people hurriedly took out all the money they had, and struggled to scrape together a little bit at a time. After a lot of trouble, they finally managed to collect 1 million gold soul coins. Yu Tianheng looked at the pile of scattered gold soul coins, his face turned pale, and his heart was full of embarrassment and helplessness. The eyes of the people around him made him feel like a thorn in his back, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yu Tianheng was so angry that he shouted at Pineapple Blowing Snow. Come and fight! As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Tianheng took the lead in activating his martial soul. In an instant, a majestic and domineering blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly appeared behind him. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was huge, several meters long, and covered with a layer of tough scales that shone with blue electric light. Each scale was as hard as metal, reflecting a mysterious and dazzling light in the sun. Its strong and powerful limbs seemed to contain endless power, and its sharp claws flashed with cold light, making people shudder. The dragon's tail was like a steel whip, whirring in the wind when it was waved. The head was huge and majestic, with a pair of huge dragon eyes emitting a chilling light, and sharp teeth flashing a cold luster, as if they could bite everything to pieces. The most eye-catching thing is the blue arcs of electricity that surround it, crackling and carrying a terrifying aura of destruction. As soon as this powerful blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul appeared, powerful soul power fluctuations surged out, and the soul ring ratio was 2 yellow and 1 purple, which was dazzling. This powerful momentum swept across in an instant, and the air around seemed to solidify. The fact that he possessed such extraordinary spiritual power at such a young age really shocked the onlookers. Everyone took a deep breath and whispered to each other. This Yu Tianheng is indeed the descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. His talent is truly amazing. Yet, I don't know if that little yellow-haired boy can handle it. I don't think it's good. He looks like he is only 10 years old at most. It's good enough for him to get 2 rings. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Yu Tianheng stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to defeat him with his eyes. Haha, didn't Yanzi I tell you? I'm a 3rd ring master, and already level 32. Yu Tianheng seemed to have already secured victory, but Pineapple Blowing Snow yawned lazily. 3 rings, are they very strong? Everyone is the same. Pineapple Blowing Snow was not to be outdone. His eyes focused and his soul power surged. In an instant, a ray of light flashed, and Pineapple Blowing Snow's martial soul, the Scarlet Sky Sword, appeared in his hand. The body of this Chixiao sword is red and white, and the hilt is inlaid with gems, shining brightly. The blade is extremely sharp, and the cold light flashes, as if it can cut off everything in the world. Immediately afterwards, the air around Pineapple Blowing Snow began to distort, and spirit rings slowly rose up. First, 2 purple soul rings appeared, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura, and the purple light intertwined like a dream. Then, a black soul ring slowly emerged, and a deep and oppressive aura instantly spread. That black soul ring seemed to contain endless dark power, which made people afraid. 3 soul rings surrounded Pineapple Blowing Snow, shining brightly, and the soul power fluctuations were as turbulent as the tide. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then burst into exclamations after a moment. No way, how old is this kid and he already has 3 rings, a genius? No, this guy is a genius. Oh my god! 2 purple and 1 black spirit ring combination, this is too incredible. Who on earth is this Pineapple Blowing Snow? How could he possess such terrifying strength? This is simply a demonic existence. Duguyan folded her arms across her chest and looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with a spirited look. She had long known about Pineapple Blowing Snow's incredible talent. When Yu Tianheng saw this scene, he could hardly hide the shock on his face, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. How can this be? His original confidence began to waver at this moment, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, there was no turning back now, so Yu Tianheng decided to launch an attack directly. He shouted, "Thunder Dragon Claw!" His right hand was instantly wrapped by crackling lightning into a super big claw, which looked quite scary, and he pounced towards Pineapple Blowing Snow. But Pineapple Blowing Snow looked indifferent, and the look in her eyes was simply saying that's it. He just twisted his butt and easily dodged the fierce attack, and made a face at Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng was so angry that his face turned green, and he used his ultimate move again. Thunderous! Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder and lightning were so dense that it was like snow blowing down rain towards the pineapple. Pineapple Blowing Snow was not in a hurry. He waved the Chixiao sword in his hand and muttered. "No, you're also called Lei? Are you going to tickle me?" All the lightning was blocked outside and didn't even touch his hair. P.S. Brothers, if you have any opinions, please tell me directly or join the group, thank. Please give me some votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Pretend to lose and win 250 million gold soul coins. Chapter 32 Pretend to lose and win 250 million gold soul coins. Pineapple Blowing Snow's current soul power is level 39, and with the foundation of 3 immortal herbs, the solidity of his soul power is even comparable to some 5-ring soul rings. Moreover, the Scarlet Sky Sword seems to have a natural suppressive effect on soul beasts or martial spirits with dragon attributes. With the advantage of soul power and the restraint of the Scarlet Sky Sword, beating Yu Tianheng was as easy as beating a child. When Yu Tianheng saw it, his eyes almost popped out, and he thought to himself, "How is this possible? They are both soul masters, how can there be such a huge difference?" Yu Tianheng also considered himself a child of destiny. Although he was not invincible among his peers, he had also suffered defeats among his peers over the years. He was seen gritting his teeth tightly, with veins bulging on his forehead, as if he had used up all his strength, and finally he used his most powerful move, the third soul skill Dragon's Fury. In an instant, the huge and majestic blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit behind him suddenly shone, and the strong light flashed across the sky like lightning, making it almost impossible for people to open their eyes. This dazzling light contains endless power and majesty, which makes people feel awe. The huge body of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit danced in the air, and every flap of its wings brought a gust of wind whistling past. It opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. That awe-inspiring momentum was simply unstoppable, and it even gave people the illusion that it could really break through the sky and poke a big hole in the sky. But Pineapple Blowing Snow still looked nonchalant, dodging left and right, and directly used his second soul skill, Transplantation, to start dodging. He was humming a little tune. I hide, you just can't hit me." This made Yu Tianheng very angry. He was out of breath and sweating all over, as if he had just been fished out of the water. At this point in the battle, Pineapple Blowing Snow was almost suppressing Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng was already panting, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his hair was messy. Each of his attacks was easily resolved by Pineapple Blowing Snow. Every move was like hitting cotton. He had strength but nowhere to use it and looked extremely embarrassed. He stole a glance at Duguyan, who was watching the fight on the side, and saw that her eyes, which were originally full of expectation, now revealed worry and a hint of disappointment that was hard to conceal. Yu Tianheng's heart seemed to be pierced by thousands of arrows, and pain and humiliation were intertwined in his heart. How could I lose so miserably in front of the woman I love? I am Yu Tianheng, the pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Tianheng shouted angrily in his heart. At this moment, Pineapple Blowing Snow took advantage of a brief break in an attack and quietly approached Yu Tianheng, lowering his voice and saying, "Give me 3 million gold soul coins, and we can count you as the winner this time." Pineapple Blowing Snow was thinking in his heart, with 3 million gold soul coins, even if he pretended to lose this time, he could just give Yu Tianheng 1 million gold soul coins first and then get another 3 million gold soul coins later. It is also possible to earn 200 million gold soul coins. As for losing, it's embarrassing. Come on, dignity. How much is it per pound? Yu Tianheng was stunned when he heard this, and it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in his mind. Then, he fell into a fierce struggle and torment. What a shame! I, the great Yu Tianheng, actually have to rely on such a despicable deal to pray for a draw. Am I going to throw away my family's honor and my dignity? The pride and self-esteem in his heart protested loudly. But another voice sounded in his mind, if I fail miserably like this, how will Duguyan view me? I will never be able to hold my head up in front of her and will lose her favor and respect. In these few seconds, Yu Tianheng's heart seemed to have experienced a long and painful war. Every thought was pulling against each other, and every choice seemed to tear his heart apart. Impossible! Yu Tianheng still shook his head with difficulty. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook her head and kicked him to the ground while the attack was in progress. Now it's 3.5 million gold soul coins. I might strip you naked later, don't blame me if you get embarrassed. What the hell? Yu Tianheng didn't expect Pineapple Blowing Snow to be so shameless as to threaten him like this. Hateful. In the end, his extreme desire for victory and his vanity in front of Duguyan overcame his conscience and dignity deep in his heart. Okay, I promise you. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. The corners of Pineapple Blowing Snow's mouth rose slightly, and a barely perceptible cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Become. In the following battle, Pineapple Blowing Snow began to deliberately reveal his flaws. His originally agile figure became sluggish, and every movement seemed a little clumsy and stiff. When his soul skill Red Sky Sword Shadow was used, the sword shadow became messy and weak, no longer having the previous sharp and precise power. Yu Tianheng seized this rare opportunity and used the Thunder Dragon Claw again. Good chance. This time, Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to be unable to react in time, and was hit hard on the shoulder by the huge dragon claw. His body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ah, you're so strong. I can't do it anymore. Red Sky Sword Shadow. Pineapple Blowing Snow struggled to stand up and used his soul skill again. But this time the sword shadows were sparse and dim, completely lacking the overwhelming momentum from before. Yu Tianheng took the opportunity to launch Thunderbolt, and countless lightning bolts blasted towards Pineapple Blowing Snow frantically. Pineapple Blowing Snow screamed and was struck by lightning. His clothes instantly became tattered and blackened marks covered his entire body. His skin was torn apart by the electric shock and blood was oozing out. He looked extremely miserable. Finally, under the dragon's fury that Yu Tianheng exerted with all his strength, Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to be no longer able to resist. His body was like a kite with a broken string. After drawing an arc in the air, he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yu Tianheng stood in a position of victory, his hands trembling slightly and his chest heaving violently. I won. Yu Tianheng was ecstatic. The onlookers on the side also sighed and wondered how they could lose in such a good situation. It's unscientific, right? The expressions of the group of people looking at Yu Tianheng were all strange. It was a shady deal, a naked shady deal, there must be some pie transaction involved. Yu Tianheng doesn't care what others think, the fact is that he has won now. At this moment, Doguyan immediately ran over anxiously, picked up Pineapple Blowing Snow, her face full of concern, her voice filled with tears. Fubuki, how are you? Don't scare me. When Yu Tianheng saw this scene, he immediately put on a mask of pain, feeling so sad in his heart. So what if I won the battle? She's actually concerned about that guy. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Yu Tianheng, Yanzi, Dawn and number 039, Tea Leave, Yanzi. Chapter 33 Yu Tianheng, Yanzi, Don't Leave, Yanzi. After Pineapple Blowing Snow was knocked down, he fell to the ground like a piece of mud with a bang. The posture was as ugly as it could be. When Doguyan saw this, he rushed over as if his butt was on fire and hugged Pineapple Chugsu in his arms. Pineapple Blowing Snow, how are you? Does it hurt? Doguyan's voice was so sharp that it could scare away all the birds in the sky. While she was speaking, she was touching Pineapple Blowing Snow's face with her hands. Oh my, honey, I think I can still save it. Pineapple Blowing Snow was lying in Doguyan's arms, with an expression that showed she was enjoying it so much. Her eyes were narrowed into slits, and the corners of her mouth were almost stretched to her ears. She even hummed weakly on purpose. But if you hold me tighter, I might get better faster. Doguyan blushed, and then she felt that this knowledge was a little too intimate. But this time the pineapple snowstorm really hurts, you get what you pay for. He was really hurt this time. He turned his head to look at Yu Tianheng not far away and smiled, which meant something similar. Look, I'm dedicated to my work, and don't forget to pay later. Pineapple Blowing Snow is not afraid that Yu Tianheng will not give him money. If he dares not to give him money, he will naturally have other ways to get the money. When Yu Tianheng, who was standing by, saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out and his face instantly turned the color of liver. Damn it, is this considered a win or a loss? Not only did I lose 250 million gold soul coins, but this kid actually lay in Yanzi's arms. Wait, what is his hand doing? Beast, beast. Yu Tianheng still hurried forward, wanting to take care of Pineapple Blowing Snow himself, but was slapped and his hand flew away. Yu Tianheng, how dare you hurt my Pineapple Blowing Snow? From now on, we are done with each other and we will never see each other again. Now, get out of here. Duguyan found a carriage and got on it while holding Pineapple Blowing Snow, and then drove away. Master, drive. Go to the clinic. Duguyan gave the order, and the carriage soon began to move forward steadily. When Yu Tianheng saw that Duguyan left with Pineapple Blowing Snow and was so cruel to him, Yu Tianheng felt that he was really going to lose Duguyan. No, absolutely not. He hurried forward and chased after her, banging on the car door and shouting miserably. Yanzi, please don't leave, okay? Yanzi. I didn't mean it just now, Yanzi, please forgive me. The car door closed, and Duguyan's expression was full of impatience. Drive faster, master. Yanzi, don't leave. Yanzi, how can I live without you? Yanzi. Yu Tianheng behind him cried miserably as he watched the carriage go away. His cry was so ungraceful that it made anyone who heard it feel sad and cry. So miserable, Yu Tianheng really has feelings for Duguyan. Childhood sweethearts are no joke, but now watching her run off with a yellow-haired guy, Yu Tianheng feels indescribably heartbroken. Alas! It's so pitiful. I won the game but lost the woman. Did you see that? This is a dog licker. Dog lickers will not have a good ending. Tisk tisk, that Pineapple Blowing Snow must have let some water out of the water. Hee hee. I don't know. The onlookers were talking about it. Anyway, Yu Tianheng and Pineapple Blowing Snow were going to become famous this time. The former naturally has his own play, and the circus has his own play. The latter is hard power. 3-ring Soul Master, 2 purple and 1 black. Really genius. On the carriage, Pineapple Blowing Snow grimaced and screamed in pain while burrowing into Duguyan's arms. His expression showed both pain and enjoyment. Okay, now that people have gone far away, can you please stop pretending? Duguyan said unhappily as he knocked away Pineapple Blowing Snow's dirty hands. Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned. Yanner, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm really hurt, it hurts so much. Don't give me that. I don't know you yet. How could you not be Yu Tianheng's opponent? Did he make a promise just now? Duguyan looked as if he saw through Pineapple Blowing Snow, which made Pineapple Blowing Snow's expression freeze. Haha, this weather is so nice. He interrupted. Duguyan, how much money did he promise to give you? Pineapple Blowing Snow, 350 million gold soul coins. Duguyan was stunned. So, you are really willing to be defeated and become a laughing stock just for this money? Where is your dignity? Dignity, how much is 1 pound? Pineapple Blowing Snow said seriously. 250 million gold soul coins is just a one-time loss. This is a very profitable deal. How could I miss it? And I'm short of money right now. Duguyan didn't understand Pineapple Blowing Snow's thinking. Shouldn't a genius have the pride of a genius? Every failure is a huge shame. But, she still grasped the key point. Are you short of money now? She looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow and asked. How much do you need? I happen to have a little here. Although it's not much, it is 50 gold soul coins, which is my accumulation over the years. You know, although my grandfather is a titled Douluo, he is a lonely man after all. His financial resources are not as good as those of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. Duguyan even felt a little inferior when he said this, and Pineapple Blowing Snow refused righteously. Take the money back quickly. What do you think of me? I'm a man. If I need money, I can earn it myself. Why do you want your money? I'll just go to Tianheng and get beaten a few more times. Pineapple Blowing Snow struggled to get up, but Duguyan stopped him and stuffed the black card directly into Pineapple Blowing Snow's pocket. A serious way. Just take it if I tell you to. What is our relationship? There's no need to be so clear about it. I remember my grandfather still has some personal savings. Next time I'll steal it for you. No, take some out. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook her head with a look of sadness on her face. Ah, you have caused me so much trouble. The owner of the carriage couldn't bear it anymore and put on a mask of pain. Damn, why is there such a big gap between people? Why is this guy still living off others for free? Inside the carriage, Pineapple Blowing Snow was calculating his current income. He didn't expect that he would save up 400 million gold soul coins in such a short time. Ning Rongrong's 1 million gold soul coins, Yu Tianheng's 250 million gold soul coins. Duguyan's 50 gold soul coins. It can be said that now he is only 1 million gold soul coins away from passing the first test, but Pineapple Blowing Snow does not dare to relax at all. This last million is the real difficulty. After all, one cannot get all the wool in one go. He still has to think of some way to make real money, but how to make money, he didn't have much of a clue yet. Hiss. Just as he was thinking about it, Pineapple Blowing Snow accidentally pulled the wound again, and he subconsciously grimaced. In order to act more realistically, he even lowered his defense, and now it really hurts a bit. Master, drive faster, to the Ye family clinic. Duguyan said with concern, and the carriage accelerated again. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Ye Lingling. Chapter 34 Ye Lingling, the carriage sped along at lightning speed. The pineapple was dizzy from the snow blowing, and he was speechless. Actually, I can heal myself, why not put me down? His body is now tempered by ice and fire, and his self-healing ability is actually very strong. The injuries he just suffered from the beating by Yu Tianheng have now begun to recover. No. You've hurt your face, you should go to my friend's place, otherwise you won't look handsome anymore. Duguyan was very persistent. She carried Pineapple Chuixu on her shoulder and rushed to the Ye family clinic. Along the way, Duguyan ran so fast that the wind was whistling in his ears. Pineapple Blowing Snow was shaken all over by Duguyan's shoulder, and hummed weakly, Duguyan, you are going to shake me to pieces. Duguyan didn't care what he said, she just rushed forward with her head down, muttering, Humph, stop talking nonsense, we'll be at the Ye family clinic soon. Soon, the two arrived at the Ye family clinic. Unlike other clinics that were located on busy streets, this one was hidden in a remote alley. Don't underestimate this place. The clinic's building is antique, with carved beams and painted rafters. The vermilion doors and windows exude a mysterious atmosphere and it looks extraordinary at first glance. Duguyan hurried in carrying Pineapple Chuixu, shouting at the top of his voice as he walked. Ling ling. Soon, a figure appeared in front of the two of them like a ghost. The person was wearing a black robe, tightly covered from head to toe, with a black veil on his head, revealing only a pair of cold eyes, which seemed to lower the temperature of the surrounding area. Duguyan hurriedly said, Lingling, please help take a look at him, he is seriously injured. Pineapple Blowing Snow weakly raised his eyes to look at the person in front of him, muttering to himself, is this mysterious thing going to work? When she saw that the person coming was Duguyan, Ye Lingling gently lifted the veil, and instantly, a beautiful face was revealed. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were as black as distant ink, and her eyes were like cold stars, exuding a cold temperament. Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and he muttered to himself, what a cool beauty. Seeing this, Duguyan slapped Pineapple Blowing Snow on the head and said angrily, You're already injured like this, and you're still being crazy. Pineapple Blowing Snow felt the pain, then came back to his senses, grinned foolishly and said, "Hee hee, I can't help it, I can't help it." Yelingling looked at them, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. That smile was like ice and snow just melting, beautiful yet a little distant. "This is pineapple blowing snow, my friend." Duguyan pointed at pineapple blowing snow and introduced it, then began to explain it to pineapple blowing snow. "This is Yelingling, my best friend." "Hello, beautiful lady." Pineapple blowing snow had a sweet smile on her face, while Yelingling frowned slightly. "This yellow-haired guy looks like a scoundrel. When did Duguyan have a friend like him?" Yelingling nodded slightly and replied, "Don't worry, Sister Yan." As she said that, she asked Pineapple blowing snow to lie down obediently. Pineapple blowing snow lay down obediently, but his eyes were still staring at Yelingling. Afterwards, Yelingling began to use her martial spirit to treat Pineapple blowing snow. She was surrounded by a glowing light, and a beautiful crabapple flower slowly emerged. The petals of the crabapple flower were delicate, and the stamens were shining with a strange light. Duguyan watched from the side. Pineapple blowing snow felt a warm force gradually seeping into his body, and the pain in his wounds slowly eased. He couldn't help but sigh, what a magical martial spirit, this recovery ability is amazing. Duguyan introduced. Lingling's martial soul is the very special nine-hearted begonia. This kind of martial soul has only one soul skill no matter how far it is cultivated, and that is healing. So, as long as there is a nine-hearted begonia soul master, there will be no casualties. Pineapple blowing snow was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. "Wow, is it so powerful?" Yelingling smiled slightly, said nothing, and continued to treat him attentively. The light of the crabapple flower became brighter and brighter, covering Pineapple blowing snow's entire body. After a while, Yelingling loosened her hand and said softly, "All right." Pineapple blowing snow quickly checked himself up and down and found that his injuries were indeed healed, and there was not even a scar left. "Thank you very much." Pineapple blowing snow moved up and down and did not forget to thank Yelingling, who was still as cold as ever. The girl seemed to say very little and just nodded in response. "Now that you're all right, let's go." Pineapple blowing snow stood up and said. Duguyan frowned slightly. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not easy for you to come to Lingling's place, and I want to catch up with you." "No hurry, no, I'm still waiting to make money. To be honest, I want to make 100 million gold soul coins in a very short time." 100 million gold soul coins. Duguyan was shocked. She didn't expect Pineapple blowing snow to ask for so much money. Pineapple blowing snow looked depressed. "So, do you know of any legal ways to make money fast?" Pineapple blowing snow didn't know if there would be any punishment for failing the divine test, but he was still very interested in this reward. While Duguyan was thinking hard, Yelingling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "I have a method, but the prerequisite is that you must be strong enough, and your life will be in danger." "What way?" "Fighting Spirit Arena." Yelingling spoke in a resounding voice, and Duguyan's eyes lit up when she heard the name. "Yeah, I almost forgot about this thing. Fighting Spirit Arena." Pineapple blowing snow scratched his head, a little confused. He had spent most of these years in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect learning swordsmanship from Sword Douluo, which resulted in him not being clear about many things. Yelingling began to explain in a deep voice. The Soul Fighting Arena is a place specifically for soul masters to compete. The general large fighting arena is divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The advanced fighting arena is larger in scale and can accommodate many spectators. Usually there is a certain limit on the number of participations per day, such as RTNDA Grand Fighting Soul Arena, where players form teams or participate in the Fighting Soul competition individually. Winning can earn points and rewards, and improve rankings. Winning rewards include currency rewards such as Dohun coins and gold soul coins, as well as various rare items and equipment. You can also get honor badges, which represent the strength and achievements of the Soul Master. Yelingling obviously knows more about the fighting spirit arena and can explain it in a very clear and logical way. Pineapple Blowing Snow probably understood that as long as one was strong enough in this arena, one could earn countless amounts of money, and it was all legal. Okay, I'm going to the fighting spirit arena. Pineapple Blowing Snow said excitedly, but Yelingling had a look of doubt on her face. Little brother, can you do this? Pineapple Blowing Snow doesn't look very old, but his life is in danger in the fighting arena. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Making Money in the Fighting Arena, Pineapple Blowing Snow's Debut. Chapter 35, Making Money in the Fighting Arena, Pineapple Blowing Snow's Debut. Little brother. Pineapple Blowing Snow's brows were wrinkled into the shape of a character. First of all, I'm not a little brother, and how can a man say no? But you do look small. Yelingling raised the corner of her mouth slightly and made a playful joke. Don't worry, small ones are cute too. Pineapple Blowing Snow. Douluo chuckled at the side. Lingling, you really underestimate this guy. He is very strong. How strong? Better than both of us. How is that possible? Didn't you obtain the third soul ring and advance to the third ring soul master? Yelingling looked at Douluo with some surprise. She was a little younger than Douluo, 13 years old now, but her soul power was already 29, and she would be able to obtain her third soul ring soon. But Douluo seemed to have obtained the third soul ring faster than himself. Is this yellow-haired guy more powerful than Douluo? Yelingling didn't quite believe it. His strength, you will know later. Anyway, just know that he is very strong. Douluo didn't say too much. Yelingling nodded and looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow. If you are really short of money, you can come with me to the fighting arena. My nine-hearted begonia martial spirit is very suitable for healing. It happens to be a place where accidents happen frequently, so I often go there to earn extra money. Okay, then take me there. Pineapple Blowing Snow was ready to go. He wanted to see how much money he could make at one time. The two hit it off immediately. Douluo didn't plan to go with them this time because Yelingling knew more about the fighting spirit arena, but she also did not forget to ask Yelingling to take better care of Pineapple Blowing Snow. The two of them packed up briefly and decided to head to the nearest Tiandu Soul fighting arena immediately. This is one of the largest fighting arenas in the Tiandu Empire. Yelingling brought Pineapple Blowing Snow to the Tiandu Great Fighting Spirit Arena. When he saw the magnificent building, Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he froze in place. Oh my goodness, this is so spectacular! Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't help but exclaimed. He looked up at the towering building, his eyes rolling around, thinking in his mind. If I sell all this, how much money will it be worth? I will become very rich. Yelingling looked at his money-obsessed appearance and shook her head helplessly. No. How do you know about money? This is the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena, how can we just sell it? Pineapple Blowing Snow chuckled, I'm just thinking about it, isn't that enough? After saying that, he continued to look up, gazing at the magnificent building with fascination. The two of them quickly entered the Great Soul Fighting Arena, which was bustling with people. Yelingling led Pineapple Blowing Snow around and came to the workbench. Yelingling pointed to the workbench and introduced to come to the fighting arena, you must first register here. Those who compete here can hide their identities and only use their own code names. And you can choose a mask to cover your face. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked curious, stared at the staff behind the workbench with wide eyes, and asked. So you can call me whatever you want? Can I be called the Invincible Hero? Yelingling rolled her eyes at him and said, don't just come up with random names. Be serious. Pineapple Blowing Snow touched his head and laughed, I'm just kidding, let's register quickly. Yelingling tilted her head and asked Pineapple Blowing Snow, what code name do you want to use? Pineapple Blowing Snow crossed her arms in front of her chest, thought for a while and said, "I'll just call myself Fist God." Yalingling looked puzzled and frowned as she asked, "Why is it called this name?" Pineapple Blowing Snow blinked mysteriously and said, "Don't worry about it, you'll know later." After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at Yalingling. Pineapple Blowing Snow also picked a yellow mask. Yalingling shook her head helplessly, "Okay, as long as you are happy." The competition is divided into individual competition, duo competition, and team competition, as well as some very special events. Pineapple Blowing Snow touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then said to Yalingling, "I'll just sign up for the individual competition for now." Yalingling nodded to show her understanding. Pineapple Blowing Snow then said excitedly, "I heard that if you can achieve a high winning streak, the prize money for subsequent wins will get higher and higher. Pineapple Blowing Snow, will definitely make a fortune." Yalingling looked at his money-obsessed look and couldn't help but frowned. "Don't lose the first game." Pineapple Blowing Snow patted his chest and guaranteed. "How is that possible? I, the Fist God, am no vegetarian." "Haha, I don't care anyway. If you feel something is wrong, just admit defeat as soon as possible. As long as you are not beaten to death, I can save your life." Yalingling said in a cold voice with no expression on her face, and Pineapple Blowing Snow curled her lips. "Is it free? 500 gold soul coins per time. Grass." Pineapple Blowing Snow cursed angrily, while Yalingling crossed her arms and looked indifferent. "I'm doing this for Sister Yan's sake. I've already given you a 20% discount. You make money really easily." "Haha." Yalingling didn't reply this time. Soon, the individual competition for Pineapple Blowing Snow kicked off. He walked into the arena with his head held high, looking very proud. As soon as Pineapple Blowing Snow entered the arena, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. My goodness, it was so lively in here. There were people shouting everywhere, one after another, making his ears buzz. He sniffed and the air was filled with the smell of blood and a strong smell of alcohol that went straight into his nose. "Oh my God, what does this smell like?" Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't help but mutter, "But, I'm not afraid." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, ready to fight hard. As soon as Pineapple Blowing Snow entered here, his eyes caught sight of the tragic scene in the next stadium. I saw someone had been knocked to the ground by his opponent, but the opponent didn't stop and was still punching and kicking him. The guy who fell to the ground was beaten so badly, Pineapple Blowing Snow's heart skipped a beat as he watched this, and he muttered quietly, "Damn, this is too cruel. This is not a martial arts ethics." He swallowed unconsciously, already starting to get a little nervous. It was his first time playing this kind of game. Soon, the Pineapple Snowflake competition began. He took a deep breath and walked into the competition stage with a heroic and confident manner. As a newcomer, in order to test the strength of the newcomers, the organizers usually make the first few games as qualifying matches. The opponents encountered are accidental and some are strong and some are weak. But as soon as he went up, his eyes widened in shock. Oh my God! His opponent turned out to be the man who had just been fighting in the next arena. And who hadn't stopped even when his opponent had no ability to resist. Pineapple Blowing Snow's heart skipped a beat and he felt a bit overwhelmed. Hey! How did I run into this guy? Below the stage, Yalingling sat in the viewing area. When she saw that Pineapple Blowing Snow's first opponent turned out to be that guy, her heart sank to the bottom. This is bad. She had a grim expression. She knew a little bit more about that contestant, but he was one of the tough ones recently. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Fighting Spirit, Pineapple Blowing Snow's Way to Make Money. Chapter 36 Fighting Spirit, Pineapple Blowing Snow's Way to Make Money. The referee stood in the center of the arena and introduced the two players' achievements and titles to the audience in a loud voice. First of all, this extremely fierce man over here is called Blood God. His current record is quite amazing, and he has won 9 consecutive victories. When the audience heard this, they burst into warm cheers and applause. And over here, there's a new guy who just arrived. His name is Boxing God. Tisk tisk, our boxing god doesn't look very old. Come, let's see if this new guy can bring us any surprises. The referee pointed at Pineapple Blowing Snow and said. The audience cast their eyes on Pineapple Blowing Snow, some were curious, some were skeptical, and some were expectant. The gap between the two sides was so huge that it soon attracted a lot of discussion from the audience. Oh my, this boxing god is so unlucky to run into such a ruthless guy in the first match. That's right, the blood god's 9 consecutive victories are not an exaggeration, he is definitely finished. I think this new guy won't last more than 3 rounds. Some people also noticed that Pineapple Blowing Snow was not very old, and they frowned immediately. Why does this boxing god look so young? He looks like a child. When the blood god saw that his opponent was the fledgling Pineapple Blowing Snow, he couldn't help but laugh, his face full of disdain, his eyes seemed to say. You are just a rookie, and you dare to fight me. Kid, are you of age? Come out and participate in the competition, or else go home and drink your mother's milk. Haha, if you beg me now, I might let you live. He folded his hands across his chest and looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with great contempt, with a hint of mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. No. Your grandma is not available now. Pineapple Blowing Snow said calmly, and the blood god suddenly became angry. You pissed me off. Today I want to let you know the difference between us. Fist God. I am the blood god. Do you think you are worthy of being called a god? You and I are indeed different. Pineapple Blowing Snow stretched out a finger and shook it, then continued speaking as the man looked puzzled. Today, even if you beg me, I can't possibly forgive you. Insanity. Following the referee's order, the blood god pounded his fists together, making a sound like the collision of raw iron. As soon as the bell for the match rang, the blood god couldn't wait to show his arrogance. His eyes widened, he roared, and his martial spirit, the bull of power, instantly possessed him. His body instantly became extremely strong, his muscles bulged, and he was full of explosive power. The shadow of the powerful bull loomed behind him, exuding a fierce aura. The 3 yellow soul rings on his body shone one after another, shining brightly. His current soul power is level 33, and he will be able to be promoted to a gold soul fighting player soon. Die! The blood god strode forward, raised his strong right arm high, and then punched Pineapple Blowing Snow fiercely. This punch brought with it a strong wind that seemed to tear the air apart. Yelingling clenched her hands and stared at the Pineapple Blowing Snow on the field, as if she couldn't bear to see this scene, but the next moment, Pineapple Blowing Snow was not in a hurry. He lightly tapped his feet and his body floated to the left and rear like a light leaf, easily avoiding the fierce attack. Tisk tisk, too slow, not even as fast as the old lady downstairs from my house when she buys groceries. The blood god's attack missed, and his anger grew even stronger. He slammed his left foot against the ground, and rushed towards Pineapple Blowing Snow again like a cannonball, with his left fist whistling closely behind. However, Pineapple Blowing Snow's figure was like a ghost. She moved sideways, causing the blood god's attack to miss. That's it. At this time, Pineapple Blowing Snow's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes revealed a trace of contempt. He stood up slowly, looking at the exasperated blood god, as if waiting for something. Just when everyone thought that Pineapple Blowing Snow was just dodging and had no power to fight back, he finally took action and summoned out his Scarlet Sky Sword. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from him. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, slowly rose from under his feet. The deep purple and mysterious black soul rings emitted a heart-pounding light. The entire arena instantly fell into deathly silence, and everyone was stunned by the astonishing spirit ring configuration. The audience opened their mouths wide, their eyes round, and looked at the pineapple blowing snow in disbelief. Oh my god! 2 purple and 1 black. How is this possible? Someone couldn't help but scream. Where did this monster come from? He has such a terrifying spirit ring at such a young age. An old man's beard trembled with excitement. I am not dreaming. This spirit ring configuration is too amazing. A young man rubbed his eyes vigorously. When the blood god saw this scene, his arrogant expression froze instantly, replaced by endless fear. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, his eyes full of despair and panic. At this point he no longer had the courage to fight, so he turned around and fled from this terrible opponent. However, how could pineapple blowing snow let him have his way? Pineapple blowing snow flashed and instantly appeared in front of the blood god, blocking his way. Want to run? It's too late. Pineapple blowing snow said coldly. A long sword with a cold glow appeared in his hand at some point, and a cold aura flowed from the sword. Pineapple blowing snow didn't hesitate at all, he flicked his wrist and swung his sword. An extremely sharp sword energy broke through the air, like a flash of lightning. The blood god didn't even have time to react before he was hit directly by the sword energy. With a puff sound, the blood god's body froze instantly, and then slowly fell down. There was still fear of death and unwillingness to fight in his eyes. I told you. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Pineapple blowing snow said calmly. After defeating the blood god, pineapple blowing snow continued to show amazing strength in the subsequent placement matches. In every game, as soon as his opponent came on the court, before he had a chance to display his skills, pineapple blowing snow would rush forward like a gust of wind. He just swung the sword in his hand, a cold light flashed, and the opponent fell to the ground instantly, and the battle ended. When facing a spirit master of the agility attack type, as soon as the opponent moved, pineapple blowing snow's sword arrived and defeated the enemy with one move. The seemingly indestructible defense of the spirit master of the defense type was like thin paper under his sword, and it broke with one poke. Just like that, in every game, pineapple blowing snow always used this crushing method to resolve the battle with one sword. His movements were so fast and fierce that no one could see clearly what he was doing, and no one knew how strong he really was. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Soul Fighting to the Death, Prize of 512 million gold soul coins. Chapter 37, Soul Fighting to the Death, Prize of 512 million gold soul coins. The entire Tiandu fighting arena was shocked by pineapple blowing snow's performance, and people were talking about this mysterious and powerful existence. Who is this boxing god? He strikes with one sword every time, and his opponents have no chance to fight back. It's so scary. How strong he is completely unfathomable. I think he is simply a monster. Such strength is unheard of among newcomers. Pineapple blowing snow didn't care about the discussions at all. He just kept muttering to himself. 1,000 gold soul coins, another 1,000 gold soul coins, small change, my small change. After the brilliant record of 20 consecutive victories, pineapple blowing snow directly won the title of Gold Fighting Spirit level with his unparalleled strength. This is rare in the history of the Tiandu soul fighting arena. Usually, soul masters need to go through long and difficult battles to accumulate and gradually improve their levels. However, pineapple blowing snow's performance was so amazing and powerful that it was breathtaking. His swift sword moves, exquisite tactics, and unfathomable soul power are all impressive. Facing every opponent, he showed overwhelming superiority and did not give the opponent any chance to breathe. It was precisely because of his extraordinary strength that the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena had to make an exception and promote him to the Golden Fighting Soul. This is an unprecedented extraordinary promotion. This guy is too strong. Some people couldn't help shouting loudly. That's right, his strength completely surpasses that of spirit masters at the same stage, and he deserves the title of Golden Fighting Spirit. Is there really a ruthless person coming today? Everyone was talking about it, their eyes filled with anticipation and admiration for Pineapple Blowing Snow. When they returned to the rest area, Yalingling came over almost immediately. Her beautiful eyes kept looking up and down at Pineapple Blowing Snow, her eyes full of doubt and curiosity. Pineapple Blowing Snow, you really surprised me. Yalingling said softly, with a hint of amazement in her voice. I just can't see through you. You are so young, yet you have such great strength. She frowned slightly, as if she was thinking hard about something. How did you do it? Every battle you fight seems so easy, even if you are a third-ring warrior. Yalingling felt that the young man in front of her was more and more unfathomable, and her curiosity grew stronger. Maybe I'm just too talented. Pineapple Blowing Snow replied seriously, and Yalingling's expression froze. If only this guy wouldn't talk so meanly. Pineapple Blowing Snow returned to the rest area, took a short rest, and then calculated his income. After these 10 consecutive victories, a total of 20,000 gold soul coins were earned. He frowned and thought to himself. 20,000 gold soul coins may seem like a lot, but it's still far from enough for my goal. The speed at which I make money is too slow. He couldn't help but complain, I fought so hard and won 20 games in a row to earn this little. I don't know how long it will take to achieve my wish. After all, his goal is at least 1 million gold soul coins. Alas, we are still too poor. Yalingling, who was standing by, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Pineapple Blowing Snow's complaints. She said, you still think it's too slow? I earned 20,000 gold soul coins after 20 consecutive wins. This is an astronomical figure for many people. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. He said he disliked the slow pace of making money, right? I have a good way to make money as quickly as possible, even millions of gold soul coins are not a problem. Both of them were startled and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a tall and thin man with sinister eyes slowly walking towards them. There was a strange smile on his lips, which made people shudder. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the leaders of the Tiandu Great Fighting Spirit Arena. The man introduced. Pineapple Blowing Snow frowned, looked at the strange man who suddenly appeared with caution, and asked, oh, what is the way to make a lot of money you mentioned? Pineapple Blowing Snow's pupils turned into gold soul coins, millions of gold soul coins, you can't spend them all in a lifetime. The man smiled and said, this method is called a death fight. A death fight, as the name implies, is a battle that must decide life and death. The loser dies, and the winner can get a high reward. Moreover, the prize money can be doubled for each victory. The first victory prize is 10,000 gold soul coins. His words were full of temptation and his eyes revealed a kind of fanaticism. Imagine, if we win a few games in a row, the wealth will be astronomical, countless gold soul coins, and endless glory will all belong to the winner. The man became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already seen Pineapple Blowing Snow shine in the death arena. Yalingling frowned and said solemnly, fighting to the death, this is the hidden rule of the fighting spirit arena. Although it seems to be very profitable, the risk is also very high. Once you fail, you will pay the price with your life. This is just a show for the big shots to watch for fun. Yalingling looked at the man with an ugly expression and added the rules. Participants must achieve at least 10 consecutive victories before they can declare their withdrawal from the battle, but there is no limit to the level of the enemy they face. The ultimate combat power in the Great Soul Arena is a 5-ring Soul King, which means that if Pineapple Blowing Snow participates, his opponent is likely to be a Soul King. The man said nothing, just quietly watching the Pineapple Blowing Snow. The attention that a death match can get is extremely high, and this thing can bring a lot of ticket revenue to the Tiandu Soul Fighting Arena. He will cheat as many people as he can. This Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to be very greedy for money, so the man decided to come over and give it a try. If you can fool people, that's the best. If you can't, forget it. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked interested, and Yelingling said anxiously. Pineapple Blowing Snow, think about it carefully. With your current strength, if you encounter a Soul King, you have almost no chance of winning. This is too risky. After all, Pineapple Blowing Snow is Douluo's friend. Yelingling doesn't want to see Pineapple Blowing Snow get into an accident, otherwise she would be embarrassed to explain. Finally, Pineapple Blowing Snow looked up and said expressionlessly. You won't default on this money, right? Of course, no one should be cheated. The man was stunned and said quickly. Pineapple Blowing Snow just chuckled. Okay, I agree. I'm telling you in advance. No one is allowed to touch my Pineapple Blowing Snow's money, or I'll get mad. Yelingling looked desperate. She was doomed. Douluo would scold her to death. Soon, the news that Pineapple Blowing Snow was participating in the soul fighting death battle spread throughout the Tiandu soul fighting arena like a whirlwind, and everyone became excited. What? Someone is actually participating in the soul fighting death match. And he's a newcomer. This is a challenge that hasn't appeared in a long time. It's really exciting. The last time was 3 months ago, I think. I only lasted 3 rounds that time. I don't know if this newcomer can create a miracle. People were talking to each other, discussing excitedly. This long-dormant challenge was once again launched, filling the entire fighting arena with an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 The filial son Yu Tianheng steals his father's money. Chapter 38 The filial son Yu Tianheng steals his father's money. Pineapple Blowing Snow, you are really crazy. Now, go tell that person that you will not participate. How can I explain this to Sister Yan? Yelingling stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow with a grim face. How could this guy be so greedy for money? A fight to the death is just to seek death, it's just for the amusement of those nobles. There's no way the fighting spirit arena will let you take away so much prize money. I can't help it, I'm short of money. Pineapple Blowing Snow shrugged helplessly. How much money do you need? I'll give it to you. 1 million gold soul coins, do you have it? No. But I can borrow it. Yelingling had a determined look on her face, which made Pineapple Blowing Snow laugh. He looked up and down at Yelingling's pretty face. Why do you care about my life or death? Why, do you like me? Pooh. Yelingling glared at Pineapple Blowing Snow angrily. I'm just afraid that your death will affect the relationship between me and Sister Yan. Our Ye family owes them a great favor. We may not be able to repay it in this lifetime. Okay, it's settled. There's no room for regret now, and who says I will definitely lose? Pineapple Blowing Snow crossed his arms across his chest. He really couldn't miss this kind of business that could make a lot of money in the shortest time. Well, the death match isn't about to start so soon. I have to collect a debt while there's still time. Pineapple Blowing Snow said again, and then ran away immediately, leaving Yelingling stunned. Collect the bill. At night, the stars are shining, and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan looks like a mysterious castle under the moonlight. In an elegant room, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. He sneaked and tiptoed and began his adventure. Looking at his agile figure, yet cautious appearance, he looked left and right, his eyes full of vigilance, as if he was afraid of being discovered. He took every step very lightly, with almost no sound under his feet. The dim candlelight in the room illuminated his slightly nervous face, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He even tried to breathe as lightly as possible, and it seemed that the air around him had become quiet because of his caution. If Pineapple Blowing Snow was here, he would be surprised to find that this figure was none other than Yu Tianheng, who had fought with him in the morning. Yu Tianheng's originally confident and proud face now looked somewhat gloomy and mysterious in the shadows. Damn it! 250 million gold soul coins is too much for me to pay. Damn you, Pineapple Blowing Snow, if it weren't for you, how could I have come here? Yu Tianheng has always been a proud person. Although he is a bit like a bootlicker on weekdays, his basic bottom line is to accept defeat. Since he owed Pineapple Blowing Snow 250 million gold soul coins in the morning and he didn't have that much money himself, he had no choice but to come to his father's house tonight and plan to steal some money for emergency. Fortunately, my father went out tonight for something, otherwise it would be really difficult. I have 1 million gold soul coins myself, and I should get another 150 million gold soul coins from my father. There are also some of my mother's relics in there, and they will be given to me sooner or later. I just took it ahead of time. Yu Tianheng silently comforted himself, and at this moment he could not care so much. He carefully approached the place where his father kept his belongings, and silently prayed in his heart that he would not be discovered. He knew that his father had a secret treasure chest in his room. The treasures inside were worth at least 200 million gold soul coins. They were all his father's precious collections over the years. Yu Tianheng's heartbeat accelerated, and various thoughts kept flashing through his mind. If my father finds out, I will definitely be punished. But if I don't take it, how can I pay back the money I owe to Pineapple Blowing Snow? Ah, it's all Pineapple Blowing Snow's fault. He gritted his teeth, secretly made up his mind, and continued to move towards the treasure chest. Yu Tianheng approached quietly in the night and finally arrived in front of the treasure chest. His hands trembled as he slowly reached for the treasure chest, feeling nervous and expectant. When he tremblingly opened the treasure chest, brilliant golden light instantly gushed out, almost blinding his eyes. Oh my God, that's a lot of money. He couldn't help squinting his eyes, trying to adapt to the dazzling light. The treasure chest was filled with all kinds of precious jewels, gold coins, and rare soul guides, each of which exuded a charming luster and was worth a lot of money. Yu Tianheng took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he began to reach out for the treasures. Just a little bit, I just took a little bit. But the next moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. A familiar voice slowly sounded, "Tianheng, what are you doing?" Yu Tianheng suddenly turned his head and saw a face that looked 70% like his own. That was his father, who was staring at him seriously, with disappointment and anger in his eyes. The father and son stared at each other, everything was said without words. Half an hour later, Yu Tianheng was beaten up and knelt miserably at the door of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The breeze was blowing, ruffling his messy hair. His face was covered with bruises, and his eyes were full of regret and grievance. The tribesmen passing by gave him strange looks, but he didn't dare to look up. He just endured it all silently. The cold moon in the night sky cast a cool light, illuminating his lonely and pitiful figure. Hiss! Dad is too cruel. I am his biological son. He almost beat me to death. Yu Tianheng grimaced in pain, and the next moment, a familiar voice sounded. No, brother, what are you doing here? Admiring the moonlight. It was Pineapple Blowing Snow, with his extremely conspicuous yellow hair. Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned at first when she saw Yu Tianheng's miserable state, but then she couldn't help laughing. Hey, what's wrong with you? Who beat you up like this? Yu Tianheng glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, what do you care? Pineapple Blowing Snow crossed her arms and said with a smile, don't be so fierce, I'm just concerned about you. The wind was still blowing, but Yu Tianheng's mood was extremely bad. By the way, where are my 250 million gold soul coins? Pineapple Blowing Snow crossed her arms and looked at Yu Tianheng with a wary look on her face. Don't tell me you don't plan to give it to me. I tell you, Yanner hates people who don't keep their promises the most. Get lost. Yu Tianheng, will definitely pay you back the money. Yu Tianheng said angrily. But I only have 1 million gold soul coins. The rest of the money is with my dad. Give me some time and I will steal it for you. Yu Tianheng, am not a person who lacks money. Steal your dad's. Pineapple Blowing Snow was stunned, but Yu Tianheng was justified. Is it not possible? When the old man dies, the family property will not be mine. It's just a matter of a step earlier or later. Pineapple Blowing Snow has a weird expression, but I didn't expect that Yu Tianheng is such a filial son. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Flying Dragon Reaching the Clouds. Pineapple Blowing Snow and number 039, S magical skills are Reve. Chapter 39, Flying Dragon Reaching the Clouds. Pineapple Blowing Snow's magical skills are revealed for the first time. The problem is that you're too slow. I don't have that much time to wait for you. Pineapple Blowing Snow complained, and Yu Tianheng spread his hands to indicate that he had no other choice. Or you can go steal it yourself, and whatever you steal is yours. Yu Tianheng didn't feel guilty at all when he said this. This is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Apart from him, is there anyone else who dares to steal things openly? You said it. Pineapple Blowing Snow's face came right in front of him, his eyes lit up, and the two words were almost written all over his face. Money. Look at my performance. Pineapple Blowing Snow didn't hesitate for a moment and flashed directly into the residence of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Tianheng was lying outside with a somewhat unconfident look in his eyes. He always felt that he might have done something wrong. It is actually not difficult to enter the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. After all, he had just had a good chat with Yu Tianheng outside, and the person in charge of guarding just now naturally knew that he was no ordinary person. Just like that, Pineapple Blowing Snow almost walked in with his head held high and his chest puffed out. However, as soon as he stepped into it, Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't help but screamed, "Oh no, this is really troublesome. I forgot to ask Yu Tianheng where his father's room is located. However, things have come to this point. If I turn back and ask again, it would be too embarrassing." So, after some careful consideration, Pineapple Blowing Snow resolutely decided to rely on his own strength to find it. Well, I remember Yu Tianheng once mentioned that his grandfather was the respected head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Based on this, his father must be a powerful figure as well. The mansion where such a noble person lives must be one of the most luxurious and exquisite ones, right? Thinking of this, Pineapple Blowing Snow's lively eyes rolled around like two sparkling gems. He stood where he was, his eyes quickly sweeping across the rows of neatly arranged buildings before him. Before long, he successfully locked onto several houses that looked very different from the other buildings around them. Not only are these houses much taller than other houses, but they also look magnificent and beautiful in appearance. From a distance, you can feel a unique and extraordinary temperament. Pineapple Blowing Snow first looked around cautiously for a while, and after making sure that no one was paying attention to him, he tiptoed like a nimble cat and slowly approached his target. Pineapple Blowing Snow has been studying with sword Douluo for so many years, but he actually didn't learn much about swordsmanship, but he did learn the art of concealing his breath quite well. Even ordinary titled Douluo can't find it. Pineapple Blowing Snow tiptoed to a door, put his ear lightly against it and listened. At first, he just thought the room was unusually quiet, but when he listened carefully, he immediately discovered something unusual. It was a strange sound, seemingly there and not there, which made him puzzled. The more he listened, the more confused he became. His brows furrowed and his face looked strange. What's the situation? Pineapple Blowing Snow muttered to herself, her curiosity completely aroused. In the room, the candle light flickered, illuminating Yu Baihao's slightly drunken face. His eyes were blurred and fiery, staring closely at the woman beside him. Yu Baihao's breathing was a little rapid, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, "My dear, you are so beautiful today. Your graceful figure and beautiful face make my heart feel like it is being scratched by a cat's claws. It's itchy." The woman smiled coquettishly, with a hint of charm in her smile. She stretched out her scallion-like jade fingers, gently tapped Yu Baihao's firm chest, and replied in a coquettish voice, "Humph, you bad guy, your mouth is like honey, you only know how to say sweet words to make people happy. Brother, you should not come so often recently, my guy will find something wrong." "Really?" Third brother actually noticed it. "We have to make a quick decision this time." "Oh, you're annoying. Sister-in-law. Here I come." Outside the door, Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes widened and he felt his scalp tingling. "Damn, there's a big melon to eat. The man just now looked somewhat similar to Yu Tianheng, so he should be his father. Then his sister-in-law must be Yu Tianheng's aunt. Gee. It's indeed a big family, but it's so messy. Alas. I don't know how long I have to wait." Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his head, thinking that this matter was none of his business, and he restrained his breath and listened again. 3 minutes later, squeak. Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to sense something and immediately retreated to the side and hid, and the door opened at this moment. "Cool." Yu Baihao shrugged with a proud look on his face. As the second-generation leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, that was really awesome. Originally, my father liked my younger brother Yu Xiaogang more, but unfortunately he has left, and now I have become the most favored one. I don't know what's going on with Tianheng, he actually learned to steal things. He really doesn't learn his lesson. The burden of the next generation will be passed on to him in the future. It looks like it will take another 10 years of training. Sigh. I'll have to bear the brunt of the hardship and support this huge family for the time being." Yu Baihao shook his head with a helpless look on his face. At this moment, he frowned slightly and looked around. "What's going on? Why do I feel a chill?" However, Yu Baihao turned around and left without thinking much. Not long after he left, Pineapple Blowing Snow ran out excitedly. "Let me see what the flying dragon exploring the clouds hand got this time." That's right, Pineapple Blowing Snow just used one of the 3 magical skills of the inheritor of the God of Wealth. Flying Dragon Reaching the Clouds, it can steal other people's property silently and randomly. He just used it once and it seemed to work well. Wait a minute. Why is it so cold and a little soft? What the hell is this? Pineapple Blowing Snow frowned, stretched out his right hand and then opened it, and a red cloth emitting some kind of faint fragrance appeared in his hand. Is this, a belly band? Pineapple Blowing Snow said with a dark face in disbelief. He never thought that he could actually steal such a thing. It seems that this belly band is the one that Yu Baihao protects closely. Damn. Who are the people in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family? Pineapple Blowing Snow continued to follow with a gloomy face. He could only try once more. He didn't believe that he couldn't get money from Yu Baihao again, that is the money Yu Tianheng promised him, he must get it today. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 The Big Secret of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Family. Chapter 40 The Big Secret of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Family. On that dark and windy night, the atmosphere in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's residence seemed a little weird. Pineapple Blowing Snow followed Yu Baihao like a ghost, watching him walk into one room after another without blinking. Every time Yu Baihao entered the room, Pineapple Blowing Snow would wait anxiously outside, muttering to himself. What the hell is this guy doing? After a while, Yu Baihao would leave the room refreshed. Each process took no more than 5 minutes, and Pineapple Blowing Snow looked down on him. This is too fast. Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't help but complain in his heart. Of course, he didn't forget to find an opportunity to use the Flying Dragon Exploring the Clouds hand. The second time, he successfully stole a pair of stockings, still black, which looked like a set with the belly band. No way. Pineapple Blowing Snow's face was already extremely dark, full of disgust. Now he only had one last chance, otherwise he would have to come back tomorrow. He crouched behind a pillar again, his heart pounding as if it was about to jump out of his throat. After waiting for a few minutes, Yu Baihao came out of a room again. It's like this again. A woman's lazy voice came from the room. The voice was so coquettish that it gave people goosebumps. This time the condition is not good. Yu Baihao smiled awkwardly, looking embarrassed, with a bit of embarrassment and flattery on his face. Good opportunity, take action. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity when the opponent turned around and instantly launched the flying dragon exploring the cloud's hand. Call out, almost instantly, there was something more in Pineapple Blowing Snow's hand. After Yu Baihao left, he immediately took it out and looked at it carefully, and found that it was a golden card. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes lit up when he saw the card, as if he saw countless treasures waving to him. This card can only be used when the amount of gold soul coins stored in it exceeds 250 million. Success! Pineapple Blowing Snow was so excited that her heart almost jumped out of her throat and her body couldn't help but tremble. GGG! He chuckled, too excited to control himself, and was about to leave. But before he could make any move, a figure suddenly ran back in a hurry. Aunt Li! I seem to have forgotten something. Yu Baihao ran back with an anxious look on his face, and the next moment he saw Pineapple Blowing Snow's eye-catching yellow hair and the familiar gold card in his hand. He was suddenly furious, his eyes widened as big as copper bells, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Damn thief! My money! Yu Baihao roared, his voice seemed to break through the sky. Oh no! This is troublesome! Pineapple Blowing Snow thought to himself that something was wrong, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was ready to run away immediately. This is what your son promised to give me. Pineapple Blowing Snow explained as she ran, her voice trembling a little due to nervousness. Roll! Yu Baihao was going crazy. That was half of his property. How could he let someone take it away so easily? Call out! Call out! Call out! The Scarlet Sky Sword was activated, and the powerful sword energy swept towards Pineapple Blowing Snow. Pineapple Blowing Snow escaped instantly, but Yu Baihao was also an 8-ring soul Douluo after all, and his strength was strong, and he caught up with Pineapple Blowing Snow almost instantly. The Sword of Sadness and Sorrow. Pineapple Blowing Snow did not hesitate and directly activated his third soul skill. Extreme sadness burst out instantly, and the sad emotion surged out like a tide. Even Yu Baihao was affected for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Yu Baihao was an 8-ring soul Douluo after all, and he quickly broke free from the sadness and chased after him. But just as he caught up, Pineapple Blowing Snow used the Dark Soul Sword again. Yu Baihao stopped again, his eyes filled with sadness, and an inexplicable sadness surged in his heart. That's it, Pineapple Blowing Snow activated the sad sword, and Yu Baihao stopped moving slowly. Yu Baihao was going crazy, and he yelled in his heart, what the hell is this skill? It's actually absolute control. But Pineapple Blowing Snow was only a 3-ring spirit master, and his spirit power was completely unable to support the use of the Dark Soul Sword so many times. Soon, his face turned pale, his hands trembled, and he could hardly swing the sword. Ugh! Haha! You have no soul power left? Look at my Dragon's Fury! Yu Baihao launched his skill brazenly, and a powerful wave of soul power surged out, ready to kill Pineapple Blowing Snow directly. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Pineapple Blowing Snow subconsciously threw out a token, and Yu Baihao subconsciously took it and took a look. The token was made of gold and some rare metals, and it looked magnificent and had exquisite craftsmanship. But that was not the point. The point is, this thing has a strange tower shape on it. The tower has 7 floors. This is the token of Ning Fengzi from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Who are you to him? Yu Baihao took the token and looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with an ugly expression, his heart full of doubts and vigilance. Who? Anyway, you just need to know that even if I bully Ning Fengzi, the daughter of Lao Deng, he can't do anything to me, and he has to smile and close the door for me. Who do you say I am? Pineapple Blowing Snow was just pretending to be cool, his face full of pride and arrogance. Yu Baihao frowned slightly. The fact that the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi, was a daughter slave was a well-known fact in the eyes of these big forces. It seems that this pineapple blowing snow has a very high status in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Yu Baihao had a struggling expression. At this moment, many disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan had gathered around him. The commotion just now was quite loud. Yu Baihao dispersed all the disciples with a gloomy face and pulled pineapple blowing snow to an empty room nearby. "Give me back the card. Since you belong to Ning Fengzi, I will forgive you for what happened this time." Yu Baihao stretched out his hand and said in a deep voice, with suppressed anger in his voice. Pineapple blowing snow yawned and said nonchalantly, "No, I earned the money with my own ability, why should I give it to you?" Yu Baihao was about to get angry when pineapple blowing snow explained again. "Besides, it was really your son who asked me to come here. This is the money he owes me." Pineapple blowing snow then recounted what had happened during the day. Yu Baihao's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. "I lost 250 million gold soul coins just to pick up a girl. Is this bastard Yu Tianheng crazy? Even if Duguyan is Dugubo's granddaughter, it won't work. I don't care, that's Yu Tianheng's own business, now give me back the money. Besides, I don't accept threats. I'm not afraid even if you use the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to pressure me." Yu Baihao continued to look at pineapple blowing snow with a dark face. His Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was also one of the top 3 sects, so naturally he had his own confidence and was not afraid of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 If your father knew that you even your stepmother. Chapter 41 If your father knew that you even your stepmother. Don't take threats, oh, really? Pineapple blowing snow said casually, blowing her hair, with a hint of cunning in her eyes, and said lazily with a smirk on her face. Yu Baihao's eyes widened, and fear and anger instantly filled his face. "How dare you threaten me?" His voice trembled with anger. "Your wife would know that you have a mistress." Pineapple blowing snow continued to speak slowly, as if he was stating something very ordinary. "I don't want this card anymore." Yu Baihao blinked, the muscles on his face twitched, and he looked at pineapple blowing snow with a flattering look, but he was already cursing in his heart. Damn bastard, he actually discovered his big secret. "Take this card and get out of here." Yu Baihao could no longer remain calm. There was a hint of urgency in his voice and his eyes were full of disgust and desire to drive away pineapple blowing snow. But pineapple blowing snow just shook his head, looking unmoved. "No, just the previous price." Pineapple blowing snow shook his head, and the smile on his face became even more proud, as if everything was under his control. "Now you still have to give me 1 million gold soul coins, as compensation for the mental damage just now." His tone was firm, with no intention of backing down. "Are you crazy?" Yu Baihao was in a bad mood. He never expected that pineapple blowing snow would ask for such a high price. It was absolutely impossible for him to agree to such a ridiculous condition. His face turned ashen, and his anger made his breathing quicken. Your stepmother." Pineapple blowing snow stretched out her finger and was about to speak, but the next moment Yu Baihao grabbed her finger. Yu Baihao's expression looked so tearful that he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Let's discuss it." There was a hint of pleading in Yu Baihao's voice, and his eyes no longer had the previous anger and majesty, replaced by helplessness and compromise. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's mansion, at the gate, Yu Tianheng was still kneeling there in a mess with a swollen face. His knees were a little numb and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "That bastard pineapple blowing snow has been in there for a long time. Why is there no news at all? Has he been arrested?" Yu Tianheng speculated secretly in his heart, with a gloating smile on his face. He, it's good that he was caught. I have already checked before. He is a famous person of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, right? Yu Tianheng thought proudly. But this is the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. We are not afraid even of the 7 treasures glazed sect. If you dare to steal, you must kneel. He imagined the scene of Pineapple blowing snow being caught and severely beaten, and he felt so happy. Hey hey! Yu Tianheng was still grinning foolishly, but the next moment he was hit hard on the back of his head and he looked up in anger. Who is it? He shouted angrily. Your father. Pineapple blowing snow. Then he saw Pineapple blowing snow's disgusting face. Yu Tianheng felt terrible. How could this bastard not be dead? He widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Yu Tianheng cursed loudly. Dad, your uncle. Although my dad is not a good guy, he is not comparable to a yellow-haired guy like you. Bang! This time it was a direct slap in the face, which made him stagger. The familiar force made Yu Tianheng completely stunned. He looked up and saw his father's familiar face. He looked 80% similar to himself, but he looked more majestic without even getting angry. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Dad, Dad! Yu Tianheng stared at Yu Baihao in front of him with a dull face. His mind was in a mess. He couldn't understand why Pineapple blowing snow and his father came out together talking and laughing. My son is useless and actually annoyed you. I will discipline him properly in the future. Yu Baihao suppressed the anger in his heart, forced a smile on his face, and said to Pineapple blowing snow. No, no. It's just a small misunderstanding. Pineapple blowing snow waved her hands, looking indifferent. Snapped, another slap. It hit Yu Tianheng's face. Yu Baihao pointed at Pineapple blowing snow and ordered. Call me Uncle Fubuki. Yu Baihao's voice was stern and urgent. Yu Tianheng's eyes widened, his eyes moved back and forth between his father and Pineapple blowing snow in disbelief. What was going on? This was... His heart was filled with doubts and confusion. Snapped, after being slapped again, Yu Tianheng shouted at Pineapple blowing snow in great humiliation. Uncle Fubuki, uncle! His voice was full of reluctance and grievance. Pineapple blowing snow looked relieved, then took out a gold soul coin from his arms, thought about it carefully, and then changed it to a bronze soul coin. It's your reward. After saying that, Pineapple blowing snow swaggered away. It feels so good, it feels so good. Pineapple blowing snow walked and talked to himself with a smug smile on his face. Yu Baihao behind him was still greeting him flatteringly, and even asked Pineapple blowing snow to come to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family for dinner next time. Yu Tianheng looked confused, and after Yu Baihao and the others, Pineapple blowing snow, had left, their faces, which had been so warm just now, turned completely cold. Thinking of everything he had just paid for, his heart was bleeding. Money, his little money. Woo woo woo, Yu Baihao felt that he had to live frugally for most of the past 6 months. This damn Pineapple blowing snow is too greedy. The key is that I can't kill him at will. I can only spend money to avoid disaster. Thinking of this, Yu Baihao wanted to kill someone. At this moment, a disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, who looked a little anxious, suddenly ran over and spoke to Yu Baihao. Sir, a fatal fight has occurred over at the Tiandu Great Fighting Arena. They would like to invite you to come over and take a look. Soul fighting to the death. Yu Baihao was stunned, he hadn't seen such a fight to the death for several months. This was a pleasure for the upper nobles, while normal spirit fighting competitions were completely meaningless. Only this kind of extreme competition is interesting. I was so angry today that I decided to go and have a look to kill some time. And the other side, Pineapple blowing snow also quickly returned to the Tiandu Soul fighting arena, and met Ye Lingling as soon as he returned. Ye Lingling asked with a frown. What did you do for so long? The person in charge of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena just came to see me. I went to make money. Pineapple blowing snow smacked his lips, looking refreshed. At this moment, his gold soul coins are just a little bit away from reaching 500 million gold soul coins. Yelingling wanted to ask something, but the person in charge of the fighting spirit arena had already arrived. Your Excellency, please get ready. The fight to the death will begin in an hour. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Excited Pineapple Blowing Snow, Oh My Little Money. Chapter 42, Excited Pineapple Blowing Snow, Oh My Little Money. The news of the start of the Tiendu Soul Fighting Arena and the Tiendu Death Fight soon spread throughout the entire Tiendu city. A group of curious people flocked in like a tide, and the entire venue was surrounded by water. The shouts and cheers were deafening, and a group of spectators shouted excitedly, their faces full of anticipation and enthusiasm. Hurry up and start! Hurry up and start! This game is going to be amazing. A fight of blood and blood, this is the real battle. The cheers came one after another. Soul Masters have been combative since ancient times, and the more powerful the Soul Master, the more so. Otherwise, the Soul Fighting Arena would not be so popular in the entire Douluo continent. The nobles also arrived at the scene at this moment. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and sat in exclusive areas. However, they could not contain their excitement and were ready to watch this grand event. Some of the invited nobles sat in comfortable seats, whispering to each other, full of curiosity. Who is the contestant who starts the death match this time? One of the nobles asked, frowning. It is said that he is a newcomer who has just arrived for one day. Another noble took over. What? Just arrived for one day? And he's won 20 consecutive games. Everyone was surprised. But this new guy seems a little overconfident. He actually dares to participate in a death match. Some people shook their heads in disbelief. Humph, maybe he doesn't know how high the heavens are and wants to use this to become famous in one fell swoop. A noble snorted coldly. Let's wait and see, maybe there will be a surprise. Some nobles were also looking forward to it. A fight between heaven and death, this is a lot of fun. Let's bet on how long this idiot can last. I bet that in the third round, this idiot will die. I'll bet on 2. I bet 4 games, 10 gold soul coins. The nobles were whispering to each other, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This was a combat match with no restrictions on realm, and only one person from each side could leave alive. A tense, exciting and bloody atmosphere permeates every corner, and everyone can't wait to witness this cruel yet exciting battle of life and death. Their eyes all turned towards the entrance of the stadium, eager to catch a glimpse of the newcomer. Boom! Boom! As the salute was fired, the deafening sound resounded throughout the Tiendu Great Fighting Soul Arena. The referee excitedly jumped onto the stage, his voice high and passionate, and began to announce the opening remarks. Dear distinguished guests, the long-awaited death match is about to begin. Then, he passionately introduced the identity of the challenger. This warrior, nicknamed the Fist God, came to our Tiendu Great Fighting Arena for the first time today, but he has already won 20 consecutive victories. He is an absolute genius. The crowd was instantly excited, and the shouts were like surging waves. Ouch! The audience shouted wildly and waved flags and banners, and the whole venue was plunged into a sea of frenzy. Boxing God! Boxing God! Now let's invite him in! Shouts rang out one after another, and at this moment when everyone was paying attention, Pineapple Blowing Snow walked into the stadium in a very elegant manner, holding a red rose in his mouth. He walked lightly, with an upright posture and a confident smile on his face, as if this was not a cruel fighting arena, but his celebrity meeting. The cheers around him grew louder and louder, but he didn't care and shouted loudly louder. I can't hear you. Let me hear you scream. Pineapple Blowing Snow was happy. He liked the feeling of being the center of attention. It made him dream back to his youth. Looking back to the past, he, Cheng Liuxiang, Lu Zioquo and the other 3 jelly swordsmen once went to Huaguo Mountain and fought a bloody battle with Dongfang Bubai and his gang. Alas! I don't know if the three jelly musketeers will ever be reunited again. Pineapple Blowing Snow sighed and lamented, as the saying goes, flowers in the mirror and moon in the water are nothing but a dream, alas. Seeing Pineapple Blowing Snow fighting a life and death battle and even reciting poetry, a group of people had some frowns on their foreheads. Where did this guy come from and why is he so good at pretending? Some female soul masters think that Pineapple Blowing Snow is very literary, such as Yalingling. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow with great surprise. She really couldn't understand this young man. Beep, but the next moment, the referee's whistle broke Pineapple Blowing Snow's pretentious moment, and the referee announced with a dark face. Now, please welcome the first challenger, he is Demon Wolf, a long sound. The referee shouted excitedly. Pineapple Blowing Snow looked unhappy. Why wasn't he that excited when he introduced himself? Also, who is this Demon Wolf? But soon Pineapple Blowing Snow found out why the referee was so excited when he called out Magic Wolf. I saw a group of audience members in the audience became excited when they heard the name Malang. Malang, is this the ruthless guy from 2 years ago? It is said that he won an unprecedented 30 consecutive victories, breaking the record at the time. At that time, he was already a 4th ring soul master. His fighting was known for its brutality. It was said that none of his opponents had a good ending. Tisk tisk, the unlucky guy who started the death fight is doomed, he encountered a demon wolf. 1 round is over. My ticket money. Everyone thought that Pineapple Blowing Snow was doomed, as they faced such a strong opponent in the first match. The same went for the group of nobles. They all shook their heads, feeling that they would not be able to watch for long tonight and would have to go back. Scoff. Along with the heated discussions among the audience, a man also stood on the battlefield, with his long hair as dark as the night scattered freely. A few strands of hair hung unruly in front of the pair of narrow and deep eyes, and the faint blue light in the eyes flickered, just like the gaze of a demon wolf spying on its prey in the dark night, revealing its coldness and cunningness. He was tall and strong, wearing a black robe that fluttered in the wind, faintly outlining his strong and muscular features. His facial features were as clear as if they were cut by a knife and an axe, and under his high nose bridge, his thin lips were slightly raised, with a hint of arrogance. It's the demon wolf. He looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow expressionlessly with a sneer on his face as if he was stating a fact. Boy, how many pieces are you prepared for me to tear you into? When he spoke, his mouth opened to an astonishing degree, and his teeth were actually blood red. Arrogant, absolutely arrogant. But he also has the capital to be arrogant. Yalingling in the audience had already turned pale. She didn't expect that Pineapple Blowing Snow would be so unlucky. Why did he always encounter powerful enemies? How to hit the 3rd ring with the 4th ring? Brother, are your gums bleeding? You should go see a doctor if you are sick. I know a good doctor. Everyone thought that Pineapple Blowing Snow would definitely fall, but Pineapple Blowing Snow looked at the other party and spoke seriously. The demon wolf's eyes widened, obviously not expecting the other party to speak like that, and his entire breath suddenly stagnated. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Triple Profit, Pineapple Snow Blowing Explosion. Chapter 43 30 times the profit, Pineapple Snow Explosion. Everyone was a little speechless when they heard what Pineapple Blowing Snow said. Do you know what kind of occasion this is? This is a fight to the death, only one person can walk off the stage alive. Boy, you will pay for your ignorance. The man said with a ferocious expression, and the referee at this moment quickly announced the start of the game. Next moment, his martial spirit, the demon wolf, began to manifest itself. Behind him, a dark tide seemed to surge up, and the shadow of a gigantic demon wolf gradually took shape. The demon wolf's fur was a deep black-purple color, and in the dim light it flickered with an eerie silver glow, like star fragments scattered in the darkness. Its eyes were like 2 burning blue flames, staring straight ahead, and its mouth had sharp teeth, as if ready to tear apart any obstacles at any time. The man stood under the shadow of the demon wolf, their auras blending together, and his eyes became colder and colder, as if he had merged with the soul of the demon wolf and became the monarch who dominated the dark night and hunting. So strong! A group of nobles looked at him with amazement. This man is indeed capable. It is said that he is only 30 years old this year and has a lot of room for growth. As you can see, my martial spirit, the demon wolf, is a level 44 battle spirit sect. The taste of blood makes me tremble. I can't wait to taste your blood. The man licked his lips and murmured. He was actually trembling with excitement. Hiss! Do you know why I talk so much? The pineapple blowing snow on the opposite side suddenly said, and the man asked subconsciously without knowing why. Why? Because even if I don't talk so much, I can't suppress my excitement. Money, so much money. When I heard that I could get 520 million gold soul coins if I won 10 games, I couldn't stand it at all. Pineapple blowing snow's pupils had turned into the shape of golden soul coins at some point, and the dazzling golden light was quite scary. I really have been enduring it all the time. Now I finally don't have to endure it anymore. GGG. Pineapple blowing snow actually let out a villain-like laugh. This shrill laughter made the man subconsciously take a few steps back, his face full of horror. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he get so excited, so crazy when talking about money? Everyone in the audience was also confused. Why did it feel like the current pineapple blowing snow was even more terrifying than the demon wolf? If Ning Rongrong, who knew about pineapple blowing snow, was here, she would definitely make the demon wolf run away. Because if there is a 50% profit, pineapple blowing snow will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, he will dare to trample on all human laws. If there is a 300% profit, he will dare to challenge any enemy, even at the risk of being hanged. Now the profit is no longer 300%, but dozens or even hundreds of times. The current pineapple snow is crazy, even invincible. Pineapple blowing snow raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an evil yet confident smile. That laugh was like a night owl, chilling to the bone. GGG. At this moment, he swung his right hand suddenly, a cold light flashed, and a Chixiao sword emitting blazing flames fell steadily into his hand. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene happened. With a few slight explosions, hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 dazzling soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, appeared like 3 brilliant halos. It slowly rose from under his feet, surrounding him, emitting a powerful and mysterious aura. Pineapple blowing snow held the scarlet sky sword in his hand, and rushed out like lightning, rushing towards the man in front of him. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Cut more jackfruit!" With this roar, an invisible force instantly erupted. At this time, his passive skill of money faith was also triggered, and his strength was increased by an astonishing 30 times. Faced with such a fierce attack, the man's pupils suddenly widened, and an unprecedented sense of fear and crisis surged in his heart. He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly used his 4th soul skill, the enhanced skill of the demon wolf body. In an instant, the man's body seemed to be covered by a layer of black light, and his whole body began to change rapidly. His body continued to expand and swell, and his originally thin body suddenly became muscular and full of explosive power. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, trying to resist the fatal blow from pineapple blowing snow. Ah! How can he be so strong? However, all this is meaningless. With a crisp swish sound, pineapple blowing snow's figure, like a ghost, instantly passed through the man's defense and appeared behind him. Afterwards, he gently put away the Chixiao sword in his hand, his movements smooth and seamless. Looking at the man again, he maintained the defensive posture just now, motionless. Suddenly, a line of blood extended from his forehead to his crotch, and then his whole body fell to the ground like a cut watermelon, with blood splattering everywhere. With just one move, the man was cut in half by pineapple blowing snow and died on the spot. This thrilling scene stunned the entire audience, and there was complete silence for a moment. A moment later, a deafening roar broke out in the crowd, and everyone was shocked by the terrifying power displayed by pineapple blowing snow. Wait a minute, what just happened? Why did the demon wolf die? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief, his voice full of shock and confusion. It's fake. It's an instant kill. A 3-ring spirit master kills a 4-ring spirit master in seconds. Another person couldn't help but shout out loud, his tone full of disbelief. 2 purple and 1 black, what a heaven-defying configuration. Someone else exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment and envy. Okay. In the noble seats, there was a man with his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. This man had striking short blue hair, each strand as sharp as a needle, sharp eyes, and a cold expression. He looked very difficult to mess with. He was Yu Baihao, who had a conflict with pineapple blowing snow not long ago. Yu Baihao stared at the arena, shocked. Wait, this guy is that bastard, pineapple blowing snow. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He actually saw the figure that made him hate so much again on the same field. He recognized pineapple blowing snow's Chixiao sword. Thinking of the previous conflict, he originally wanted to retaliate against the other party behind his back. After all, the other party had extorted so much money from him. He couldn't swallow this anger. But now seeing pineapple blowing snow showing such amazing strength, his thoughts changed instantly. Even if the other party is from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. But if I find that the other party is so talented, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will definitely not let me hurt him. We still have to make friends with him in the future. Yu Baihao was thinking secretly in his heart, his brows furrowed and his expression complicated. On the other side, Ye Lingling's eyes also widened in surprise. Is this the attack power that a soul master can possess? She murmured to herself, her voice trembling. No wonder this guy is so confident. What kind of monster did Sister Yan find? Ye Lingling's eyes were fixed on the high-spirited pineapple blowing snow on the field, and her heart was filled with shock. On the field, pineapple blowing snow held the scarlet sky sword, his posture was upright, his eyes were full of confidence and excitement. He said loudly next. The sound was loud and resounding throughout the entire stadium. I'm in a hurry. Pineapple blowing snow was full of excitement. Now there were only 2 words in his mind, make money. He couldn't wait to face the next opponent, as if every victory meant more wealth beckoning to him. He exuded a fearless aura that attracted the attention of everyone present. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Beauty. If you want to thank me for my chapter, then give me a discount. Chapter 44 Beauty. If you want to thank me, then give me a discount. Tienda Great Fighting Soul Arena, top floor. In a luxurious room. The lights were dim and blurry, filled with an atmosphere of luxury and indulgence. A middle-aged man with a big belly was immersed in the extravagance and luxury, singing and dancing with a group of beautiful women. The room was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and an indescribable atmosphere of ambiguity. The sounds of laughter and coquettish noises were intertwined, and it looked very lively. Just when the man was in a good mood, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The person in charge, Carl, rushed in anxiously and shouted, "It's bad, boss, it's bad." The pot-bellied middle-aged man is Swafeng, the master behind the Tienda Fighting Spirit Arena. The smile on his face froze instantly, and he said with an ugly expression, "Are you crazy? Don't you know what I'm doing now?" His eyes were full of anger and dissatisfaction, as if he had been interrupted on something extremely important. "My lord, there is a problem in the death arena. A ruthless man has come and will kill anyone he meets with one strike." Carl spoke anxiously, not caring about Swafeng's anger. "We have already won several games in a row. If we continue playing, we might really win 10 games in a row. Then we will lose 520 million gold soul coins. Carl's voice became sharp with anxiety, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. And the person in charge of the death arena said with tears in his eyes, "Our betting pool is about to collapse. I don't know which mysterious person actually bet on that damn pineapple blowing snow to win 10 games in a row, and directly bet 1 million gold soul coins. The odds of 10 consecutive wins are extremely exaggerated. If this is really the 10th consecutive victory, we can't afford the compensation even if we sell our tea into a great fighting arena." The person in charge quickly went over all the key points. He spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid that speaking a second slower would bring more serious consequences. At this moment, Suofeng immediately lost his temper and all his resentment disappeared. His expression instantly became solemn, and his fat body trembled unconsciously. "Take me to see it now," Suofeng said eagerly. "Yes," Carl responded quickly. The two of them made their way smoothly to the best viewing platform in the death arena. At this moment, the ground on the competition field was covered with mottled bloodstains. Those dark red bloodstains were particularly dazzling under the light. These were the tragic marks left by the challengers who had just fallen. "Cut more jackfruit." And a conspicuous yellow-haired figure just launched his powerful attack again. Shhhhhh. A flash of sword light flashed by, as fast and dazzling as lightning. The opponent in front of him opened his eyes wide, his eyes were full of disbelief and fear, and then he fell to the ground, blood flowed all over the ground, and quickly spread on the ground. In the 8th match, the boxing god wins. Successful defense. The referee was stunned for a moment, then blew the whistle again. Pineapple blowing snow continued to shout in a low voice. "Next. Second kill, every time is a second kill. The 2 purple and 1 black pineapple blowing snow can fight across levels. The normal jackfruit multi-slash is not something that ordinary soul master can resist. What's more, the damage of jackfruit multi-slash has been multiplied several times. Even an ordinary soul king would have to kneel down." Pineapple blowing snow's blood was boiling, because if he really won 10 consecutive games this time, his prize money would not only be 520 million gold soul coins, but tens of millions of gold soul coins or even hundreds of millions. That's right, the person who voted for his 10 consecutive wins was Pineapple blowing snow himself. He had learned from Ye Lingling before that the biggest profit point of the fighting spirit arena was not the fighting, but the gambling. That was the real big deal. In a death fight, no one thought he would win. After all, this was a battle with no realm restrictions, and there would be 10 rounds. It was originally a segment to entertain the nobles, sell some tickets, and then make money from the common people through gambling. No one expected that the anomaly of pineapple blowing snow would appear. It seems like he can actually win. Oh my god, this yellow-haired boy seems to be really going to create a miracle. He kills instantly. How strong is this guy? Someone in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed, "Does anyone know which faction he is from?" Another person asked curiously. 520 million gold soul coins. He made it. People were talking about it, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. The crowd was excited. They might witness history tonight, but some nobles sneered, "Impossible, the last match. There is no way the end of Fighting Soul Arena will let this kid take away the final prize money. Indeed, no one has been able to win in all these years." Others echoed, with a hint of doubt and disdain in their tone. On the high platform, Suofeng, who had been watching Pineapple blowing snow's performance, also became uneasy. He had a ferocious expression and said with gritted teeth, "This kid can never win. Find someone to negotiate with him. I'll give him 520 million gold soul coins. Don't keep winning." There was a hint of urgency and nervousness in Suofeng's voice. He could afford to lose 520 million gold soul coins, so he would just admit defeat if he lost this time. After all, there were so many tickets, so he could only earn less. But the betting was different. After Pineapple Blowing Snow won 10 consecutive games, he really couldn't afford the astonishing odds, even if he sold him. After Pineapple Blowing Snow quickly won 9 consecutive victories, Swafeng couldn't hold it back anymore and kicked the person in charge out. "Go!" he roared. Beep. The referee suddenly blew the whistle for a break. This means a 5-minute break. After all, the competition table still needs to be cleaned. At this moment, Pineapple Blowing Snow has already killed 9 Soul Masters, some of whom are already level 50 but have not yet had time to obtain a Soul Ring. It's so scary. Pity. Pineapple Blowing Snow had no choice but to step down obediently. As soon as he stepped down, Yelingling squeezed over with an excited look on her face. "Pineapple Blowing Snow. I've listened to you and secretly invested all the money, betting that you can win 10 times in a row," Yelingling said excitedly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. The Great Soul Fighting Arena also seemed to have noticed something was wrong and locked the market early on, but we still invested more than 100 million gold soul coins. Yelingling continued, her eyes sparkling, as if she had already seen countless wealth waving to them. You'll really get it if you win this time." Yelingling, who has always been calm and known as an iceberg beauty, couldn't keep calm at this moment. At the beginning of the game, Pineapple Blowing Snow gave her a card, allowing her to vote for Pineapple Blowing Snow in batches to achieve 10 consecutive wins. She had originally thought that Pineapple Blowing Snow was crazy, but there was nothing she could do since Pineapple Blowing Snow insisted on doing so, and Yelingling also went crazy and invested 20,000 gold soul coins. "This time I really made a lot of money. In fact, her Ye family has been in decline since the disaster that year and is actually very poor. If she can really make a lot of money this time, she will be very grateful to Pineapple Blowing Snow." Pineapple Blowing Snow. "This time it really is. Thank you. If you win this time, I'll treat you to a meal." Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow eagerly and whispered, "When a girl invites a boy to dinner, the meaning is self-evident." Yelingling thought she was already very bold, but Pineapple Blowing Snow's domineering behavior just now really attracted her. "Eat. Why are girls so casual in their responses? Can't they just pledge their love to me in return? At the very least, give me 500,000 gold soul coins." Pineapple Blowing Snow said calmly, without much expression on her face. Yelingling's eyes widened. She knew that Pineapple Blowing Snow was greedy for money, but she didn't expect him to be so greedy. "You're talking to me about money at this time?" Yelingling said somewhat angrily. "It is important for people to know themselves." Pineapple Blowing Snow stood up and sighed. "Beauty, if you want to thank me, then give me cash. Nothing is as real as money. Everything can deceive you, except money. Although Yelingling is beautiful, she can't replace money. Unless, she is a very rich woman." "You bastard, you really pissed me off." Yelingling gritted her teeth in anger and almost slapped Pineapple Blowing Snow to death. Her face turned red with anger and her beautiful eyes glared at Pineapple Blowing Snow fiercely. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Let Pineapple Blowing Snow Admit Defeat? Chapter 45, Let Pineapple Blowing Snow Admit Defeat in the 10th game? While Pineapple Blowing Snow and Yelingling were still playing and fighting, a figure sneaked up to Pineapple Blowing Snow. The man was wearing a black robe. The material of the robe looked extremely high quality, with faint flashes of mysterious runes. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The figure of the person who came was shrouded in a black robe, but the aura he exuded could not be underestimated. Even Pineapple Blowing Snow felt a hint of threat from him. "This person was at least a Soul Emperor," he announced solemnly. "Sir, we at the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena would like to make friends with you." His voice was low and suppressed, as if it came from underground, making people feel their hearts tighten. Yelingling frowned slightly, a trace of doubt and vigilance flashed across her beautiful face. Why did the people from the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena come to her at this time? Her heart was full of questions. What do you mean? Pineapple Blowing Snow also asked curiously, his eyes fixed on the black-robed man in front of him, trying to find the answer from the other's expression and words. I'll give you 520 million gold soul coins. Don't win any more. The man spoke in a deep voice, his eyes cold and firm, as if this was the biggest concession he could make. It will be bad for both of us if we continue to win. You should understand the principle of quitting while you are ahead. There was a hint of threat in his words, and his tone revealed a firmness that brooked no rejection. 520 million gold soul coins are what their Tiandu Soul Fighting Arena can offer, but no more. They hope that Pineapple Blowing Snow can admit defeat honestly. We can even have a draw later. We will ensure your safety and survival. As for how to explain it to the outside world, it's our business. The man continued, trying to convince Pineapple Blowing Snow to accept this condition. Think about it. I think you will make a wise choice. After the man finished speaking, he stared at Pineapple Blowing Snow, waiting for his answer. Ye Lingling sighed. Although she had only known Pineapple Blowing Snow for a short day, she already understood Pineapple Blowing Snow's personality. You can talk about anything, but not money. Pineapple Blowing Snow can eat anything, but not suffer a loss. You want his money, what's the difference between that and asking for his life? Are you trying to steal my money? Sure enough, Pineapple Blowing Snow slowly stood up. His movements were neither fast nor slow, but they carried an invisible pressure. His pupils were filled with anger, and that anger seemed to burn everything, and his whole body seemed to be on fire with anger. Do you know how poor I am? I finally got this chance to make a fortune, but you want to take it away from me. Are you going to kill me? Pineapple Blowing Snow said loudly, his voice full of anger and unwillingness. Poverty, Ye Lingling rolled her eyes and said, you are so poor that only money is left. You can just take 1 million gold soul coins. Her entire Ye family doesn't have that much money, right? No. Won't we still give you 520 million gold soul coins? The man was also frightened by Pineapple Blowing Snow's momentum. He tried to explain that 520 million gold soul coins were already a huge fortune. No, that's what I deserve. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook his head and spoke coldly. His voice was icy and piercing, as if it could freeze the air around him. I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, also have principles. I don't want a penny of money that is not mine, and I can't take a penny less of the money that is mine. The voice was not loud, but it was resounding, and people could clearly see Pineapple Blowing Snow's determination. His eyes were firm, as if nothing could shake his determination. Okay, you're going to regret this. The man left a harsh remark and turned to leave. His steps were hurried, and he was obviously embarrassed by Pineapple Blowing Snow's resolute attitude. After the man returned, he quickly reported the matter to Shuifeng. When the latter heard how determined Pineapple Blowing Snow was, he became furious. You are so shameless. Do you really think that the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena can't do anything to a yellow-haired boy? Shuifeng roared angrily, his face twisted with anger. Go and call that killer. Shuifeng ordered loudly. Tell him to win at all costs. After winning, I will directly give him 520 million gold soul coins. Shuifeng's voice was full of determination and ruthlessness. Yes. The man retreated after receiving the order, and he was also full of sarcasm in his heart. That yellow-haired boy was finished. That killing god was the real trump card of their Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena. He would regret how stupid his refusal was. Not long, the referee's whistle sounded again, and the sharp and rapid whistle echoed over the stadium. The spotlights of the stadium were lit up again, and the strong light illuminated the entire stadium. Countless cannons fired in unison, making a deafening sound. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the night sky, and the audience seats roared like a tsunami, the 10th game, if we win we will make history. A group of people looked at Pineapple blowing snow with burning eyes, hoping that he could win 10 consecutive victories. Just now, he used one sword to defeat everyone, and it should be about the same now. GGG. Pineapple blowing snow showed his signature villain smile, and he walked straight onto the stage with confident steps. Hurry up and show me my gold soul coin. Ah, this is my last opponent. Pineapple blowing snow said loudly, his words full of confidence and impatience. The referee was very upset after hearing this. Even if the player is extremely strong, he cannot be so arrogant. Now let us welcome the last challenger, he is. The referee deliberately dragged out the sound to create a tense atmosphere. Kill God. Killer God. Another person with the word God in his title. As the referee finished speaking, a figure instantly fell into the field. When Pineapple blowing snow saw this figure, his eyes widened. Wait. No, did you guys get the wrong person? Pineapple Blizzard shouted in surprise. Why is this person an old man? He looked at his opponent in disbelief. That's right, the god of death standing in front of Pineapple blowing snow, is actually an old man. The white hair, like snow, fluttered in the wind, and each strand told the vicissitudes of life. He had a hunched body and his back was bent like a fully drawn bow. He looked to be at least 80 years old. He was very thin, and one could even say that he didn't have much flesh on his body. His bones were clearly visible, like a living skeleton. That's right. They all call me the god of killing. Because I really killed too many people. The old man's hoarse voice slowly sounded, his voice was like the sound of an old bellows, carrying a creepy aura. He looked at Pineapple blowing snow and smiled slightly, but there was no warmth in that smile. Many people in the audience also recognized this so-called god of killing. The old man did not lie, he really killed a lot of people. 60 years ago, when he first started participating in the fighting arena, he killed one person in his first battle. At that time, he only had 2 rings. From then on, he began to make a name for himself. He was very combative, and every day he was either fighting or on his way to fight. He even became the person who had the most matches in the history of the Tiandu fighting arena. However, his talent is limited and he will never be able to break through to the 6-ring Soul Emperor level. Now he is just a level 59 Soul King. He has been temporarily retired in the past few years. Unexpectedly, the Tiandu Soul fighting arena actually invited him. He has been in the 5-ring Soul King realm for too long. It can be said that he has reached the limit of this realm. He can even contend with some Soul Emperors, he is really powerful. The Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena actually invited him. This is too unethical. Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. That's right, it's a shady deal. Echoed another. What's the shady deal? As long as it doesn't exceed the Soul King realm, it's fine. Some people also defended the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena. A group of people in the audience started arguing, and some nobles shook their heads helplessly. This genius is dying, in the 3rd environment realm, how do I defeat the 5-ring Soul King? And this is not just an ordinary 5-ring Soul King. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, 5,200 million gold soul coins, crazy pineapple blowing snow. Chapter 46, 5,200 million gold soul coins, crazy pineapple blowing snow. 3 more. This time, the organizer promised him quite considerable conditions. As long as he could defeat Pineapple blowing snow, he would be directly rewarded with 520 million gold soul coins. With 520 million gold soul coins, his descendants can live a very good life. This is an irresistible temptation for the old man. He is already in his twilight years, and this may be the last precious wealth he can leave for his descendants. Beep. The whistle blows, and the game begins. They all said that you were very strong, even unreasonably strong, even though you were only a 3rd ring, so to be on the safe side, they gave me this. The old man actually took out a red pill. The pill was glowing red, with a mysterious light flowing on its surface, making it look extraordinary. You don't have many teeth left, old man, so you should stop eating candy, right? Pineapple blowing snow reminded him seriously, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, which made the old man's emotions a little incoherent. This is the blood explosion pill. The old man argued, his voice trembling with excitement. After taking it, it can forcibly increase my combat power by 30%. As a price, I will only have the last 3 years of my life left. There was a hint of determination in the old man's eyes, as if he had already put life and death aside. And this is just to kill a yellow-haired boy like you. You can be proud of yourself. The old man spoke very slowly, as if he was telling a heavy fact. Pineapple blowing snow couldn't help but complain, why do you all like to show off so much? Old man, if you want to fight, just do it. If you don't fight, then I will. When Pineapple blowing snow was in the Jelly Academy, he was always taught to respect the elderly and love the young. Otherwise, he would have killed someone right now. Alas! He is still too kind. On the field, the skinny old man slowly stepped forward. His body was hunched, as if a gust of wind could blow him down, but every step he took was firm and powerful. His eyes were firm and resolute, as if this battle was the last one in his life. You sharp-tongued brat, if you want to die so badly, then go ahead and die. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, martial spirit, appear. In an instant, a blood-red light gushed out from his body. The light was dazzling and bloody, and a huge bloodthirsty magic knife appeared in front of him. The demonic knife was surrounded by a bloody aura, as if it could devour everything. The blade was engraved with mysterious runes, and each rune flashed with a strange light. Then, 5 soul rings rose from under his feet one by one. 3 yellow soul rings emitted bright light, like dazzling stars. Then a purple soul ring appeared, exuding a mysterious aura, as if hiding endless mysteries. The last black soul ring demonstrated such a powerful pressure that the air in the entire arena seemed to freeze. The soul rings shone, the light interlaced, and the entire arena was enveloped by this powerful force, which made people feel awe. The light illuminated the old man's face, making his originally vicissitudes of life look even more hideous. The next moment, he took the blood explosion pill, and his aura rose again. His body trembled slightly, as if he was in great pain, but his eyes became more determined. The audience in the audience cursed when they saw it. The 5-ring soul king beat the 3-ring soul lord and took drugs. Isn't this too shameless? The anger and dissatisfaction of the audience surged like a tide, and they accused the old man of immoral behavior. But Swafeng ignored the accusations. He didn't dare to gamble. What if he failed? So he had to win even if he had to take drugs. In his opinion, victory was the most important thing, and everything else could be ignored. On the field, the old man licked his lips, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly launched an attack on Pineapple blowing snow. He was like a ghost, so fast that it was almost invisible. Holding the bloodthirsty magic knife, he rushed towards Pineapple blowing snow at an extremely fast speed. The magic knife drew a blood-red arc in the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind, as if it was going to tear apart everything in front of it. The wind was whistling, and the harsh sound was frightening. Die, you little bastard! The old man roared, his voice like a roar from hell. Pineapple blowing snow's eyes focused, and he reacted quickly, preparing to meet this sudden attack. His body was tense, and his soul power was flowing rapidly in his body. Facing the old man's swift attack, Pineapple blowing snow did not flinch and began to fight back. He shouted, "Kill more jackfruits!" A powerful soul force instantly condensed in his hand. And the Chixiao sword turned into countless sharp sword auras, whistling towards the old man. The faith in money exploded, with 10 times the power. This attack was at the level of a Soul King. This attack could kill all the opponents instantly before, but this time the old man was not in a hurry. He waved the bloodthirsty magic knife and easily blocked the attack. The attack power of a Soul King? But now I am not even inferior to a six-ringed Soul Emperor. The old man grinned, his smile full of disdain and ridicule. Damn it, after so many battles, my soul power is not enough, I am in trouble now. Pineapple Blowing Snow secretly thought that something was wrong. Oh no. Pineapple Blowing Snow also felt bad, and then used transferring flowers and grafting trees. His figure instantly became illusory, cleverly avoiding the old man's fatal blow, and took the opportunity to counterattack. However, the difference in soul power still put him at a disadvantage. He once again used all his strength to launch the Red Sky Sword Shadow, and the powerful Sword Shadow, with its magnificent soul power, swept towards the old man. But it still didn't work, and Pineapple Blowing Snow fell into an absolute disadvantage. The soul power is not enough, and the faith of money can only passively increase the attack power. After a series of battles, the current strength of Pineapple Blowing Snow is less than half of its peak period. The old man is still too strong. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Oh, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Pineapple Blowing Snow began to have many scars on his body, bleeding, and looked miserable. The old man was too fast, and every attack made it difficult for him to dodge. Marula, the gap is still too big. I still can't win after all. Pineapple Blowing Snow's heart was filled with helplessness and despair. Indeed, but he has made history. Some viewers sighed and said that although they felt sorry for Pineapple Blowing Snow's failure, they had to admit that his previous performance was already very good. Pity. The audience shook their heads, they were about to witness the fall of a talented soul master. On the high platform, the top leaders of the Tiandu Grand Fighting Arena, led by Suifeng, were very happy. They let this Pineapple Blowing Snow be so arrogant. This kid is doomed. Not only will they lose their money, but they will also lose their lives. Their faces were filled with smug smiles, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. Pineapple Fubuki. At this moment, a female voice sounded from the audience. Everyone looked over in confusion. It turned out to be a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Who else could it be but Ye Lingling? Everyone wondered what this woman was doing. Then Ye Lingling continued to shout. Pineapple Blowing Snow, think about how much money you will lose if you lose this time, 520 million gold soul coins. Ye Lingling's voice was full of anxiety and tension. You can't spend all your money in your lifetime? If you lose, it's gone. Ye Lingling's voice echoed in the arena. Buzz, the Pineapple Blowing Snow on the field paused for a moment. It's more than 520 million gold soul coins, taking into account the multiplier, it's 5,200 million gold soul coins. Ye Lingling shouted again, her voice becoming sharp due to excitement. She knew that Pineapple Blowing Snow was greedy by nature, so she subconsciously took this out to provoke him. She could only try her best. Everyone just thought that Ye Lingling was going crazy, so what was the point of talking about this now? Suifeng also found it funny. Could it be that someone could become so obsessed with money? End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Pineapple Battle Treasure. Return. Chapter 47 Pineapple Battle Treasure. Return. Fourth update, but the next moment, on the playing field. Pineapple Blowing Snow, who was constantly beaten by the old man, suddenly opened his eyes. The fatigue and helplessness in his eyes were instantly replaced by a strong fighting spirit. Money. If I lose this time, all my small change will be gone. Pineapple Blowing Snow shouted loudly, his voice full of anxiety and unwillingness. A strong fighting spirit suddenly ignited in his eyes, a flame intertwined with his obsession with money and his desire for victory. Click! Pineapple Blowing Snow actually grabbed the bloodthirsty demon sword in one go. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. He originally thought that his attack would leave Pineapple Blowing Snow helpless, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. What was going on? He suddenly felt that Pineapple Blowing Snow had become a little stronger. I can't be without money, absolutely not. Pineapple Blowing Snow roared, his voice seemed to come from the depths of his soul, with a desperate determination. This is my money. Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes became more determined. At this moment, money was everything to him, his belief. His heart was filled with fear of losing money and extreme desire for victory. If all these gold soul coins were gone, he simply couldn't forgive himself. Absolutely not. The passive soul bone skill of faith in money can theoretically be amplified 100 times, but it also depends on the level of soul power. His current limit is actually a 30-fold increase. But, don't forget that he has another magical skill. One of the 3 magical skills of the God of Wealth. The power of money, directly exchange money for power. Pineapple Blowing Snow had been reluctant to use this skill before because once the money was gone, it was really gone. This was a consumable soul skill. But Yellingling's words woke him up. If he didn't win this time, he would directly lose millions or even tens of millions of gold soul coins. Comparing the two, the previous loss doesn't seem to be that painful. Swish, 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 read this. Pineapple Blowing Snow actually took advantage of the gap between attacks to open the storage soul guide that Ning Rongrong gave him. The things inside were none other than a massive amount of gold soul coins. Pineapple Blowing Snow has a habit of sleeping in gold, and all these gold soul coins are specially collected by him. A total of 100,000 gold soul coins. The golden light was shining so brightly that it almost blinded the old man's eyes. What was going on? How could someone show off their wealth in a competition? Ding, 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 but the next moment, to the old man's shock, those gold soul coins miraculously disappeared, and finally turned into a golden thread and dissolved into Pineapple Blowing Snow's body. As the gold soul coin merged, his aura began to slowly rise. A powerful force surged in his body, as if a sleeping beast was gradually waking up. Pineapple Blowing Snow seemed to sense something, and he suddenly sneered, his smile full of confidence and determination. Then, he resolutely picked up the Chixiao sword and pointed it towards the sky. The next moment, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Pineapple Battle Treasure, return to your position." That's right, the power of money, coupled with the influence of faith in money, directly allows Pineapple Blowing Snow to have the qualifications to open the Pineapple Battle Treasure in advance. His voice echoed over the stadium, full of determination and heroism. The voice seemed to have the power to penetrate everything, causing ripples in the surrounding air. As he shouted, a powerful force erupted from him, shaking the entire stadium. The ground trembled slightly, as if it could not bear this huge force. I saw the light in the sky surging and flashing like the tide, and mysterious and ancient runes gradually emerged, interweaving into a huge and dazzling magic circle. The magic circle is like a mysterious cosmic totem, containing endless mysteries and powerful power. In the magic circle, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and strong winds howled, as if announcing the arrival of a powerful being. The lightning shuttled through the magic circle like a silver snake, the thunder was deafening, and the strong winds blew up the dust, plunging the entire arena into chaos. What happened? Some less experienced viewers couldn't help but scream. They were frightened pale by this sudden strange sight. Fuck, what is that? Some brave spectators could not help but exclaim, their eyes fixed on the magic circle in the sky, full of curiosity and shock. Some nobles could not help but scream, this scene was simply too shocking. Their usual elegance and composure disappeared at this moment, leaving only fear and awe of the unknown power. In the center of the light, the figure of Pineapple Zanbao began to emerge little by little. First, there was the majestic head, the golden helmet gleaming with dazzling light, like a blazing sun, so radiant that it was impossible to look directly at it. The two eyes were like burning flames, emitting endless majesty and domineering power, as if they could see through everything. Clang! Next came the strong and powerful body. The solid and heavy armor was engraved with complex and profound patterns. Each pattern seemed to contain endless power, exuding an ancient and mysterious powerful aura. The material of the armor looked indestructible, as if it could withstand all attacks. Clang! The armor on the arms and legs gradually became clear. Not only was the armor extremely strong, but every detail on it was exquisite, as if it was a work of art that was ingeniously crafted. The design of each joint was just right, ensuring flexible movements while providing strong protection. As the light grew stronger, the huge and gorgeous wings behind Pineapple Zanbao also spread out. The feathers on the wings were like extremely sharp blades, flashing with icy cold light, as if they could cut through mountains and rivers with a light wave. The spread of the wings was like an angel descending, with a sacred and inviolable majesty. When the Pineapple War treasure fully revealed itself, the entire arena was enveloped by its vast and majestic aura that covered the sky and the sun. It was like an insurmountable mountain or a boundless ocean, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The powerful aura made it difficult for everyone present to breathe, as if the air was frozen by its majesty. Everyone was amazed at this shocking scene. In front of it, everything seemed so small and fragile, fully demonstrating the unparalleled power of Pineapple Zanbao. The Pineapple War treasure slowly rose up, with unparalleled power. Its body shone with brilliant light, as if it was the brightest star in the universe. The light illuminated every corner, making the entire stadium as bright as day. "Old friend, we finally meet again!" Pineapple Blowing Snow exclaimed, his voice full of emotion and affection. The next moment, in this dazzling light, Pineapple Blowing Snow's figure flew up lightly and merged accurately into Pineapple Zanbao's head. At that moment, the man and the war treasure merged perfectly, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out from them. The energy fluctuations rippled like ripples, and wherever they went, the air made crackling sounds. The already dazzling Pineapple War treasure shone even brighter at this moment, illuminating the entire arena and making everyone squint their eyes unconsciously, but they couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at this magical and powerful scene. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone stared at this scene in amazement. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide enough to fit an egg, and their faces were full of disbelief. The audience was whispering and talking. "What kind of soul skill is this? I've never seen it before." Someone couldn't help but exclaim, his voice full of confusion and shock. "The spirit's true form doesn't seem to be like this either. It's incredible." Another man said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear of the unknown and awe of powerful force. The nobles also lost their usual composure and stood up from their seats, staring closely at Pineapple War treasure in the arena, trying to figure out where this mysterious and powerful force came from. Their faces were solemn and their hearts were filled with anxiety. The entire arena was plunged into noise and chaos, only the light emitted by the Pineapple War treasure was still dazzling, making it impossible to ignore its existence. P.S. Brothers, Pineapple Wars is finally out, it's worth the votes. It's super cool and exciting, with a dark tone. There's nothing to say after chapter 200. I recommend everyone to check it out. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Powerful Pineapple War Treasure, Kill Instantly. Chapter 48, Powerful Pineapple War Treasure, Kill Instantly. The old man's fierce and determined expression froze in an instant, his eyes widened, his face full of shock. The hand that was originally holding the bloodthirsty devil knife tightly and full of power trembled unconsciously, and the trembling seemed to be an outward reflection of the inner fear. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart, spreading rapidly like ripples. He began to realize that this battle might not be as simple as he imagined. He originally thought that with his own strength and the blessing of the blood explosion pill, he could easily defeat the three-ring young man in front of him, but now it seems that everything is beyond his expectations. The owners of the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena, who were originally sitting leisurely on the viewing platform, also changed their expressions at this moment. Their previous ease and calmness disappeared without a trace, replaced by deep worry and anxiety. Their brows were furrowed so tightly that they looked as if they could pinch a fly to death. Their eyes revealed deep worry, and they obviously felt that the situation was not good. One of them stood up unconsciously, leaned forward slightly, stared at the changes in the arena, and began to calculate the possible impacts of this battle. So strong. Someone lamented that his voice seemed insignificant in this chaotic arena, but it represented the thoughts in everyone's heart. This sigh was like a small stone thrown into a lake. Although it was small, it stirred up waves in everyone's hearts, and everyone agreed with this point of view in their hearts. Pineapple and Bonei at this moment. Pineapple Blowing Snow felt refreshed when he looked at the familiar joystick, the familiar seats, the familiar big screen, everything familiar, and he also felt that this should be the first generation of Pineapple War Treasure. It was also the beginning of his dream. Sure enough, I couldn't summon the fruity robot because I didn't have enough strength before. I think I need 5 rings to easily summon the pineapple robot. Pineapple Blowing Snow thought. His eyes showed both joy at his improved strength and anticipation for the future. But soon his expression turned bitter. But if I were to summon it in advance, it would cost 100,000 gold soul coins. That's too expensive. Pineapple Blowing Snow covered her chest and felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. Her expression looked as if her heart was bleeding. But she still thought that if she won this battle, she would get more gold soul coins. But profit is profit, and loss is loss. Anyway, 10 gold soul coins were spent, and all this was because. Damn old man, you have to compensate me for 100,000 gold soul coins. The sound of pineapple fighting treasure and pineapple blowing snow vibrated out, leaving everyone speechless. Sure enough, even with such powerful strength, the opponent was still a loser, and everyone secretly complained in their hearts. A powerful and frightening aura rushed towards him, as if he was facing a terrifying existence from the abyss. The oppressive feeling made him feel as if he was facing an 8-ring soul Douluo, or even a titled soul Douluo. The old man who claimed to be the god of death looked extremely ugly. He stared blankly at the huge figure in front of him with his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly open, an expression of disbelief on his face. The figure was estimated to be at least 50 meters tall, like a towering mountain lying in front of the eyes, giving people an unshakable feeling of shock. That huge body seemed to cover the sky and the sun, making the old man feel small and powerless. Impossible. This is definitely a trick. How can a soul master with only 3 rings be able to burst out such a powerful force that shakes the world? The old man muttered to himself, his voice full of doubt and shock. He couldn't believe the facts before his eyes, and kept denying them in his mind, trying to find a reasonable explanation. However, everything before his eyes was so real that he had to face up to this unimaginable situation. The old man roared, "Look at my 5th soul skill, demonic kill." Before he finished speaking, the bloodthirsty magic knife in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling black light. The light was like the eyes of a demon in the dark, strange and terrifying. The only black soul ring under his feet suddenly lit up, and the light surged out like a tide, covering the old man's entire body. In an instant, the old man's aura rose wildly, as hot and violent as a burning flame. It seemed as if black flames were burning around his body, and his soul power was surging, forming a powerful aura. Then, the old man flashed and turned into a black lightning, rushing towards Pineapple Zanbao. His speed was as fast as a ghost, and he crossed the distance in an instant. At the same time, the bloodthirsty devil knife in his hand had already been dyed scarlet, and as he continued to approach the target, the blade continued to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 10-meter-long giant machete, which flashed a chilling cold light. The machete seemed to be able to cut off everything in the world, and it attacked Pineapple Zanbao with endless murderous intent. With a deafening roar, the old man swung the giant machete and chopped it hard on Pineapple Zanbao's thigh with the force of thunder. All I heard was clang. clang. Two sharp and piercing metal collision sounds resounded through the sky, sparks flew, like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. Okay. The old man's pupils were full of confusion. Why couldn't he break through the defense? His face was full of shock and confusion, unable to accept that his full-strength attack had no effect. The audience was also shocked. Such amazing defense! This big mecha didn't seem to be a trick. It was really powerful. Everyone was amazed at the powerful defense of Pineapple Zanbao. Hey, 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 old man, are you tickling me? Pineapple Blowing Snow said jokingly, his tone full of ridicule and disdain. The old man felt very bad, his face became even uglier, but he had no choice but to continue to use his soul skills to attack Pineapple Blowing Snow. Clang! 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 Like a hard-working pedicurist, there is only the red light of Microsoft in the internal control room of Pineapple Zanbao. There wasn't even 1% of damage to the mecha. Pineapple Blowing Snow estimated that the first generation of Pineapple War Treasure had at least the combat power of a titled Douluo. Finally, Pineapple Blowing Snow couldn't bear it anymore, and drove Pineapple Zanbao and kicked it away. Ah! The old man let out a desperate wail. Let me end this in style. Cut more jackfruit. Pineapple Blowing Snow drove the Pineapple War Treasure with great momentum, pushing the joystick with both hands. The sword in Pineapple War Treasure's hand swung instantly. The light shone again, and the powerful soul power gathered on the sword. This time, the power of the Pineapple Multi-Cut was even greater than before. After all, it was released by the Pineapple War Treasure. The Pineapple War Treasure actually began to rotate, and the two sharp blades seemed to cut everything. Pineapple Zanbao charges quickly with two swords in hand. The old man was horrified, and fear instantly spread across his face. He did not dare to slack off, and used all his strength to perform defensive spirit skills, with spirit power surging around him, forming a thick shield. However, all this was in vain. Pineapple Blowing Snow's attack was like a devastating force, instantly breaking through the old man's defense. There was only a loud bang, and the old man was killed instantly before he could even let out a scream, and disappeared on the field. The whole audience was dead silent, and then erupted into deafening cheers, cheering for the power of Pineapple Blowing Snow. The cheers were like surging waves, one higher than the other, and people were immersed in this exciting victory. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, 5 Gold Soul Coins. Pineapple Blowing Snow is rich. Chapter 49, Million Gold Soul Coins. Pineapple Blowing Snow is rich. After seeing Pineapple Blowing Snow kill the god of killing with one sword, the bosses behind the end of Fighting Soul Arena turned green in the face. The expression was as if he had eaten a bunch of bitter cactus and couldn't express the bitterness. Second kill? It was a second kill. It was too outrageous. Their eyes were wide open, their eyeballs almost falling out of their sockets, and their mouths were open wide enough to fit an egg. This scene was beyond all their imaginations. They had originally thought that this battle would be a fierce contest, but they did not expect it to end in such an overwhelming way. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that if that bastard Pineapple Blowing Snow wins, they will have to pay tens of millions of gold soul coins. When thinking of this astronomical compensation amount, a group of people have been thinking about just running away, as they really can't afford it. Beads of sweat began to appear on their foreheads, and their hearts were filled with panic and anxiety, as if the end of the world was coming. This side, Pineapple Blowing Snow also dismantled the fruity Robo form under the watchful eyes of the crowd, but after he landed, the crowd was so scared that they dared not approach him. Everyone looked at him with a bit of respect. Who dared to underestimate the strength of a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo? The powerful aura emanating from him made everyone around him feel an invisible pressure. However, Pineapple Blowing Snow didn't have time to pay attention to these things. After the referee announced his victory, he immediately pulled Yelingling to find the person in charge of the end of Fighting Soul Arena. Give me the money. If I calculated correctly, it's about 53529,685 gold soul coins. Pineapple Blizzard said this expressionlessly, her tone firm and unquestionable. Card or cash? His eyes were fixed on Swafeng in front of him, his eyes full of anticipation and eagerness. Pineapple Blowing Snow went straight to Swafeng's house, and the latter's expression was indescribably ugly at the moment. His face was blue and white at times, like a color palette. Would you like to discuss it further? Swafeng tried to delay time by using a negotiating tone, his voice trembling with a hint of helplessness. Are you going to default on your debt? You're trying to cheat me out of Pineapple Blowing Snow's small amount of money. When Pineapple Blowing Snow heard this, his eyes widened in anger. I see you have a way to die. As he was about to summon Pineapple Zanbao, Swafeng was so scared that his face turned pale, as if he had just seen the most horrifying thing. It's not that we don't want to pay, it's that we don't have that much money. The cash flow of the Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena is only more than 20 million gold soul coins. Swafeng explained with tears in his eyes that Pineapple Blowing Snow had shown amazing strength, and he didn't dare to use force directly. His voice was filled with tears, as if he had reached a dead end. Ye Lingling, who was standing by, honestly felt a little sorry for the Tiandu Great Soul Arena. The tax revenue of the Tiandu Empire was only a few 100 million gold soul coins a year. It was normal that the Tiandu Great Soul Arena could not afford the compensation. I don't care about that. I just want my money. I can't afford even a single gold soul coin less. Pineapple Blowing Snow shook her head, her attitude firm. Otherwise, I'll get mad. As he spoke, he took out the red sword again. The sword was flashing with cold light, which made people shudder. At most 20 million gold soul coins. Swafeng was also anxious. He said he had no money, didn't you understand? His voice rose 8 octaves, with a hint of anger and despair. Sir, if you take a step back, the world will be brighter. 20 million gold soul coins are our greatest sincerity. You should know that we don't have no titled Douluo behind us. Swafeng tried to use the power behind him to threaten Pineapple Blowing Snow and make him give up. Are you threatening me? Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes became even sharper, as if they could pierce through Swafeng's soul. No. As Swafeng was talking, a figure opened the door and walked in. The man was wearing dark green armor and had long dark green hair, which looked very strange. Behind him followed a little girl with a hot body. Your Majesty, you are finally here. Swafeng felt more confident when he saw this figure, as if he had grabbed the last straw. This was the big backer of their Tiandu Great Fighting Soul Arena. If they didn't have a strong man behind them, how could they suppress the group of people below? And this titled Douluo happens to be the worshipper of their Tiandu royal family. This person is getting more and more greedy. I told him that there are only 20 million gold soul coins, but he is still not satisfied. Why don't you come and talk to him? Swafeng licked the big face and moved closer, but the next moment a voice rang out and petrified him on the spot. Lao Deng? Why is it you? The sound of Pineapple Blowing Snow came, with a hint of surprise and casualness. You little brat! I want to ask you, how did you make such a big fuss? How much did you earn? Poison Douluo Dugubo asked, with curiosity on his face. More than 5,000 million gold soul coins. What? So many? Anyone who sees it gets a share, give me some. Dugubo widened his eyes with a greedy look. Roll. Pineapple Blowing Snow refused without hesitation. The person who came was none other than Poison Douluo Dugubo. How could he not come and see how lively the Tiandu Soul Fighting Arena was? When Swafeng saw how Dugubo and Pineapple Blowing Snow were talking, he felt terrible. What's going on? They know each other and seem to be very familiar with each other. Spicy balls. His mind was in a mess and he had no idea how to deal with the situation. Your Majesty Poison Douluo, since you two know each other, why don't we discuss it? 2,000, 5 million gold soul coins will be fine. This is the greatest sincerity from our Tienda Great Soul Arena. Swafeng spoke hesitantly, his voice full of pleading. Poison Douluo waved his hand and said seriously. The foundation of our Tienda Great Soul Arena is integrity. How can we cheat people with such things? It's just over 50 million gold soul coins. If we squeeze a little, we will get some. His protection fee for this year was only a few 100,000 gold soul coins, but Pineapple Blowing Snow was the son-in-law he had chosen for his grandson. He still knew which was more important. Besides, Pineapple Blowing Snow had so much money that he could spend it on Duguyan. What? If he had to pay out 50 million gold soul coins, then he would have to quit his job. Swafeng was so angry that he fainted. He didn't want to face the reality. Don't worry, the Tienda Great Fighting Spirit Arena is backed by the royal family, they can still take out the money, but it will be painful. Douluo said that he would help Pineapple Blowing Snow to urge the people. Pineapple Blowing Snow was very happy and said with a polite smile. Then thank you, Grandpa Douluo. Pineapple Blowing Snow said with a smile, her face full of gratitude. So, why did Douluo wipe his fingers? Doesn't he mean you won't give me a little? He has to work hard to get through this. Are you rubbing your booger? Pineapple Blowing Snow stared at Douluo and asked knowingly, which made Douluo roll his eyes. Sure enough, this stingy guy is really stingy. Fubuki. Douluo couldn't hold back any longer and went forward to give him a hug. What are you doing? You're participating in a death fight. What if you die? Douluo's voice was tearful, full of worry and fear. What? Well, isn't this all right? Pineapple Blowing Snow scratched his head and spoke a little embarrassedly. He felt Douluo's concern and felt touched. Not next time. Douluo said coquettishly. Oh. Pineapple Blizzard nodded obediently. By the way, I took out my grandfather's private money. Are you still short of money? But it seems that you have more than 50 million now. Douluo asked with concern. Very lacking. Pineapple Blowing Snow said without hesitation. Okay, I'll give them all to you later. Poison Douluo's face turned green when he heard this. This little cotton-padded jacket is too leaky. He shook his head helplessly, feeling angry and amused at his granddaughter's behavior. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 God and Number 039, S Test Rewards, God Granted Soul Rings and Cornucopia Skills. Chapter 50 God's Test Rewards, God Granted Soul Rings and Cornucopia Skills. Poison Douluo really didn't deceive Pineapple Blowing Snow. After a few days, the more than 50 million gold soul coins arrived in the account one after another. One card can't even store that much money. Poison Douluo gave Pineapple Blowing Snow several gold cards, all of which were engraved with the symbol of the Heaven Do Empire, and could be used to withdraw money at will in any city. It's posted, it's really posted this time. Pineapple Blowing Snow held the gold cards tightly in both hands, her eyes widened, her face full of excitement and ecstasy. His voice trembled with excitement, as if all this was an unreal dream. There are so many rich people in the world, is there finally one like me, Pineapple Blowing Snow? He muttered to himself, and his pupils completely turned into the shape of the gold soul coin, which was frighteningly bright, as if his eyes could no longer accommodate anything else but the gold card that symbolized endless wealth. A luxurious house, a life of debauchery, is here. Cultivation, what else is there to cultivate? From today on, I, Pineapple Blowing Snow, will live a life of luxury. Pineapple Blowing Snow laughed wildly, and his laughter echoed in the room. Various luxurious scenes, countless fine wines and delicacies, and a magnificent palace-like residence began to emerge in his mind. There is no way, with 50 million gold soul coins, Pineapple Blowing Snow can really be said to be rich enough to rival a country this time. Of course, this refers to an ordinary small country. But 50 million gold soul coins, not many of them can come up with that even among the 7 major sects. Okay, don't be too happy, you passed out all of a sudden. Poison Douluo, who was in charge of delivering the money, looked at Pineapple Blowing Snow's money-grubbing appearance, shook his head helplessly, his face full of speechlessness. Poison Douluo then explained, although the money will definitely be deposited into your account this time, after all, the Tiandu Great Soul Arena caused such a big commotion this time, many people already know that the gambling has collapsed, so it is impossible for them not to give you the money. But it should have taken quite a while, and the reason why it was able to arrive so quickly this time was because of the above reasons. His voice was low and steady, with a sense of the vicissitudes of life. Although I don't know what the ability you unleashed on the field is, there is no doubt that you are definitely a super genius. Poison Douluo spoke with his eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Pineapple Blowing Snow, trying to read something from his expression. But after Pineapple Blowing Snow came back, he didn't mention anything about Pineapple Janbao at all. Pineapple Blowing Snow. You were too aggressive this time. You need to be more careful next time. You may have been targeted by someone. Poison Douluo's expression became serious, his brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. As someone who has been through this, I can only tell you, don't take sides too early, and don't trust others too much. Seeing Poison Douluo's serious expression, Pineapple Blowing Snow restrained his expression a little. His smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a trace of contemplation. The people above. Pineapple Blowing Snow narrowed his eyes slightly. There were not many humans who could make Douluo show a solemn expression. Pineapple Blowing Snow probably understood who had made the move. It's nothing more than the Tiandu royal family. But the other party's goodwill should come at a price, but Pineapple Blowing Snow doesn't want to think so much now. Old Deng, are you done? I'm going to eat later, okay? Seeing that Pineapple Blowing Snow was clearly trying to drive him away, Douluo was furious, but he still continued, remember to be nice to Mijia Yanner. Go and see her more often when you have nothing to do. She doesn't have many friends her age. Pineapple Blowing Snow agreed to all of them. After sending Douluo away quickly, Pineapple Blowing Snow began to discuss his God of Wealth assessment with an expectant expression. This is the most important thing. Pineapple Blowing Snow has been looking forward to it for a long time. The task of the first test is to earn 5 million gold soul coins in 3 months. Now Pineapple Blowing Snow can be said to have exceeded the task, and in less than half a month, he directly earned more than 50 million gold soul coins. Ding! Congratulations to the respected inheritor of the God of Wealth, you have passed the first test of the God of Wealth assessment. Sure enough, the next moment, a familiar reminder sounded in Pineapple Blowing Snow's mind. The God of Wealth mark on his forehead also lit up again. And the bright golden soul coin-like symbol was particularly eye-catching, as if announcing his success to the world. Reward. What kind of reward will you give me? Tisk tisk. Pineapple Blowing Snow Fly rubbed his hands with anticipation. The reward for the God of Wealth's assessment shouldn't be low. His heartbeat began to accelerate, his breathing became rapid, his heart filled with curiosity and desire for the unknown reward. The first test of the God of Wealth has started to give out rewards. The second passive skill of the God of Wealth is rewarded. The God of Wealth's cornucopia. Make money with money, your wealth will grow at a rate of 1,000th every day, with no upper limit. Just the first reward made Pineapple Blowing Snow's eyes widen. Wealth increases by 1,000th every day. Am I dreaming? Pineapple Blowing Snow's breathing became rapid. His current wealth was almost 50 million gold soul coins, that means you can get 50,000 gold soul coins a day. Isn't this a walking money printing machine? Just this reward alone. Pineapple Blowing Snow feels that the hard work these days is worth it, but the rewards are still being distributed. Ding! Reward, a divinely bestowed spirit ring. The age of all spirit rings is increased by 5,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Pineapple Blowing Snow's Scarlet Sky Sword spirit was released involuntarily, and 3 spirit rings, 2 purple and 1 black, slowly emerged. The second purple soul ring began to slowly change color, from purple to inky black. This means a 10,000-year spirit ring. Pineapple Blowing Snow's first soul ring is less than 5,000 years old, but the second soul ring is actually more than 5,000 years old. So after adding another 5,000 years, it directly broke through to the 10,000-year spirit ring. 1 purple and 2 black is the current spirit ring ratio. At the same time, Pineapple Blowing Snow also had the so-called God-given soul ring in his hand. The God-given soul ring can last a soul master a maximum number of years and can even choose the soul beast that suits him best. Hiss. Pineapple Blowing Snow also quickly understood the effect of the God-given soul ring and immediately took a breath of cold air. He fought several rounds in a row in the Tiendu arena a few nights ago, and it was at the last moment when he summoned the fruity robot that he broke through to level 40. This God-given soul ring can be used just right. He had originally been planning to hunt soul beasts in the next few days, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Pineapple Blowing Snow did not hesitate and took advantage of this opportunity. Directly start absorbing the God-given soul ring. The process of absorbing the God-given soul ring is similar to that of absorbing ordinary soul rings. Pineapple Blowing Snow sat cross-legged and placed the God-given soul ring in front of him and began to absorb it. End of this chapter.